Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Parachuba jodiri chukuma chukuchuba jodiri ndemo eguma wego. Parachuba jodiri chukuma chukuchuba jodiri ndemo eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna togabu.
And there it is, Ayandaba. Pardon me. And there it is, Ayandaba. So whatever that means, I think that means what will be, will be. I'm sure somebody told me what it meant some time ago, but yes, I think it means what will be, and I hope it does mean what will be, will be. So what will be, Ayandaba. So Ayandaba, good to see you. How are you? Good to have you here. Always a delight in your company, never taken for granted. With gratitude, we receive you. So we receive you with gratitude. There's one thing I wanted to ask you guys, and over the Sunday sessions, I want to change it to sort of like a speak easy sort of a session. So sort of a relaxed, free-flowing sort of session that has a political backdrop, but it's not the heavy going of politics. Not in this session, no, going forward, just to sample your opinion. So it will have like a political backdrop, but it will not be the heavy going of politics that is our usual digest. So that is our usual diet. So sort of like a speak easy thing, so that people can just come in and just unbundle whatever it is they want to unbundle, usually politically related, but not compulsorily politically related. So I'm thinking sort of like the Sunday sessions, because Sunday is meant to be a day of relaxation. So we'll sort of transmute it into a speak easy sort of a session. So let me know what you think. Thoughts in the comment section, or you can even DM me on Instagram. So there is that. So the usual protocol, of course, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is right there. That's your invitation to come and join us on the studio. So as I often say, and as you've been seeing in recent times, we'll welcome new and divergent voices. Your voice could be the next one up. So plenty of people debut on this platform, so you could be the next debutant. So come join us. So new and divergent voices. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then of course your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. I always put that forward. Only one person ever really takes it up. So we're looking to expand that space to more than one person now. And the same applies to the youth, to the Facebook people as well. The stars something, you can buy the stars and whatnot, or whatever it is they do on Facebook. So do all that. So now what are we going to be discussing? So you've seen the headline, 8 days to go. So how will Buhari be remembered? So how will Buhari be remembered is the question. So it's been an eventful 8 years of this guy. But what will be the abiding memory as power transmutes from one person to another within the Nigerian state? So as Buhari goes into the annals of our history, how is it going to be recorded? So we want to sample opinions on that. So what are your thoughts? How will Buhari be remembered? What will be the abiding memory? So you can have a general speak on that, but you can also, because I've highlighted specific areas of interest. So I want us to assess and give scorecards on Buhari on the economy, security, infrastructure, and managing diversity. And I'm only really, I had the thought only that only because now as he's living, people are now putting out valedictory notes in the media space to record his time in history. So what am I talking about? It sounds like German, but when I show you this headline now, hopefully it makes sense. So this is the headline that led me to that thought. It's the Ghanaian president. Africa will miss Buhari's leadership, says Ghanaian President Akufo-Addo. So Africa, and by the way, maybe I'll add a fifth one to that. So how has Buhari also affected the Nigerian state in terms of international perception and international relationship? And international relationship, of course, you don't need me to explain to you, is not essentially relations with Europe, America, etc. It's with the expanse of the rest of the world. So anybody outside of the shores of the Nigerian state is an international space. So how has Buhari managed international relations? So this comes off the back of this tribute by the Ghanaian president. Africa will miss Buhari's leadership, says Ghanaian President Akufo-Addo. So we'll spend a bit of time on that. So now this next one, I am not going to read you anything from it, but then I say that often, I probably will. But it's the residues of the nonsense that just transpired as an election. So is this headline, Tinubu challenged to release photos of meeting with investors in France. So I'm not quite sure, because the phrase from the sublime to the ridiculous, it often pops to your head just as soon as you open the broadsheets to see what is going on within the Nigerian space. So this is a new depth now. Tinubu challenged to release photos of meeting with investors in France. So what does this even mean? Okay, so if let's entertain the possibility, and it's even a likelihood that Tinubu was in France for medical attention. So what? I mean, so what? And is he obliged to divulge his medical condition? I would say he's not. Some people will say he is, because he's going to be managing the Nigerian state, but he will still insist on his right as an individual, so long as whatever is debilitating him does not prevent him from managing the affairs of state, then fair dues. So it's just this goes now, the sublime to the ridiculous. Tinubu challenged to release photos of meetings with investors. I did say I wasn't going to read it, but curiosity has gotten the better of me. Daniel Bwala, a spokesman of the People's Democratic Party PDP, presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar, has challenged the president-elect Bola Tinubu to release photos of his meetings with investors he purportedly met in France. Correspondents recall that Tinubu raised eyebrows during his 10-day trip to France, barely 2 weeks after he returned to Nigeria from his post-election break, which lasted about a month. During the trip, there were speculations that Tinubu had traveled out on medical grounds, but his media aide, Tunde Rahman, in a statement, said the former governor of Lagos State left the country to carry out some tasks. Rahman said Tinubu will use the opportunity to fine-tune the transition plans, programs, and policy options with some of his aides. According to him, Tinubu during the visit would engage with investors and other key allies. However, reacting to Tinubu's return on Saturday, in a post via Twitter, Bwala said there were no meetings between Tinubu and any investors in France. Instead, Tinubu only met with politicians and lobbyists from Nigeria. He wrote, now that Tinubu, has finished the so-called official visit to meet with investors, etc., I dare them to release photos of those meetings. I bet you if they release the photos, the foreign investors will turn out to be Nigerian politicians and other lobbyists from Nigeria. So I'm not quite sure what that adds or removes from anything at all. It's just a total of a nonsensity, and the Nigeria, like I said, from the sublime to the ridiculous. So that's a 10 minutes of a 5 minutes of my life that I would never get back just having to read that nonsense. Whatever reason he is in France is whatever reason he is in France. The 29th of May, he's going to be inaugurated. And then he's going to go on to administer the Nigerian state. So if he met foreign investors, if he did not meet foreign investors, if Nigerian lobbyists went to him to try and hustle their chances in his administration, if he went there for medical grounds, whatever, that neither adds nor removes anything from knowledge. It doesn't add or remove any. It's just a nonsense. That's just all it is. Why Labour Party senators? Why Labour Party senator-elect, Labour Party senators-elect are backing Akpabio for Senate presidency. So this is Ash Akin Oshitokun now, who essentially is the voice of Tinubu in the, not Tinubu, was that even a Freudian slip, who is essentially the voice of Peter Obi in this campaign. And by the way, when we are talking about the voices of Peter Obi, what happened to Patu Tomi? He's been missing in action for a while. Labour Party senators-elect are backing Akpabio for Senate presidency. So Akin Oshitokun are making the headline there. The Director General of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Akin Oshitokun, has disclosed the reason why senators-elect on the party's platform are supporting Senator Godswill Akpabio as the next Senate president. Correspondents recall that the National Working Committee of the All Progressive Congress APC had chosen Akpabio and Senator Barau Jibrin as the anointed candidate for the position of the 10th Senate president and deputy president. Last week, Wednesday, the Akpabio Barau campaign organization, also known as Stability Group, met with the leadership of the Labour Party and the New Nigeria People's Party to solicit support for Akpabio and Jibrin. And I think they also met with SDP as well. You recall, of course, that we had the flag bearer of SDP on this platform just barely a week ago, Prince Adewale Adebayo. He graced us with our company just barely a week ago. In an interview with journalists, the Director General of the organization, Senator Ali Ndume, said Akpabio and Barau had the support of senators-elect from the opposition parties. The Borno lawmaker added at least 69 senators had signed to support the Akpabio-Barrow ticket, adding that the lawmakers are attending meetings with Akpabio and others. Reacting in an interview with correspondents, Oshitokun said APC senators-elect had the LP support due to the unavailability of other parties contesting for the seat. He said they would have taken a lot of things into consideration before they decided to support the leadership of the National Assembly. I am not knowledgeable on what is going on, but they must have their reasons why they are doing that, especially when there is no other party contesting. If there is no other party contesting, then they don't have a choice. So there it is. I'm not quite sure. There's somewhat of an ambiguity to that statement because, of course, yes, there is no other party contesting. I was just pausing for a moment to reflect because the only other competition, of course, Ojikalu, still an APC member. So it's what Akin Oshitokun is trying to explain here is essentially a case of not really having a choice, and there is no choice to be made in terms of parties. But if they has vehemently opposed to the APC administration, as they publicly tell us they are, then why would they then cozy up and pally up with Akpabio? So that's just the question that hangs out there. So now that question hangs out there. So let me now take you to what excited the headline, what inspired the headline. Africa will miss Buhari's leadership, says Ghanaian President Akufo-Addo. With barely 10 days to the end of his tenure, the president, Major General Buhari, retired on Friday, sat amidst tribute from several dignitaries led by his Ghanaian counterpart, President Nana Akufo-Addo. As leaders, we all have our high and low moments, but I have no doubt that posterity will be kind to Muhammadu Buhari, Akufo said in his address as the chairman of the public presentation and launch of 2 biographies written about Buhari's life and tenure as president. The 2 books are State of Repair, How Muhammadu Buhari Tried to Manage Nigeria for Good by Anthony Goldman, and The Legacy of Muhammadu Buhari by Senator Abu Ibrahim were reviewed by the former governor of Ekiti State, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Abuja, Professor Abubakar Abba. So there it is there. So it is usually tradition and convention then, of course, that in moments like this, in the passing out phase of an administration, people usually speak all these glowing words to usher an outgoing administrator out. So it's like a living do, isn't it? It's like a living do. People only ever really recall stories, even if the person was the worst known to mankind, at his living do. People, they come up with anecdotes that embellish and enhance the same. But we're not here to embellish or enhance. We're here to speak truth to power. So what was our abiding, or what will be your abiding memory of the Buhari administration? So that's what we're going to mix with. And then we're going to be playing a couple of clips as well as we take another micro pause for the Kegite song. But as we do take that micro pause for the Kegite song, let me put on board the panelists. And by the way, before I put on the panelists, going forward, I'm going to be encouraging that people have their cameras on if they can. So I'm not going to insist on it, but I will encourage it. It's just for the optics of it. So if you're in a position to have your cameras on, then have them on. I'm not going to enforce it, but I will encourage it. So as Zita joins us, of course, you all know Zita. Bishop, almost certainly to be in a car somewhere. Hassan, I wonder why he's not asleep. And we know Ekene never sleeps. So and there it is. So that's Zita now. So that's Zita. So Zita, she hits to the call.
Woman, my
Yeah.
network, I'm doing a lot of things. This thing in the house is synchronized. So from time to time, I might be going off and on. I hope you will let me in again. If you think so, because it will be knocking this studio as an external mischief. So from time to time, it will be knocking it off.
All right. So I'll try and come to you then as quickly as I can, so we can at least document your thoughts. So Zita, let me play the Kegite music because I know people look forward to that as part of the introductory phase. So before we get into the conversations, you know where we're going, of course. You know where we're going, don't you, Zita? We're going to the Kegite.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Bobby master kekere elemure o. Chief Latif kekere elemure o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyẹla ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Sodunkẹ ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. So powerful, potent prayer by the Kegites. So we're going to kick it off then, of course, from that space. With 8 days now left of the Buhari administration, his tenure. What is the abiding memory? But before we get into the heart of that conversation, let's watch this.
I belong to everybody and I belong to nobody.
President Muhammadu Buhari made this declaration during his inauguration as Nigeria's 15th president. The first few months of the Muhammadu Buhari-led administration were replete with promises, charting his own course on a three-pronged agenda: security, economy, and anti-corruption. Not only did President Buhari direct an immediate relocation of the military command center to the northeast in an attempt to halt the preponderance of attacks, but he also increased budgetary allocation to the military. With terror activities falling by 2022 below the 2014 levels, the government still grappled with growing banditry and secessionist movement in the southeast.
I extend the same condolence to the families and friends of our countrymen, women and children who are unfortunate victims of such senseless arsons, kidnappings, and murders.
The progress or lack of progress thereof was no deterrence, as the administration also embarked on a national infrastructure revival drive as part of efforts to get the economy running.
It's clear, the evidence is there that a lot of effort is being put in by the government. So if you're going to rate them there, you have to rate them much better, that there has been progress in that area. So really, at the end of the day, you're going to have to look in different dimensions as to how the administration has done. I think overall it is still a tepid performance.
Funding for the Ministry of Works and Housing also increased from 18 billion naira in 2015 to 216 billion naira by 2023. The idea was erected on the quest to unlock the economy and encourage investment in the country. But he failed to stop the debts from piling from 12.6 trillion naira to over 80 trillion naira, and an unwelcome milestone of a historic inflation.
If you borrow and invest properly, and there is a way of those ports paying for themselves, because they do have the capacity. If those funds that were borrowed to develop them are not captured into private pockets, or most of them are captured into private pockets. So the idea is like every other idea. I will not judge at the level of ideas or their contribution. It's still too early and it's ongoing. We still have the Lekki port and the rest of them.
By 2017, the president's health deteriorated, necessitating a lengthy medical vacation lasting a record 152 days. The years leading up to the COVID-19 pandemic saw shorter visits, and in those intervening periods, the vice president, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, carried on the business of governance seamlessly. The reputational capital of the president grew in 2018 when he apologized to the late Moshood Abiola's family, conferring on him a posthumous award of GCFR and declaring June 12 as the New Democracy Day. The story of the anti-corruption drive of the Buhari-led administration is a mixed bag of opinions.
Fighting impunity maybe should take precedence. And we have seen it when we see a public official that was allegedly, stealing 5 billion. And if you really want to fight corruption, you start with people who are related to you.
In a chat with Mr. Garba Shehu, one of his spokespersons, the president's belief that he has done his very best for the country was re-echoed.
Well, go and look at the space. Buhari has licensed far more private universities in the country than anyone had ever done, had ever dreamed of. My own sense is that we as Nigerians, we don't like our leaders. There will be love at first sight. There will be honeymoon period. When they come in, the honeymoon doesn't last a year. So we are comfortable in our hearts, in our minds. President Buhari will go. Nigerians will yearn for him.
Some of the landmark reforms include the passage of the Petroleum Industry Act in 2021, the 2022 Electoral Amendment Act, the 2019 Police Trust Fund Act, and the Not Too Young to Run Bill 2018, among others. Analysts, however, maintain more can be done.
For example, the change in the new Naira notes that we issued, it just set everything back to zero for most industries. And they're finding they're having to crawl out of difficult positions that they got into as a result of a poorly managed process.
On May 29, 2023, Senator Bola Tinubu will be taking the oath of office, and there will be significant attention and expectations on how he accelerates actions to address the lingering challenges, hopefully aiming to outpace his predecessors. From the presidential villa, Gloria Umezuke, Channels Television News.
So there it is. I think just as she predicted, Zita's system has just dipped out. Let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off with Bishop. Bishop, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm with you. I try as much to remain with you as possible.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Bishop. So let's kick it off then with the question then, with 8 days to go. How would Buhari, even the way I spelled Buhari, I've just seen it now, I have to go and amend it. How will Buhari be remembered with 8 days of his administration to go? So if you can focus specifically on the economy. Okay, let's start with the economy. How will it be remembered in terms of the economy? So just give us a short commentary on that.
Okay, thank you very much for having me, one man, and thank you for the good job you're doing. Good evening, fellow Nigerians, compatriots, wherever you are, wherever you may be. Thank you for joining us this evening. I appeal to you. My keyword is appeal to you to do like, share, and if you have not subscribed, kindly do so. The past 1 week, I keep watching that space. There was a particular day where 146 on the platform, and there were just I think 14 likes or 18 likes. Please, I appeal to you. If you have not liked, please kindly do so. Having said that, it will be very difficult to capture the person Muhammadu Buhari in one word. But I want to lay a premise before I even delve into the assessing his performance in different sectors, sectorally. You said economy first. We know where we're coming from. But unfortunately, leadership, especially the one that requires taking difficult but necessary decision, is not a popularity contest. So if somebody is going to move a nation that was stuck where we were to make, what do you call it, steps that are noticeable, honestly speaking, it's going to offend a lot of people. It's going to step on many toes, and it's not going to be popular. I think Buhari had the option of choosing the easy path or taking the right but necessary, difficult but necessary decision. And he kind of opted for the latter. Economically, I have never seen a time that we have actually said that we are economically buoyant in Nigeria, except for few people that have access to our common patrimony. Maybe your relation is one director general somewhere, or minister, or governor, or commissioner, or senator, and they have very easy access to money. To you, you feel the thing as, and money was really, really flowing.
Sorry, Bishop, I was really looking specifically to the growth of the economy rather than individual wealth. To the growth of the economy, yeah.
I just said, well, I'm not even spent 90 seconds in the intro you gave to me. So on the, you almost disrupted my thought. So it was easy to measure that the economy was good based on what individuals were doing. But if you want to measure the economy of Nigeria, following strictly the statistics or what is very popular, let me say it before I go ahead. It is not yet Uhuru. I won't score Buhari 100%. I won't even score him 80%. I won't even score him 60% in laying a good foundation for economic prosperity of Nigeria. But he did move the needle. Maybe I will score him 50.5%. That's a little bit over 50%. In laying some solid foundation. I was reading some write-ups. I think it was yesterday. Yeah. About some of the policies and the things he signed to make ease of doing business. Like I interjected Ajali Koko a few days ago about looking at the report of the startups in Africa. There were 7 of them or thereabout that crossed the $1 billion threshold. And 4 of them were from Nigeria. And there are several in their hundreds of millions. That is 500 million, 400 million, dollars in little startup by young persons. And so it is a little bit, because it is a period to lay a foundation and begin to build. And one man cannot complete. I don't mean one man.
Yes. Sorry. In terms of laying foundations, what in terms of policy positioning as Buhari done to rebase the Nigerian economy?
Yeah, that's okay. For example, let's take it one at a time. Now,
but let's not make it lengthy, though. Give it a short summary of it. Yeah, carry on.
I'm just trying to point on one-on-one. I don't know why you're rushing. And let me just, any number I can do when my time is up, just tell me and I'll yield the line. Now, there are quite a number of policy decisions that were formulated under Buhari, Jonathan, that they were not able to implement. When Buhari came, he implemented them. I can remember 2 or 3 offhand now. The TSA, treasury single account. It was not a Buhari policy, but Jonathan could not implement it because he was going to step on toes. There was the BVN. It was not a Buhari policy. It was the Jonathan policy. And there is one other word. I can't remember what that word is. The KAMA. The KAMA law, the renewed KAMA law. The petroleum industry bill that has been lying there, that has a major impact to play in our our measures. The gas what do you call it now? The gas master plan. Of course, they've been talking about gas master plan for as long as I can remember, but they were not being implemented. So these things were put in place. The ease of doing business, we grew. Now, all these things, if we put them together and do a critical analysis of them, if we are able to implement them fully, 100%, we will realize that it will better our economy. But it is not something that's likely to happen overnight. Look at the tax reform. We were able to more than triple our tax earning without necessarily increasing what do you call it? Taxes, overtaxing people. We were able to increase, and I look forward to a day whereby we will be able to make like triple of what we are making now. I mean, we were able to hit almost over 10 trillion. That's a record. We're always in billions, billion, whatever billion. But now we are crossing 10 trillion in tax earning alone, and that is the non-oil sector. And very importantly, Buhari was able to diversify our economy fully. People still talk about diversification. Now, I asked them, what do they really mean by diversification?
Sorry, in what direction did they diversify it? In what direction?
Basically, look at our GDP. Look at the what do you call it now? The share of our GDP. Before, we are completely dependent on oil. It contributed the largest part of our GDP and contributed the largest part of our foreign earning. Now it is not. I think oil just contributes about 10% of our GDP now. Service had grown. Agri grew in agri grew like over how many percent? I can't quote the figure. So don't let me be.
No. That may be a misinterpretation of data. Because in terms of foreign exchange earning, oil is still about 80% of our external earnings.
Now, don't mix it up. Our external earning is different from our GDP.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. Yes, that's what I was saying.
It contributes significantly to our foreign earning, but it's less than 10% of our GDP. Check it. Maybe if it's more than 10%, maybe somewhere in the region of 12-13%. Definitely not up to 50% of our GDP. At least as at the last, what do you call it? So there are a lot of downs that as a result of sometimes some of us really, because we're not really willing to see anything good. But in terms of diversification of the economy, I think Buhari did a yeoman's job. It might not really be showing now because it's not something that actually show immediately. It is the incoming government. Maybe this government will see a bit of the good of it. Then the next coming government after this one, if we can continue in the trajectory that has been laid. Because diversifying the economy, especially where we have advantage in the agricultural sector, regions to be very, very sufficient. Look at our comparative crop, especially export crop, where we can do a lot better. And if we can continue on it like we are doing now, because with grain, we are really, we have kind of doubled our output. In fact, more than triple in some instances. I mean, fact, KB alone produced about 3.5 million metric tons of rice. The total requirement for Nigeria.
Hold on, Bishop. Because all of these figures, there was a time that Buhari was paraded in front of what they purport to be a rice pyramid. So we all saw that. But the one thing that tests the economy, that the one metric that the Nigerian space used to test their economy is the price of food, is the affordability of life in Nigeria. So do you think Buhari has positively Or do you think Buhari, do you think he has positively impacted on the affordability of life in Nigeria? Because no matter all these GDPs and XYZ and what the price of Gary is the metric that the average Nigerian man uses to know how the economy is.
Let me answer you. Yes, number one, yes. Now the problem is this: if we have been a farmer and I've farmed for some time. I've been in farming for a long time, and I can tell you some things. Now, cost of product is a function of, cost of a product, yes, is a function of cost of production. If I am farming and I produce chicken and I know how much it costs me to buy day-old chicks, I know how much it costs me to buy chicks feed, growers and layers match, and my birds are producing eggs, and you want me to come and sell my eggs at X price, X amount, where the cost of production is X plus Y. I don't know how that is going to work. So if more people are producing, the more we are able to produce, the lower the price. Let me tell you one thing. People who want to disagree with me. We're saying food is very expensive in Nigeria, but do you know the amount of grains that our neighboring countries are coming to buy from Nigeria now? I am telling you because I know it is humongous. They are buying, and if they still buy, they go back to their own place to go and sell. Yes, in some instances, middlemen make food to be expensive. But honestly, if you want to be very honest with ourselves, food is not expensive in Nigeria. Bros, you live in the UK. You can attest to that. Now, is it affordable?
No, I cannot attest to that. Oh, I can attest to the. Actually, we have a Kenner here who will attest or not. But bring it home, and then I want to take the next item to Hassan, just so everybody gets heard. But carry on, Bishop.
So let me just wrap up in a few minutes. I hope you'll get back to me. So for me,
yes,
it depends where you're looking at it from. And if you're looking at it very with open mind, very objectively, bearing, all these negative publicity and the rest, just to be very fair, compared to where we're coming from. I did say something on this platform. I said, who can remind us, when they sang the song, how many years ago? So every time we move forward and realize that, look, where we're coming from is actually a little bit better. And the simple reason is that people find it very difficult to take difficult but necessary decision, and that is one thing Buhari has been able to do. Did he score excellently well? I would say no, but I think I would score him above average. Thank you.
For the economy.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, that's quite a controversial thing to say, but thank you. I'll come back to you still. There's still plenty more to hear from you. But let me take the conversation to Hassan. Hassan, I want you to give brief commentaries on what Bishop just said about Buhari managing the economy and progressing it. But the space that I want you to open up is really how Buhari has managed the diversity. So speak to us about managing diversity, but brief commentaries on Bishop's presentation.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? In your introduction, one man, you were talking about how people tend to feel when leaders are going, and you see there is this glorious exaltations of what they have done and things like that. I would say to what Bishop has said and what he has explained, I would say I would agree to some point. The only thing I would not agree with what he has said is how food is cheap in Nigeria. Food is not really cheap if you look at how Nigerians' earning power is. I would say the situation generally has improved. When you look at it from the angle of Buhari, and especially if we talk about food security, because right now Nigeria is one of the most secured countries as far as being able to feed its growing population. This is a strategic repositioning because we did not have that before. Now, the food being available is one thing. and have people having, the purchasing power to buy the food is another thing completely different. It's there in silos, in warehouses.
Sorry, Hassan. If the food is there in abundance, would that not then drive, because it's a simple supply and demand thing, if the food is there in abundance, would that not then drive the price down to affordability?
It should naturally, but I don't think the regulators are doing their work well. There is a lot of hoarding. There's a lot of bad market, unethical market activities by the middlemen. So they are hoarding it, and they are milking the people dry. I would say the Nigerian consumer is not well protected. And maybe there is something that will be done with the coming government. But as far as Buhari's government, the consumer was not really protected. And it's not just on food or agriculture only. It is practically almost everything that you go to buy. The regulators are not doing their work. In fact, you get the sense of the regulators being some form of collaborators with the capitalists or the people who are benefiting naturally from a particular sector. That is it. But I'm not saying Buhari did not try economically. He did try, but just what I've said down is the pitfall. So, if I may, let me pivot to the diversity thing.
Yes.
Okay. As far as diversity is concerned, you see, by default, Nigeria has the Character Commission. There is a federal character. In fact, the very structure of this country ensures that there is a form of diversity in the way and manner in which a government is set up. There should be, accurate representation of people from all regions, to come and man the affairs of the country. So for the executive positions, mostly that is, done by a formula. So I don't think it would be true to say that Buhari, has not managed Nigeria's diversity as far as that. But there are other appointments that did happen, and that a lot of Nigerians will feel as if they've been let out and let down by Buhari's administration. I would say that as far as Nigerian,
you don't recognize the northern bias that everybody else saw in its appointments. You don't acknowledge that.
I would say the northern bias is the standard Nigerian view on any government. There was the southern bias of Jonathan too. There was the southern bias of Obasanjo too. Mostly the people of the South would not see that southern bias if it's a southern president, and it's the same thing if the people of the North will not see that northern bias if it's a president from the North. So it goes both ways. Everybody just tries to hide his own. I mean, it is what it is, but I'll tell you that even this incoming government that is coming, that of Tinubu, and all the people that are praising Tinubu to high heavens, just just keep your peace for a while before you begin to hear the echoes of Tinubu's bias. Of course, it's going to come out. Of course, it's only natural by the very nature of Nigeria that some positions naturally would be given to people who you think will manage them well, or people who you have more trust in. And if those people carry some form of names, then they are being castigated immediately. People do not see them for what they can do. Usually they just see them as, oh, this man is bringing his people, which I don't think that is necessarily the case. But then, we're all citizens of the same country, and, we have freedom of speech. So, yeah, it's good. So I would not say it's it's a matter of positions, really, for me, or that diversity question, because what does it really matter anyway? How does somebody just being from my tribe, actually benefit me in any tangible way? It doesn't benefit me financially. It doesn't benefit me in any way. So for me, I don't see it that way. However, what I pivoted to, where my mind went when you started the discussion was this thing about us, maintaining a consistent national identity, and then giving everybody a sense of belonging. You know what happened with the Biafra space and what happened with the Odudua space. I think that happened because it was a northern president. And that is the sentiment anyway from the north, and I really believe that is the case. And when Boko Haram was happening during Jonathan, a lot of people in the south still felt it's because it was a southern president,
Sorry, Hassan. What you are suggesting is that there is a sentiment that the Biafra agitation and by extension the Igboho space, it was really to test the will of Buhari, a northern president.
Yes, it's not even only the sentiment. It's something that is driven by fact, really. And I won't say that there were no, if, for example, say it was a southern president, that was that was president, and then people from his tribe were accused of engaging in criminal activities. Ordinarily, everybody should know that crime cannot be attributed, to a culture, to a tribe. You cannot be throw these generalizations and be prejudicial or be discriminatory about these things. But we have seen, the way the Nigerian media space has castigated Buhari as if he knows every single Fulani man, as if they all wake up from the same bed and they eat together, which is not the case. You see, I would argue that the Biafra and the Odudua thing would not have happened, no matter the security challenge that was being faced, if it were a southern president. The worst that would happen would
do you not feel that Buhari protected it gave cover to the excesses of the Fulani headsmen, especially? There was a time that they were ravaging so heavily in the southern parts. And all he said was, you must learn to get on with your neighbors. How many times have we seen Otom in tears on television, and Buhari will say that there was a time even that the governor of Oyo State went to meet him, that it was getting out of control, and it sent him back that it's the chief security officer of his state, so it's his responsibility. A lot of people feel that he gave cover to the excesses of the headsmen.
Really, no, he did not. What happened is that same sentiment, the default position of the average person in the South when he is being led by a northerner is to think that the northerner is just doing things because he's looking at everything from a tribalistic standpoint. While that is not the case, at the time the herdsmen or the kidnappers were ravaging southern Nigeria, they were also ravaging northwestern Nigeria and all of the north central. I would say Buhari is somebody who does not speak very well. The way he speaks, sometimes his words are too sterile, and sometimes he lacks the skill, to inspire by the way that he talks to people. But that's the same way that he talks to northerners, and it's the same way he talks to southerners. If Buhari had, managed to curtail the killings in the north, in Katsina, in his own home state in Daura, and then he left other places, for them to continue ravaging others, then maybe that would have been justified. But you see why I said I do not agree. Yes, maybe he was, it's not even maybe he was not able, because his government was not able, to tackle that security situation very well. But then he, as as it is always in Nigeria, going to be judged through the lens of tribalism, and yeah, that's okay. Yeah, he's a big man. He has the armor to. He's almost.
Hassan, and by the way, Hassan is not the defender of Buhari. Is just another Nigerian sharing his thoughts. So you're not the defender of Buhari. But a lot of people felt that Buhari, throughout the whole of the 8 years, especially in the second term, he prioritized tribe over competence. And they cite so many examples, especially within the security structures, the accountant general of the federation that was never at any point fit for purpose. And then he will sack one person from the north only to replace him from somebody from the south. He never really identified talent and competence, which was in abundance in the south. So a lot of people accuse him of that.
Well,
one man. I think you misspoke. I think you misspoke there. You wanted to say he sacked somebody from the south and replaced that person.
No, I'm actually talking about somebody that is sacked recently. I can't quite remember the portfolio. It was some Abubakar something, only to be replaced by another northern name. Which if somebody from the south holds a position, if they lose that position by whatever means, the person to replace them, often instances, is a northerner. And if a northerner loses their position, by whatever circumstances, the person to replace them is still a northerner. And that was what people saw as the experience of the Buhari administration.
This in physics, they say light is a spectrum, and light is a function. It's in waves, okay? A lot of light. It's not what you see. What we see is just in the visible spectrum. So, these things, they do happen. If people from the south see what Buhari is doing as always replacing people from the north, then maybe there should be numbers behind this and facts, and who are those people that were being replaced by people from the north only. So you are telling me that all the time, there's never been a time where a northerner is removed and a southerner is replaced with that person, or there has never been a time where a northerner is sacked or hired, or we're now saying that there is only talent in the south, there are no talents in the north, or do we castigate? We are the same Nigeria that we castigate. We've had Jonathan do 6 years. We've had, and now when we remember these governments, we don't remember them as South only. They did not rule only the South; they ruled the whole country. So if everything will be, what are we even saying, really?
All right. Give us in percentage terms a score sheet for Buhari in terms of managing the diversity. So give us a scorecard on that, and then give us what you think the abiding memory would be as it leaves office in this time.
I would say Buhari, he tried, but he did not manage the diversity quite well. He did not manage the diversity quite well, and maybe it's because of his military background that he's not sensitive to sensitive people, if you know what I mean. You see, I think especially as it regards the Biafra and there were some insensitive comments. The 5% and the 97% comment was just crude. It was too insensitive, and that generated, it gave ammo to ethnocentrists and tribalists. It gave them the food, the raw material to cook their propaganda. And that said, I would not score Buhari, very highly in terms of managing Nigeria's diversity. I would give him, say, maybe a 30%. But that is not, mind you, in terms of, say, the appointments or positions. So, no, I'm judging him in just his ability to just unite the nation, to give people, the right messaging, whether through his body language or through coming down to their level and talking and things like that. So I would say I would give him 35% as far as his messaging, not appointments. Yeah, for appointments, I would say for the typical Nigerian leader, Buhari is just like any other person. I don't think this will change anytime soon anyway. So I will give him a 30% for his insensitivity and his messaging, and then I'll give him a pass generally on appointments. I'll give him a 60.
And what will be the abiding memory as he leaves office in 8 days' time? How will history judge him?
It's obvious different Nigerians from different regions will remember Buhari differently. If you go to Benue State, where what's the name of their governor? This guy.
Samuel Otom. Is it Otom?
Oh, yes. Yes, yeah, where people like Samuel Otom held sway. Of course, you are not going to get any favorable from him. And I suspect too, in the south too, a lot of places he's not going to get favorable. But there are places in the north too where a lot of people would give Buhari, favorable, pass mark. I am one of them. I will give him a pass. I will give him a solid, 70%, if we're talking generally, but I don't know where you want me to keep this conversation.
No, talk generally, but wrap that around the economy, security, diversity, and international relations. So the whole gamut of all that was required of him. So use that as the basis for, yeah.
Okay, so as far as security, the other day we were talking about security, and Bishop was saying some very, very interesting facts, and I was wowed because Bishop has a very, very good understanding of the way the Nigerian security architecture works, because a lot of Nigerians do not understand how these things work, so they just pass judgment. And Buhari did very well in terms of security. And as I was saying, the reason why southern Nigerians are all over Buhari's neck and saying and doing Odudua or Biafra is because what they usually use as for the propaganda is this Fulani herdsmen. But what actually happened in this government for that Fulani herdsmen, and what made it almost impossible for Nigeria to manage the Fulani herdsmen is because of their prioritization of the war on insurgency. I have made this point before, that a government or an army prioritizes, the kind of enemy that they are facing. And what has happened is the Nigerian army has been overstretched, and they were facing an insurgency, an insurrection in the southeast, kidnapping gangs, and people who go to people's farms as herders and farmers clash all over the country. So the priority for the military was their first constitutional duty as the military is to protect the territorial integrity of the country. So having limited numbers, having limited equipment, they prioritized the insurgency, this Islamist insurgency. So the tip of the spear of the Nigerian army was stationed in the northeast to fight, people who were already planting flags, who have already carved out territory from Nigeria's land, who are killing Nigerians, who had the firepower, they had the money, and they have the training, to sustain such a war. Because if Buhari had not prioritized the insurgency in the northeast, I don't think people really understood the consequences of that. If they took over Borno, Yobe, they come down to Kano, they took over Abuja, they take over Kogi, and they cross over, where do you think they will go? The Southerners are looking at it as if it's our problem only. will face them too. So people don't see this. So when all the army are facing these people in the northeast, and we're not able, to fight the herdsmen and the people that are kidnapping, so everybody is saying, Buhari is killing people in the south. No, he's prioritizing. He inherited an army that was understaffed, undermanned, had no equipment. So he had to strategize. He have to fix his priorities. And as far as international relations goes, and thank God now for him. Thank God for him, man. I'm here. I'm happy. I'm not even in Maiduguri today. I'm in Zaria. I came to see some of my military friends. Anyway, and because of him, I'm able to live my life now happily, crisscrossing the country. You see, look at Chad, Niger, Cameroon, Benin. Buratai now is the ambassador in Benin. Buhari has done really well internationally, especially with our neighbors, because not only did we, crush these insurgents, we have provided some stability in Chad and Cameroon and Niger too, because of our activities. Nigeria in the last 3-4 years have been donating military equipments and expertise to Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. While Nana Akufo-Addo is saying these things, he is privy to some of this information. The role Nigeria is playing to safeguard the whole sub-region, a lot of them are classified stuff. So you may not see them on the news. No person from NIA or DSS will meet people in the media and tell them, okay, so Nigeria supplied so. No. Not now. Maybe in 10, 15 years when they are classified, maybe people will begin to see the magnitude of the work that is being done on the ground for the survival of this nation, and for all our people, all our neighbors, all the other countries that surrounds us. So I would say Buhari has done fairly well internationally. He has done fairly well, and a lot of disasters have happened during his tenure. There was he inherited Nigeria's primary export at an all-time low, faced an global economic crisis, faced a global pandemic. The 80 trillion naira debt that Nigeria has now, there's a direct correlation with all these things. We do not live in isolation. We are not an island with ourselves. Nigeria, interacts with other countries and then, chooses what is best for it. And Buhari has really done well in, rejigging, re-strategizing, and repositioning, our security forces. Very soon, we'll begin to see how that, the kind of capacity, the platforms,
Hassan, I saw actually round up that space, and then I'll probably put you. Okay, give us a brief thought on this, and then Prince will expand on it. Excuse me. So I saw this in the course of looking at just what Buhari has been. So under Obasanjo, our external debt was $2.1 billion. The combination of Goodluck Jonathan and Yar'Adua are $7.3 billion. So and then you go up to Buhari, and as it stands now, and I'm saying as it stands now because it continues to borrow, as you know, even with a week left. It stands now, $41.8 billion. So I mean, how is that? How is that?
Obviously it's Nigeria, and these monies that were borrowed will probably, some percentage will other people's private pockets. And that is unfortunate, but this is the way this country. But I assure you, this would have been the same situation of borrowing, no matter who was in charge of this country. I do not see it as if it were anybody. Which country, that after the financial crisis and the global pandemic, that did not go to IMF and borrowed money? Just tell me the country.
He has borrowed over 400% of all of the previous administrations combined.
Yeah, it's true. True, he has borrowed, but I think he borrowed under, that were a situation.
Is the quick interjection allowed, Hassan?
Yeah.
Is the quick interjection allowed?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'll just add that when we talk about this debt, we should not just isolate it and look at it in terms of debt alone. Let's look at it in relation to what was the income in the period that they held sway. We had oil boom, that oil was telling that if we look at how much did Obasanjo make, how much did accrue to the government under how much was the amount that accrued under Jonathan? What did they make with these monies? What were they able to put in place in relation to?
No. That's a straw man argument.
I do understand where you are going anyway.
And by the way, according to Fashola, Jonathan built the widest network of roads. This was Fashola. I can go and dig it up. In Nigeria. All right, let us carry on just so that I can move the conversation on.
Okay, let me finish the point that. And you see, at the end of it all, what matters is what was reinvested in the economy, what kind of projects. See things change differently. What changed? I would tell you that there are a lot of very, very good roads that were built from scratch. A lot of infrastructure projects that were done during this government. Yeah, they were the plan to diversify the economy, to ensure that there are other multiple income streams for the government. Has that opened up a pitfall where people as it is with anything Nigerian? Has Buhari failed totally, or would it have been a different case and a different government would not have borrowed? I do not think that is the case. Any other government would have borrowed, would have been forced to borrow and to to keep the country afloat. And that is what I would say to that space. Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Sorry, I was speaking to you as I'm not realizing I muted myself. I was saying stay with us. There's a video clip I would like your response to. But before I play that clip, I'd like to take the conversation round just to document everybody's thoughts. So stay there as we go on from you, Hassan, to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, we're talking about the Buhari administration and what experience we have had of it. So it looks as though a glowing report so far from at least Bishop and then Hassan. Bishop saying he did impressively with the economy, and but Hassan not especially impressed with the managing the diversity. So you can have thoughts on those, Prince. But where I would like you to focus on is on security, which Hassan touched on, and he gave him a glowing report. But do you agree with what Hassan had to say, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, thanks, Woman. Hello, everyone. Yeah, Buhari's report card. Yes. Before Buhari came into power about 8 years ago, I didn't have much input, so to speak. Unlike Tinubu's situation. So I did ask around. I mean, people didn't like, I guess this stopped liking Jonathan. Then there's so much propaganda against Jonathan from everywhere, internally and overseas, especially from Buhari's, especially from Obama's administration here in the States. But anyways, on Buhari, I didn't have much expectation for him just like I said, I was trying to inquire from other people what they had to say. They had expectation for him when it came to security, fighting corruption, and all these other things. So, but personally, I mean, in hindsight now, and just like I thought, the man he was a military man that came into power as a military person, and if I'm not mistaken, he actually fought in the Biafra war. So Buhari is a military person. Therefore, when it came to becoming a civilian president, so to speak, right? He didn't have that skills or the ability to build consensus and to work effectively in a network setting, and that panned out really because it didn't have no skills to move around and get things done the way it should have been. Therefore, to the point about security, actually, that was the only area that I thought it was going to come in and show a great.
That was really what they sold him. That was what they sold him on Nigeria, isn't it? That is a general who is experienced at war, who has handled similar situations before. But then, did we get what we bought? Is the question.
Yeah, I think for me that would probably be the only real area that I would grade him on, and I think overall, well, I guess initially they had a great impact, pushing back and defeating Boko Haram and some of these other factions, terrorist groups. But overall, I think it should have, by now, quite frankly, as strong as Nigeria is or was when it comes to military, especially going to other countries like Liberia and Sierra Leone to help them in their struggles, I would think Nigeria would be able to defeat Boko Haram or any other terrorist group, regardless if they had more weapons or not, because these people are trained military people. I mean, NDA, Nigerian Defense Academy, they have more experience and they do travel overseas. They were capable of acquiring as many resources, so to speak, to combat this terrorist. And for that reason, I think it very failed. Overall, it failed. I don't think I would give more than maybe 30% when it came to security. It could have done a whole lot more.
But is that a fair assessment though? Because we have to segment the insecurity in order to form a judgment, Prince. If you recall under Goodluck Jonathan, all we were saying were imageries of the black flags of Boko Haram are being planted in city after city after city in the north. So we did not see not that much, if any, under the Buhari administration, and Boko Haram not even any time in the news in recent years. So it seems to have quelled, if not decimated, that space. But then the introduction then of a new dynamic of the Fulani headsmen, it then took away from what might have been his achievement against Boko Haram.
I see what you're saying. I don't think that they classify or categorize the herdsmen as terrorist group. I don't think they ever did. But I mean, I just heard or read recently about some people going into a village and killing 100 people or more, and such occurrences have been going on for the past months or so. So this is part of the issue I'm talking about that could have been squelched. I mean, with Buhari's being at the helm of things, I would think truly that close to zero, if not a zero, elimination of these terrorist groups. That's what I would think under Buhari. And since he couldn't do that, I mean, again, I'm not trying to take nothing from him, but I think he did a great job from the onset. But I think he should have been able to be more strategic to defeat this organizations in every nook and cranny of the country. That's how high. It shows how high I actually put him out there, elevate him to be able to do that. You see, so it's more kind of a credit to him, but he didn't live up to expectation, I would say.
And give us brief thoughts on what Bishop and then Hassan fleshed out. Bishop speaking glowingly about Buhari's achievements in terms of the economy, but Hassan telling us he could have done better in terms of managing the ethnic diversity. So those two spaces, brief commentaries on that.
Yeah, I think that the diversity, yeah, maybe some of these comments, I think I knew what Hassan was talking about, but some comments about people that voted for him was kind of maybe insensitive. And because of Buhari's demeanor, is not an emotional person. Is very stoic in his approach to things. So even if he tries to lie to the Nigerian people, people won't believe him. So personally, I don't think he's an ethnic bigot. I don't really think so. Because come on, I expect him, of course, to maybe put a lot of people from the north into power because those are the people is used to. I mean, it's a given. These are people he surrounds himself with, and the people he feels more comfortable with. But in terms of being against other ethnic groups, I don't really think so, quite frankly. And in terms when it comes to the economy, they talk a lot about spending a lot of money and resources in agriculture, and I think they've done a great job in that regards. I think truly they have, given also just like Bishop mentioned, Nigerian's foreign exchange is about 10% of its Nigerian foreign exchange is what the GDP of Nigeria is what less than 10% from revenue from petroleum or crude oil. So that in itself, it's an accomplishment in a lot of ways. So
how come the impact of that is not being felt by the man on the street?
See, the problem with overall, and of course it's been there for a long time, has to do with the ability to convert raw material. It actually is actually showing us out when it also comes to the way we deal with petroleum or crude oil in the country. The inability to maintain or preserve natural resources, natural materials, it shows our incompetence in a lot of ways. Well, I think the problem I would say with food shortages or access has to do with us not being able to preserve perishable commodities. I think we should have by now advanced ways to manage, distribute, and store our perishable commodities and even convert them into other products. I think that's what that's what you're seeing right there. Just like petroleum, we have plenty of this, right? I mean, so to speak. But guess what? We're subsidizing our fuel. We are exporting everything. No, well, thank God for Dangote's refinery about to come on board. But this is it. See, it shows maybe it's African mentality, black man's mentality. Or what is it? We have every time we are able to gain access to natural resources. That seems to be the end of the game. So yeah, they've done the Buhari's administration. They've done a lot. I think they've done a whole lot in agriculture. But now, if perhaps they invest a lot in the midsection of the chain or the supply chain for private investors, to bring about technology and know-how on how to preserve grains, for a long time and other commodities or produce, that would definitely help the food prices and shortages in the country. So yeah.
Sectarian, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I said that. I was going to say that is the part of the supply chain, the food supply chain or agricultural supply chain that they probably missed, or they probably did some of it, but not enough, obviously, to stabilize food security in the country.
All right. In percentage terms, give him a scorecard on security or lack thereof. So give him a scorecard in percentage terms on that. And then as a round off, the abiding memory, how would you document him in history? Did we experience a good phase under the Buhari administration? But kick it off with a scorecard on security.
Yeah, on security, I'll have to give him, just like I said, maybe 30%, 30%, because Nigeria is a gun carrying nation. We don't have guns. Only the criminals and bad people do have guns. So for that reason, of course, now of course they're fighting against the terrorists, Boko Haram and whatnot. They have guns. So in a country where over, I don't know, close to 200 million people don't have guns, we've been defeated by a group of terrorists. So that's why it's getting 30%, even less. That's his scorecard.
All right, just as an aside, this is a conversation we have had on this platform before. But the right to carry, do you think it's something that should be introduced in Nigeria, the right to carry?
I don't think, I have to think about it. I can't really answer that question right now, really, because it's why? Because Nigeria to me is an oppressive society. So figure that out. So the only people that most likely to have access to a gun would be the wealthy and rich people. And guess what? You're gonna be reading on the news every day: poor people getting killed. So I have to think about it.
Because, of course, if the headsman or whoever, the rascal, the kidnapper that is laying ambush on the high roads, if he knows that everybody in every car has a gun, maybe he will think twice.
I agree, but it's just a matter of time. We start turning the guns on each other. Selectively, maybe, who knows? I don't know. Maybe the people, the commercial people that drive these vehicles should be given guns. Selectively providing guns to people in an equitable fashion would be great. Not just to give guns to rich people or people that can afford it. I would go for that. For people to protect themselves. I don't think it's fair for people to die because they're poor. They can't have guns. Yeah, I would go for some sort of a measured approach to gun ownership in Nigeria. Yes, I would.
All right, and the abiding memory of Buhari, how would you remember him?
Buhari, just like you said, is that people having some emotional sentiments towards him right now, leaving the presidency. The man came in. He tried 3 times. He got in his 4th time or his 3rd time to become a president. By the time he got in, if he had gotten in his second time that he tried, maybe much better production from him as a leader. But by the time Buhari got in, he was really tired, and you can see he was sick. I don't know what he got sick from. I don't think we ever knew what it was. But the man got sick. He was tired. He was dragging. He did his best. He even said by himself that he's ready to go. 6 months before this end of his term, he said he was ready to go. At the end of the day, he accomplished let's put it, something he had on his bucket list was accomplished to become the president of Nigeria, civilian president. He did that. So his memory for me, I don't know what to make of him. I think he did his best. That's all I can say. He did his best.
All right, brilliant. I think Ikene wants to interject. Ikene, come in.
Yeah, one man. Good day, everyone.
How are you?
Hello.
I'm very cool.
Good.
So, where do you want me to start, from the economy or?
No. I thought you wanted to interject. So I'm going to go to Zita, then you, then Des, then Ajan Lekoko. So let me sequence it that way. So let's hear from Zita, and then you come in after her.
Okay. No problem.
Good day, everyone. Woman.
Yeah.
This thing is seeing your platform as a phishing. I'm trying to fix it. It's gonna knock me out any moment from now. So you can go to the next person until I fix it.
All right. Let me know in the private chat then when you're ready. Well done. You've used your voodoo ways on Zita, Ekene. So you're up next then. we're rolling it in cycles. So what I want you to speak on, Ekene, is Buhari's fight against corruption. So the because you know Buhari's administration came in on a tripod, which was anti-corruption, insecurity, and I think the economy. So I think he came in on those three. So in terms of now, 8 days to go of the Buhari administration, how has it performed in one of his cardinal promises, anti-corruption?
Well, one man, in terms of Buhari government, you don't even need big grammar to defend his government. Just a simple analogy. You just talk about his government. So I don't see why people speak big grammars to defend his government. So the government is a failure for me. It's a failure. It's not that he didn't try in anything, but generally it's a failure compared to other governments we have had since 1999. At least he would have done better more than other government, because government is about continuity. This one, you build on what other people has built, then you grow the country. The only challenge I know that he has when he came to government was the insecurity. I think he tried a little bit in that aspect. He was able to secure some part of the country, but in other parts of the country, like the North Central, all those areas are still suffering. Even if you this past week, we lost about how many people were killed in Plateau State. We are still crying in that area. So he didn't try in many areas in terms of insecurity, and they're trying to manage it.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let's talk about the areas that he did try. So which areas did you think he made an effort and made an improvement? Where did you think he did okay to good or even great?
That's what I just speak in terms of insecurity. Just tried a little. It's because he was able to secure some part. Maybe that part that was rival with Boko Haram, those parts a little bit, he has conquered those parts, but many parts he lose it. He just neglected some areas, especially in the North Central and the Southeast and many other parts of the country. So in terms of infrastructure, that's why I will score him high. At least he gave us second Niger Bridge. Yeah, I can always attest to that, because I know that whenever I'm traveling to Southeast, I will always pass through that village, and I will know that this is Buhari's project. Even though Goodluck Jonathan commissioned it, but at least he was the person that made an effort to make that to come to pass. So I will give him credit for that. But in terms of economy and every other managing diversity, he really did very poor. In terms of corruption, he did fighting corruption. He did very poor in those areas, because it is in this government we begin to hear all sorts of things: snake swallowing monies and monkeys swallowing monies. So those areas he did very poor. Economy is a bedrock of every government. When your economy improves, people will not have much reason to criticize you. So this government did very bad in the economy. In fact, he brought this country far more back now the way it's supposed to be. Understand? So I don't see any argument on that. When you, as a businessman, all the goods you have in your shop, maybe the goods in your shop is worth 1 million naira, then you are owing the bank about 1.2 million naira or 1.2. Even when you are owing the bank 1 million naira, do you think you are doing good? You have already failed as a businessman. So that is what Buhari just did to the country. And everything we are about to generate, everything you can talk of generating in this country, use it to service your debt. Then you can borrow another money to pay workers and every other things. So there is no big drama. No big drama to defend him in terms of economy. Nothing to defend in that aspect. You understand? So if you check during the time of Obasanjo in terms of economy and every other thing, you see how they manage it, both the diversity and every other thing. So even people saying that he came when the oil was very low, I think Obasanjo made worse than that, because it was just
But do you know that Buhari went through 2 recessions and then he went through COVID-19 as well? all of that with a record low oil price.
Yeah, but not to the extent. One man, we are in the country. We are in the country. You see, you just talk about the common things you can think about. Just talk about rice, think about the Gary, because I don't see anything to analyze the economy more than what the common man face on the street. Gary is now a big man food in this country, which is not like before. You just for you to buy a Gary before, just a pint of Gary just 250. Now it's about 1,200 naira. Just check the increase. Rice is about 15,000. Now it's almost close to some places close to 50,000 naira. Some places for something thousand. So just check it. How many people can afford it? Your minimum wage cannot even afford it. So how do you compare that? And not to talk of any other thing. The soap you used to buy 200 before, those soap is now 700 naira, some 800 naira. Just check the increase. As in every goods, in everything that you have in this country.
Do you think that is as a result of Buhari mismanaging the economy, or do you think the fault goes to Goodluck Jonathan, who during a period of abundance did not secure the economy, and the after effect now impacted on Buhari's tenure?
For me, during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, we didn't experience it much like that, because even though Goodluck didn't do well, he didn't do much. I still believe that Goodluck is far more better than Buhari. Even though as in all my expectation about Buhari, even the time people were campaigning for him, everything just came to pass. Nothing was left. Everything came to pass. Everything I expected of him. I used to tell people then, see, I know that Goodluck didn't try, and there is no better person we can have now to elect. But electing Goodluck would have been a better option than this Buhari. I never saw anything that man would have done to better this country, right from the day he began his campaign in 2014 and 15. And everything, one of all my neighbors, at least I know about 2 people that voted for him, that always even campaigned for him. Those people, most of them are out of business now. Most of them are out of business.
Do you
understand? They couldn't even talk about. They couldn't even use mouth to say Buhari did this for this country. If I see them now, I just look them.
Kenneth, do you think Buhari? Do you think he deliberately set out to destroy the economy, or that is just a consequence of his incompetence? Do you think he was just not able?
That is incompetence. Incompetence is not able to do it. Just check the dollar. The actual rate of dollar. For the actual rate of that is about 4 something. But normal rate before, you cannot. Dollar is not much than at least 5 naira or 5 naira different from the actual rate of dollar. But now just check it. They tell you dollar is 4 something. When you go to buy dollar, is 760 naira. Check from where this, as in everything about that man in terms of economy and he's not speaking to the country. The man is not communicating so well. When he made a statement that he's eager to leave, the only thing that came to my mind is that he has achieved his aim. The only aim he has was just to answer the president of the country. You understand?
Do you think his biggest fault is that lack of communication? Because that's the one thing that I cannot recall when Buhari last had a live broadcast to the nation to tell us the state of affairs. I don't think he did it. If he did it 3 times, I'll be surprised. In an 8-year tenure. And then when Femi Adesina speaks, they say, yes, the presidency is not just one person. Do you think that's his biggest failing above all else? Is lack of a capacity to communicate with the Nigerian people how he's running the affairs of the state?
That is one of the things. One of the things. He lacks communication. And he lacks it so well. So, and I didn't blame him. What is he coming there to defend? Every time he speaks through all these spokesperson that comes to TV and they provoke the citizens and went back to their base. So for me, he lacks communication, and you see this defending the economy using big grammars, and I don't see it as anything. You just take the life of the citizens when you met them. How are you leaving them? Are you leaving them far more better? Are you leaving them worse? You are leaving the people worse than you met them. The common thing, I'm just telling you, I'm not talking about the general goods, the things those days you came to office, you can just enter inside the market, buy a television, buy all these things. I'm not talking about those areas. You understand? I'm just talking about common things, at least how the things you use to sustain your soul and the body. He took it away from the common man in the street. Rice is just like a gold. At least I know people say, but I know that I have contacted some countries, which I know, some African countries that I know. It's not like this. When I tell them, see, this is the amount we are selling rice in this country, now they begin to shout. You understand? You made at least, even if there will be an increase, it's not just the way the things increase in his own time. It's more than some 200%, some 400%, some. There is no one you will meet at even 100%. At least other governments, if there is an increase, maybe 10 or 20% increase. We're able to experience during the time of Yaradua. Things were coming down. I didn't know that in a government that thinks that commodities will even come down. But every government, everything,
there's the argument that in order for the country to be rebalanced, it has to go through a pain period, and the pain period that is needed for the country to be rebalanced is what we went through under Buhari's administration. Because you've just spoken about infrastructural developments, we know that the Dangote thing is coming upstream. I hear that there are improvements in electricity somewhat, and there's somewhat of a predictability coming to it. So all of these things, so it's weighing the balance, isn't it? Putting those infrastructures in place or subsidizing easy living for the people. So was it not just caught in a difficult choice, and he had to make the painful option? He had to take the painful option.
This has been his style of government. If you the people that knew him has explained him before he came to this government, this has been his style of government, even right from the military regime. The man don't know anything about the economy, so there is nothing like you are talking about electricity. For the past 1 week now, this my area used to have light before, more than what we are having now. For the past 1 week now, I've been burning fuel day and night. For the past 1 week.
Did you notice any improvement? Sorry.
Who said it? There is improvement. Who said that?
No, I'm asking you. Did you notice any improvement in electricity?
Which improvement?
No, over the course of his administration.
I'm just telling you, there is no improvement in terms of electricity. Just keep that one side. We are just hoping that maybe the next government will just make a decision and give us electricity, because I know that any government.
Don't use 1 week. Don't use just your last week experience alone. We are saying use over time. What you have.
I'm telling you over time. I'm telling you over time. I'm living in the country. There is no day I don't burn fuel. I buy fuel every day. And I pay my NEPA bills, even in a higher terms. I buy fuel. There is no, even as I'm talking to you now, my generator is still on. So I buy fuel every day that I come back from market. I must make out money for fuel. So they are telling you there is improvement in electricity. Which improvement? Even if I travel to a village, I will still buy fuel in the village. I buy fuel that I will use in the village until for the period of time that I will stay in the village. It's not that I don't have a NEPA, all these things. I still pay higher electricity bill. So let us not in terms of electricity, don't go that area at all. Don't go that area. Maybe I know that any government that will make that decision is coming. Maybe if Tinubu the government that will give us electricity will be the best government of this country. That is my belief. You understand?
What about the ethnic diversity? How do you think he managed that? The ethnic diversity.
No, he did poorly in that area. The ethnic diversity, he did very poor. He did very, very poor. If you check it from the way other administration did it, you know that the man did very poor in that area. I still maintain my stand that no matter what people say about Obasanjo, he is the best governor, the best president of this country up till now. I have if Yaradua would have stayed maybe for one term, he would have surpassed his record. But for now, no government has beat his record. And I still maintain my stand on that. Yaradua would have been the one that would have beat his record. But for now, he still remains the best president of this country. And nothing will take it away from him. In terms of diversity management,
well,
in terms of economy.
Hopefully something takes it away from him, then because that would be improvement, wouldn't it?
Yeah. No government has improved on what the man built. They even brought everything so low. No government has improved on what that man built. Good luck didn't do any much, but I know that he would. The only thing that made me still vote for him in 2000 was I still know that Buhari will not do anything, and all my expectation about Buhari came to pass. He did nothing, economy-wise.
If I may just tell us a few things that Obasanjo built.
Are you talking about the diversity? Did Buhari did better than him in managing the diversity? In terms of economy, did he did better than him? In terms of security, did he did better than him?
Yes, we can start talking about that one by one.
Let me answer your
question. Because
so
diversity.
Yeah.
If the level of hatred they had for Buhari and his tribesmen was directed towards Obasanjo, you would have said he did terribly bad in diversity. This was the man that never experienced
nobody.
And
that hatred
went ahead to demolish a whole village.
That hatred, he was able to manage it.
Nobody hated Obasanjo now. Nobody hated him. Nobody
hated.
But the people in the southeast hate
who didn't hate him?
Up till
nobody
now.
hate Buhari. Nobody hate Buhari. It's not about
nobody hated Buhari.
Let me tell you. You're talking about hatred. I'm telling you about at least I know 3 of my friends that voted him. You are saying some people voted him.
Those are exceptions.
Nothing like exception. They are regretting it today. I say 3 of them, they are not in business today. They are not in business. I can send you their number. 3 of them, they are not in business today. Okay. They voted for him. And he took them out of business. And you said that is
them out of business.
Sorry. Was it voting for Buhari that took them out of business? I don't understand the correlation between those.
Let me tell you the reason. Let me tell you why he took them out of business. Yeah?
Were they doing illegal business?
They are not doing illegal business.
So if
it's because of the bad policies the man was bringing in. The bad policies.
Poor decisions based on business.
Let me tell you something. You don't know. Let me tell you something. You don't know about business. When you buy something. Let me say you buy something 1 naira, you sell it for 2 naira. Then you went to buy it again, you buy it for 3 naira. You don't know that you are killing your business. And this thing happened. It continued for so long.
So as a businessman, why didn't they hedge against that risk? There's a risk of inflation. There's foreign exchange risk. As business people, why didn't they hedge against that?
And then you think that is everybody that have the capital to sustain that? You don't know that you need capital to sustain those periods.
No, you don't need capital to hedge against some risk. You can diversify your risk, your structure. You can reduce your cost in other areas that complement for exchange.
So people voted for him to begin to put them into risk. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what happens in business environment. It's dynamic.
You cannot tell me anything that happens in business environment. I'm telling you what I'm telling you.
I studied business and I did business.
Whether you study business, I'm a practical businessman. There is nothing like studying business.
So you think the business I'm doing is theory?
I'm a practical businessman. There is nothing like studying business. Studying business is different from doing business.
I studied business and I'm doing business. That's what I'm saying. You are doing business. You didn't even study business. I'm doing business and I studied business. I'm saying that business environment change, and as business people, you must increase your learning. You don't just go to one place, buy one spare part, and put in your shop and sit down. You must be studying environment for complex risk. They don't teach you
Okay,
that
people
in an
voted
informant
for him
store.
for him to maybe to be giving them that risk.
No,
Is that what you are saying?
if the market presents that risk, it is the businessman that hedge against it. That's what I'm telling you. The
Well, I'm
businessman.
telling you, I'm telling you
Okay, why
what
are
is
you not
happening in the
out of
country.
business?
You don't need you don't.
The reason why you are not out of business is because you didn't vote for him. Why are you
I
in
prepare. I
business?
have already prepared. Even for the next government, I've
Yeah,
already
that's what I'm
prepared.
saying.
Whatever that comes
Your
in,
friends are
it's not everybody that have that capacity. So
then that
is
means they are
even
not
if you don't have the capital, you cannot control all these things you are talking.
at times you
You
don't
need
need
capital to
capital to
control all
edge
this.
against that. At times you don't need capital to edge against some risk. It's just
Okay,
decision.
just think about it. Just think about it now. When you
Was it
as
Buhari that
the
ran us
beginning
out of
before the
business?
beginning, let me give you a simple analysis. Starting from the beginning of this government, you can easily walk to the bank and take a loan of 1 million naira, and you can buy surplus goods because that 1 million naira can get you about $10,000, and you will use it to buy enough goods and fill your shop. But just check it today. Go to the bank, collect 1 million naira loan, even with more interest, you cannot even buy anything. It will only give you about 1,000 something dollar. You cannot even buy anything, and the interest still continue to increase. So
Do you know how many
it's a bad market. It's so
do you
you
know
know
do you know how many
so you
people
cannot.
started business during this time? Do you know how many people started their own business during Buhari time and they are still in business?
How many people
So
started?
you don't know them now. There are many of them. So many rice farmers started their business
See,
during
in
this
terms
time.
of business, what happened in business? You cannot tell me anything that happens in business because if
So
I tell you that.
nobody started business during Buhari's time. Is that what you are telling me?
Let me tell you something. There is nothing to defend about this government. You can say anything that you want to say.
No,
In terms of
your
business,
mind is
the
closed.
man is a bad. Is very bad to business.
I'm asking you a question. Do you mean
See,
nobody started business in the
let
land-based
me tell
market
you.
in Nigeria?
Let me tell you on a simple analysis. There is no big grammar in this. On a simple analysis, even Ghana can no longer come to this country to buy goods. Ghana
Because
that used
Ghana
to
is
take.
having inflation. Ghana
Let
is
me tell you
having
so. Let me
problems.
tell you something. Let me tell you, there is nothing like that. Before, on 2014, 2013, Ghana come here as if they are coming to China
Ghana
because
has
everything was
problems.
okay.
Ghana has
Let me.
problems. They can't come.
There is nothing
They
like
can't
Ghana has
come.
problem. I'm telling you what is happening because I have them as customers.
So Ghana
You
does not have
understand?
problems. Do you know
I'm
Ghana
saying
economy
what.
is
Let
in
me finish.
problem
Let me
now?
finish. It's not only Ghana. It's both Cotonou and all these African countries that are
Do you know
surrounding us.
Ghana
All
economies
of
are
them.
also in
But
problem now?
I'm giving you some simple analysis for you. So there is nothing to defend. They can come here, buy everything that they want to buy, carry those goods to their country and sell. In the next week, they are coming back.
Yeah,
You
because they are
understand?
not
But
subsidizing.
when things begin to increase, when things they begin to calculate, many of them now prefer to go to China. Many of them they prefer to go to China to buy it than coming here.
Okay,
But
you
before
want me
they
to
will just calculate. They will just calculate it.
you
Is it
want me
because
to
of 10
answer
naira
that
that will go to
question?
China?
You want me to answer that question?
You quickly have my interjection, please.
Please, sorry, let me just finish answering that last question and then I will leave. Now the point is that before now, Nigerians will go to China to buy things and bring to Nigeria. Ghanaians will go and buy from them. Why? Because it's cheaper to buy from Nigeria than for them to go to China. Because Nigerian government is subsidizing the foreign exchange that Nigerian businesses are going to buy stuff in China. So now Nigerian government is indirectly subsidizing Ghanaian business through that foreign exchange. And Nigeria is saying, no, I'm not doing that anymore. That's the point. Let them go to the same Ghana. The difference between the cost price of Ghana, a Ghanaian buying from China, and the cost price of a Nigerian buying from China should be the transportation cost. Not the same, because you are buying from the same Chinese market and you are bringing to neighboring countries. But when the government was subsidizing, a Nigerian man will go to China and buy something, a Ghanaian man goes to China and buy that same thing, and the Nigerian man buys it cheaper. His cost is cheaper because government is subsidizing that foreign exchange. So government cannot be funding Ghana. We must stop that now.
Government is funding Ghana by how?
I've just told you how they subsidize Ghana.
Everything you are saying here, you are not making any sense to me. I am telling you that I'm a businessman. I'm a businessman in Alaba. So you are there. You are not doing business here. I'm telling you what is happening in the country. You are trying to twist it. I tell you, there is no big drama. There is no big drama to defend this government in terms of economy and business. There is nothing.
What you learn in school, not what you learn in shop. That thing I told
Oga, forget about school. It's nothing like school. There is nothing like school here.
Hold on.
Which school? What are you telling me?
Hold on, Patrick. What Ekene is actually explaining to you, which I somewhat agree with, you can learn all of your theories in school, but what he's telling you is practical business. I buy at X, I sell at Y, and I make a Z profit. And that all of business is nothing more than that. Not something modest.
Are you trying to use grammar to confuse me or what?
Let me tell you. No. Let me tell you. One man. Let me.
You are using grammar to confuse me. You are telling me that he's a businessman in Alaba, and you are using grammar to confuse. Which grammar are you speaking? Forget about that.
Hello, woman. Please, I will not subscribe to.
Woman, please let me address you.
This guy.
There is nothing to address when the country is not getting better the way you met it, the way you met the country, and the country is not improving in that way. There is nothing to address there. And what are you defending there? You are not. I'm telling you about the people that are living in the country. Come to the street. Ask a common man on the street.
Hold on, one piece. Let that conversation take place. Yeah.
You bought rice 15,000 naira as of 12,000 naira 12,000 naira 30,000 as of 2013. You are buying it for 5,000 naira, and you are what are you defending? Not even 20,000, not even 25,000.
The question you ask is why price changing?
There is no why. There is no why. There is no why. There is no why. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. You don't have the capacity. You don't have the capacity. The people that you don't have the capacity. You don't have the capacity. The people that are able to defend their business to this time are the people that have the capacity. If you don't have the capacity, you don't have the capacity. Buhari don't have the capacity.
This what I'm telling you. Okay.
There is nothing to defend. You don't have the capacity. You don't have the capacity.
If you don't study the economy and the dynamics of it, you run out of business too. You must know why certain things are happening. That's what
hold on. You have to listen to Ekene, Patrick, because he's not going to be browbeaten with big grammars and whatnot. Hold on. Ekene is a successful, long-standing businessman who has functioned within the Nigerian economy for quite a few years now. He understands the dynamics of inflation, and what he's telling you is that Buhari has destroyed business at its most fundamental in Nigeria. That's what he's saying to you.
The question I'm asking.
I just give you a simple analysis. As a businessman, the goods you have in your shop worth 1 million naira. You are owing the bank 1.5 million naira or 1.2 million naira. Are you doing well as a businessman? You are not doing well.
So who is responsible?
You are not doing well. You are a failure as a businessman.
So
then as a country,
for that. Who is
hold on. If that conversation goes three ways, then it will be lost. But I think the two of them are competent. Let them carry on.
So when as a country, everything you can generate every year, you use it to pay your debt. You don't have anything left, and you are telling me that person as a leader has capacity. I'm telling you about capacity. As a businessman, you have to study your business. You know when your credit is above your income.
Exactly.
When such thing begins to happen, then you are beginning to fail as a businessman. If you don't take stock on those things, Buhari don't check those things. He doesn't know that he's borrowing more than the income of the country. He doesn't know.
So the leverage.
How will he know? He doesn't have the brain. He don't have the capacity. So he doesn't know that everything he's borrowing, he is using it to pay his debt.
Oh my God. We are talking of
That is it.
business
It's
now.
a simple analysis. Whatever any English you want to put it like that. If we cannot think and know how to better those things and make sure that our foreign reserve is back, many things is back, then forget it. The man don't have the capacity. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it.
Ekene, you are right. But what I'm saying is this: you don't blame government for poor business decisions of your three friends.
No, it's talking about the economy.
What are you telling me?
Hold on now. Hold on. Let them push it. Let them duke it out. I think they're both capable. But carry on. But what Ekene is saying to you is we are talking about fundamentals, and no matter whatever matrix or whatever MBA something or the other, and the flow charts and the modeling and whatnot. What Ekene is saying to you is I buy it for 1 naira, I add 50 kobo to it, and then I sell it. I sell it at 150, and then I make my profit. But then when it goes back to buy it, it's now 3 naira. So the 50 kobo the 50 kobo that he gained, plus even his capital, is now swept up in the next round of it. And then when the customer comes in, and then you are telling him that it's now 3 naira, he's now exploring options in China, which is all down to the economic space that Buhari created.
Okay, can I respond to that? Let me tell you what is happening. You are a businessman, I respect that. You don't need a degree. But what I'm saying is this: the business environment in Nigeria globally is becoming more complex than I buy and I sell. Businesmen that carry that simple mindset are not likely to succeed in the next economy. That's what I'm telling you. There is complexity to it. There's foreign exchange issue. There is interest rate. All those things are changing. If all you do is take one boy from the village, teach him business, put him in a shop, that is not the business of tomorrow. And it's going to be worse when Tinubu comes. You must.
I don't even know why we call it business. This is trading. Like, let me say
this is not fair. Patrick knows nothing about
school.
Patrick knows nothing about practical business. Is any sort of that do business?
He doesn't know anything about practical business. He's just speaking grammar. They're just speaking
Patrick, do you have a let me answer Patrick.
One voice. One voice.
Please let me interject. Let me ask Patrick a question. Patrick, when was the last time you handled bill of lading?
The handle bill of lading?
Yes, when was the last time?
Wait, let me explain to you.
Explain. What was the simple question? What was the last time? Yesterday, last week?
That question does not address what I'm saying. And I want to tell you, I've handled bill of lading either as a banker and as a businessman.
Oh, Patrick, you choose to talk many talk. Okay, Patrick, when was the last time you handled bill of lading?
You just speak grammar. You think that
yesterday or last week?
Grammar you are speaking?
Whose kind of grammar be this?
I don't know.
Wait now.
Hold on, Patrick. Patrick, can you hear me? Hold on. Maybe talk the thing for Pigeon. Which time you last handle bill of lading? Maybe talk for Pigeon. Yeah.
Now grammar is talk.
It don't run.
Hold on, Madazita. Sorry, Madazita. Hold on, Patrick. Patrick.
From China last year.
Okay, you are not better than any importer in Alabama.
Hold on, Patrick. Okay, Patrick. Ekene has shop in Alaba. I have 2 shops in Aladipo. I have a boat engine. Hold on,
Patrick.
Hold on, Patrick. You talk too much. From Japan to Nigeria, just last year we were talking here. It's 15,000. Hold on, God, Patrick. We are talking about practical, not a theory. Theory does not happen in business. It's practical. Hold on now. Let me make simple example for you. Let me make simple example to you now, please. From Japan to hold on now. You just listen. Can't you just listen?
Listen, then you know if you are what you are disagreeing with. Carry on.
Calm down. From Japan to Nigeria last year, just last year you're talking about here. Container left from $7,000 to $15,000. to Nigeria.
You told me this
Hold
already.
on now. Let me land now.
Patrick, hold on. Let him land now.
Okay,
Calm down now.
land. Let me just mute
Then
myself.
goods, it takes 2 months from Japan to Nigeria. To continue to get to Nigeria. Goods we bought as the dollars for 560. The goods we bought for 560 before you got to Nigeria in 2 months, dollar became 890. 890. Then a port clearing in port was supposed to be 2.8 million to 3 million. Before the container got there, clearing became almost 4.8 to 5 million. Patrick, and a container, the cheapest is $10,000. Sorry, $100,000 for boat engine. Now tell me, what is the policy the government put down that will make you gain? And when you are bringing that dollar back, the dollar you bought of 580, and you are buying it back in black market, you are buying for 900 naira. That means your profit capital is gone.
So even when you are selling the goods, even when you are finished selling the goods,
you are having minus because the money
even when you are finished selling the goods.
Sorry, guys, we can only have one voice at a time. But Patrick, what they're explaining to you is the unpredictability of the economy that Buhari created. So there is no predictability to it, and business is hemorrhaging off the back of that. Surely, even you with your
can I interject?
Hold on now, Zita.
Let me just say this. You see, when there's unpredictability, that means there's risk, and that's why you have to edge against the risk. You have to edge against foreign exchange risk. That's what I'm telling these people. You are telling me about.
Then that means that people that don't have enough capital, they will still go out of business. No matter how you put it. It works.
Please talk.
Can I interject?
All right, let's hear from Zita, and then from there we'll just move on. Yeah, you have the last word on that space, Zita. Hold on. Can you hold on, please, Bishop? Yeah. No, can you hold? When I say hold on, then please just do that. Let Zita go. Zita, let's hear from you.
Ekene and Patrick, both of you are right. It depends on how you want to run your business. The two business policies two of you are laying on the table, you are right. When you are doing a business, there is no business that doesn't have a risk. For you to say that you went to the market, you buy something 3 naira, you came back to buy it again, it's 5 naira. That's the way you want to run your business. Most businesses, if you're a businessman, you try as much as possible to do what they call diversification, either in your brain or in the products. That's what Ekene is trying to explain. I want to give you people example. If somebody, I don't know, let me use the one that is going on now, like Dangote refinery. If you have been following that refinery, you will know that already it has diversified. Because if the fuel, the gasoline that is in usage now, if it goes off, like comes so low that he cannot make profit to it, he's jumping automatically into another thing. So if you monitor the way he built his plant, he has done already 6 diversification. So that's the way they run business. If you want to run your business that way. So all these arguments you guys are arguing, it depends on how you want to run your business. If you want to run
it's not really diversification, Zita.
No. I use that word diversification.
One man, I want you to explain to me what is really diversification. Let me maybe if I don't understand this English they're speaking about because just explain it to me, one man.
What she's saying is, if you are selling shoes, for instance, and then the difficulties in that in terms of pricing, then you add socks to it, and then you add shoe shine to it, and then you expand it to mix it up.
Then that is what I understand as diversification now. But I'm telling you, in terms of this diversification, it's almost affecting everything you diversify on.
That's the point. That's the point she's missing. That's the point you're missing.
Let me explain myself. You
diversify
when it hits you.
Yes.
You don't diversify. I don't want to go into this. Let's be running this thing because We be going it on and on and on today. And still some people will not believe or accept. It depends on how you want to run your business. You don't wait when the economic crunch hits your business before you diversify. I give the example of Dangote refinery. Watch that refinery, study the plants. He has already diversified 6 stages. So he can be making money on this one now. This is the one he's doing.
No, he did not. Hold on. He did not diversify Dangote. The Dangote plant had always been a multi-product plant.
I'm just giving an example because
so it did not. Yeah, but it did.
About.
No, hold on, but it did not diversify. It had always been a multi-product. It wasn't just for petroleum. I'm sure you know that.
That is what I'm saying.
Right
I
from the
didn't say
start.
he's diversified it. That's why I said you have to do it at the beginning of your business.
Mama Zita, it's not like that.
See, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, one man. I'm already a diversified businessman. You understand?
Right.
I'm already a diversified businessman. If you come to my shop, I'm not selling only one thing. I have many items that even so, but that is not my point. When you are talking about that diversification, I do a lot of things as a businessman. Do you understand? I do local business, I do international. So I use them to compare. Anyone that is more favorable to me, I sustain that one. Anyone that is not more favorable to me, I have to pause. But I'm telling you that if you don't have the capital to diversify, you have problem. You need capital to diversify. And that is what I'm telling you.
Hold on, please. Zita,
let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm telling you as a practical businessman. I'm telling you as a practical businessman, you need capital to diversify because you will not leave your former business. If you leave your former business, you lose those customers. You understand? So you need extra capital to be able to diversify to other things. So how do you create that capital? It's not when you are making income from your former business, you will be able to create a capital to diversify. In fact, the way I run my business is that I must make sure that at least every 6 months, I'm able to raise something to put in a new thing in my shop. That is how I do my business. Then still sustain the old orders. And because as I'm sitting, I'm thinking about what next. If I add this thing to my business, how is it going to be movable, this and that? Then if I'm able to generate any capital, no matter the amount, I will just put the sample on my shop. And once the thing begins to move, I begin to add money to it. Then still maintain the old ones. You understand? So that is why what I understand as diversification. So you speaking grammar there, I'm telling you as a practical businessman. But I'm telling you how the thing is affecting business in Alaba. So no matter the grammar you speak, no matter how you want to paint it, the man has failed in terms of business. If you don't have the capacity, you don't have the capacity. If you have the capacity, you have the capacity. You understand? But I still believe, there are many things to do in this country to make the economy work. But I've never seen Buhari as somebody that have that vision. And I know that no government will not be better than Buhari, even Tinubu. I know. No government will not be better than Buhari in terms of economy. No government. I know what I'm saying. When you don't give me theories, when you talk about business, you don't talk about theories. That is why when you come to people that do business, it is people that are practical in it. It's not about theories. You go to school to study business. It's all to you. When you come to market, you have to practice it. You have to learn the market. You have to learn the business. You have to know things that are moving in the market. So it's not about speaking big grammars. You GDP this and that. We are not into that. We're into practicals. You understand? It's a simple analogy. Simple, that something you need your brain. You just sit down and think about it. It's not something you begin to put English to use it to confuse people. They don't confuse businessman with English. It's all about sense, how you put your business. So that diversification, I think I understand it in a better times because I practice this in my business. So there is no way to defend it. The man don't know it and he don't know it. He don't know how to build in terms of ethnic diversity. He don't know how to cooperate. He don't know how to speak to the people. He doesn't know it. He doesn't have the capacity. He doesn't have the capacity. At least now I'm seeing some effort in what Tinubu is doing, trying to build some things. You understand? Which I hope that he might even still do better. So it's not about the government, it's not about hating that person. It's not about hating the person. It's all about having the capacity. I told you here that anybody can do it. It's not about the person, the candidate you are supporting. It's all about the person that can do the job. Anybody that can do the job. It's okay. We move on as a country. It's not about defending whether you are APC or PDP or this one or Labour Party. It's all about the person that can do the job. I told you that the biggest failure or what will make P2B to be popular in the next election is if Tinubu didn't perform as expected. That is what will make Obi to come up again. Anything apart from that, then if Tinubu is able to do, especially in the economy, in any other aspect, at least people need to see some improvement. If he's able to put at least 50% of what Buhari has spoiled, if he's able to bring it up, the man will still win the next election. I'm telling you that from all the bottom of my heart. Forget about speaking big grammars. It's all about going to the street. Going to the street, seeking about the. I tell you, Gare, common Gare, before Gare is 250 naira per painter. Gare is 1,300 naira now. Check the difference, one man. Check the difference. And you are here speaking grammar.
You know, Ikene, for all of the grammars that people speak on the economy and everything.
One man went to move.
Yes, the one thing, Ajale Koko and Ikene, the one thing that Nigerians use to measure the state of the economy is just a simple thing. It's the price of Gari. That is it. Also, you can say, and then the indices and the matrix and the XYZ.
You go here to be telling tomato seller, you come and be telling him GDP.
Is the measure of the.
You will come and tell him tomato seller GDP, this and that.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
No, you can, but after Bishop, hold on. Ajale Koko, cannot measure the economy in Nigeria. Gari now. Gari, what is the price of Gari? And that is how we measure our economy in Nigeria.
A common man can just be hungry. The thing will be holding him. Just 50 naira, 100 naira. You can just buy Gari, put it inside the water. Then we'll put a little sugar or salt and then drink the thing and use it to whole body. But he cannot do it again now. He cannot do it again. Before you can drink Gari in this country now, you need at least 400 to 500 naira. Just check it now. Just to drink ordinary Gari, the things you call ordinary. You just need at least 400 to 500 naira to drink ordinary Gari. And you are here speaking GDP and the SDP and the other things. See what we are talking about.
PDP.
Okay, now let me say one thing, please.
Hold on.
The Prime. Don't kill me now. Where do you do?
Hold on. The Prime, you will say whatever it is you want to say, but Bishop has been looking for a window to come into the conversation. So Bishop, apologies. It was too many voices at the same time, but let's hear from you, Bishop.
Okay, thank you. Let me start by I just have a few interjection and I'll be very fast about it. Again, talking about managing diversity with Obasanjo, you are painting in very glowing terms. Yes, you will say so because your name is Ekene and because Obasanjo's government was Igbo-centric. There are more Igbos in Obasanjo's government that you will praise him and you will sing his hallelujah to high heavens. That's one. Talking about economy, how the economy was. There is an interview that Okonjo Iweala granted in the dying days of Jonathan, when 27 states were already insolvent. They cannot pay salary. They were owing contractors. Things were going down. And Okonjo Iweala used her mouth to say that federal government has borrowed 873 billion naira to pay salaries of federal government workers. And that was the time that we had oil average at $142 per barrel. So it's easy for you to come now and say everything was rushy under that Jonathan regime. Okonjo told us how much we were spending in importation of rice. And Charles Soludo said, no matter what happens, and he was not even envisaging the recession that hit us then. The downward that oil came to $28, $27 per barrel. Soludo said, and I have reasons to believe it, that no matter what, the next government is going to find it extremely very difficult. On 3 occasions, the government of Buhari looked for money from anywhere to give and gave state governments bailout to be able to pay salaries. Now, are there challenges? Are there things you could have done better? Maybe. And to count it all, Ekene is talking very glowingly. You have been able to diversify and you are making so much money. Business is booming. It might not be as you want it to be, but quite honestly, from the way you speak, your business is doing fine. But you believe that the economy of Nigeria is completely dead, but your own business is doing fine. I will end it by saying, I have quite a number of persons that I spoke with in my last visit. The amount of, and I was talking to everybody is complaining that cement is so expensive now. I agree with you. Cement was about 2,100 about 3-4 years ago. Now it's gotten to, and the production of cement had gone up. But despite that, there is no glut in cement market. People are building houses, people are buying. Are there challenges? Are there areas we could have done better? Yes, but I will not subscribe. I will not believe when you say Buhari has destroyed and taken the Nigeria government back. In the power sector, we know the challenges we faced. But to say that we have not moved the needle, but of course, I understand the angle you are coming from. So I don't know, but there are certain things that we should speak to the fact. The economy of Nigeria as of 2014 was already in terrible shape. Terrible shape. Federal government was borrowing money to pay salaries. State government, as much as 27 states, were owing between 6 months and some of them 14 months salaries. Now you not just come and say that economy then was rosy then. The prices of things is a reflection of cost of production. Tell me one place, please. I'll end up in one minute, please. Tell me one place, not just in Nigeria, that the price of commodity, including gari and rice and sugar and salt, had remained the same in the past 8 years, whether it is in America or in Europe. Just tell me one place.
One man, did I say here that there have never been an increase in
hold on, can I take the Prime's comment and then wrap the two of them up together? So the Prime, come in. The Prime.
Oh yeah, hello. I think it's quite sad if we denigrate this conversation to just the basic trading, what I buy, what I sell. Because I think this is a platform a lot of people are listening to, and we should elevate this conversation.
I beg your pardon, but sometimes we over-intellectualize some of these conversations.
Yeah, because we have a complex.
Yes, but what Ekene is telling us, which I align myself with, is that I don't know if you know Bismarck Rewan. Do you know Bismarck Rewan?
Yeah, the guy with Jerry Coy.
With Jerry Coyles. You know when you listen to that guy, you when he starts to talk you through all of this flowery language that he has that penchant for, you will think the Nigerian economy is twice the size of America and China combined. And he'll be telling you X, Y, Z, and ABC. But then when Mama Uche or Mama Remy or Mama Abubakar, when they go to the market and they see that 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira that the husband gave them cannot cook a pot of soup, then they know that the economy is in bad shape. So, like Ikeda is saying, forget the grammar. We're talking about the lived realities of people.
I'm not this kind of elitist kind of person, but sometimes we need to look at problems from an holistic point of view. Everything Ekene has said, which happens to be probably importation and bringing things, you would not get a steady foreign exchange as long as the export level is not in proportional ratio to the import level. It's called balance of trade. What are we really exporting except probably the crude oil for us to continue to have a stable foreign exchange to run your business? So the person talking about risk stuff, knows what he's also saying. However, this is what I want to say. There is, in the last few years, we might feel like Buhari's government did nothing, but there's another emerging market outside manufacturing, which is the tech. A lot of young Nigerians are finding their roots within the tech sector. Few years ago, about 3 years ago, I went home and a younger one was like, bro, I need to get out of this country, help me out. Like last year, like a few months ago, around January, I was in Nigeria. This boy was doing fine. I'm like, hey, are you not traveling again? He said, bros, I went to study coding. I earned 2 million naira per month in Nigeria. So meaning there's another market of people, there's another sector of the economy people also move into. So had it been the people that brought the container, how much of those containers are being loaded with also goods being sent out? It is this economy of we import that is killing the dollar. The more we continue to import without a corresponding export, we will never get a stable economy or foreign exchange.
How many of the Nigerian population has access to this or even the functionality for this tech hustle that you are talking about?
Bro, it might be really surprising that most of these young generations in the last,
when you say most, you shouldn't be using the word. Anyway, carry on. Sorry, apologies.
Okay, what I'm saying, I know what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is, most people, I mean, probably the millennials, the people probably from 98, those people born within that period, they are gravitating towards that part of business, and they are finding their logic and ways in it. However, had it been when you bring a container of electronics from Taiwan or Japan, and you are putting probably some ginger and some other products into that container, sending it back, that is how you are helping the economy. But this, we import, it is just forecast. The more we do that, we are not helping. We are just helping ourselves. We are not helping the nation. That is just the truth about economics. So I would like us to probably just understand that, and we should stop looking at Buhari as a total failure. I think in the case of Buhari, I think we overgraded him. We were like expecting like a senior student, like senior prefect, to come out with A1 parallel, but he is managing to come out with 3-4 credits.
No, with F9 parallel instead.
One man. Sorry to interject. One man.
Can I respond to this issue that you spoke?
Hold on. Sorry. One man, I'll be stepping out. I've not been strong. You notice I've not been on the platform. I've been in the hospital since last week. Madam Zita, I will call you when I get off this show. Now that I've driven digested because of this Patrick stuff, my eye is already spinning me. I want to go to the hospital with my wife.
Go and
all right. Sorry, I'll call you after I finish. War Peace.
Okay.
I didn't know. I don't know you.
Let me say something. One man. Let me say something here on the last speaker because I don't want to lose my thought because he was talking about agriculture and maybe reducing the importation and so many things. But I'm telling you, the economy of Buhari doesn't affect only imported goods. It also affects both the ones locally. When you talk about in terms of all this chicken and the turkey, how many people can buy turkey in Nigeria today? When you go there, they tell you that the price of feed that they used to train their turkey and their chicken is almost more than 400% in increase. The chicken that used to buy 3,000 naira, when you go to market now, you buy 12,000 naira, 15,000 naira. Ordinary chicken. Turkey is almost 20-something thousand naira. Turkey. And when you are having the argument, they are already telling you that the price of and that is the fact. Then you talk about bread that used to buy 250, 300 naira. You go to the market. Are they importing bread in Nigeria? Is it not locally made? Bread is it not locally made? One man.
Please, let me say one thing. Please, let me say one thing.
Let me finish. I don't want grammar. I don't need big grammar now because this is simple what is happening in my country. So I don't need to use grammar to confuse the listeners. I want them to understand everything in a simple language. So when you want to buy bread I used to buy 250, 300. Most of them 1,200, most of them 1,000 naira. So just check if you are eating bread every day for 30 days or 31 days in a month. It's almost at something thousand naira, more than minimum wage. You understand? Bread is no more a common man food. So when you go there, do you know how many times those bakers, do you know how many times they went on strike in this regime? Do you know how many times they went on strike? Talk about pure water. Do you know how many times they went on strike in this regime? They tell you that flour, common flour that is nothing. Go and price it close to 40-something thousand naira, 50,000 naira in the market. Flour, ordinary flour. And you are here speaking grammar, defending Buhari that he has done well for the economy.
What do you mean by flour?
There's flour now, those things that they used to produce
flour.
bread. Common egg roll. During the good luck Jonathan time, we used to buy egg roll. 50 naira. Egg roll is now 350, 400. Egg roll, to chop egg roll. Egg, 30 naira, 25 naira. One egg is 100. Are they importing egg? I want to ask, are they importing egg in this country? Is it not our chicken that they're telling me locally and they see, there is nothing to defend, my brother.
Can I explain to you? Can I say one thing?
No. So let him have his expression. He doesn't want the big grammar. He wants practical.
I don't need big grammar. I don't need big grammar in this economy because I like I'm saying, I want to just make it general. So let it not be. I'm talking about the importers in Alaba, or I still want to bring it home.
What about exporter? Because this is what I'm saying. Without grammar, Unamo talk the way it's supposed to be now. Okay, listen. For this thing, where would they use this dollar? Where would they use? The pressure on dollar is what determine whether it they go up or it they come down. If not only bring the guy where they bring go they stiff, go they raise shoulder. But if you say as you they bring, we say they collect, as they collect, we they bring, you know, go raise shoulder. Now, what thing they happen? Why this thing no grease stable? Be say now only import with the import. We know they export common ginger, common orange, common pineapples. Those are things other countries they export. So you know they bring pressure on the dollar. So that is what thing we they talk about. Not be only Buhari fault.
You have to blame the government largely for that.
See, who am I the one to? Am I the one to make the? Is it not the incapable? I'm telling you, the man is not capable to handle the economy. Am I the one to put those things in order? It is Buhari now. When he begins to put policies that are going to fix those things, then things begin to fall in place. So let us not defend anything here, my brother. There is nothing to defend. The man didn't do well in the economy. There is nothing to defend there. So just keep it like that. If you come to, I'm telling you, if you come to the street and talk this thing you are talking here, people will bounce on you. I'm sorry to say that. I mean it too. I'm very, very serious. Just come to Nigeria and tell those hungry, those people that are hungry in the streets, and begin to tell them all these things that Buhari. So in terms, just if you want to defend him in the things he has done well. And I've told you the areas he has done well. But in terms of economy, the man don't have the capacity, and he doesn't have it. Business is not all about theory. Business is all about practical. If you don't, if I tell you people that have succeeded in business, they are not business. They are not people that study business schooling, business education in the university. They are practical businessmen. I can begin to mention them, and most of them don't have even what are they calling it? YX certificate. Most of them don't have it. You understand? So business is not about speaking grammar. Business is all about your intellectual, the capacity to manage things. You understand? So if I begin to tell you people that succeeded even in Nigeria today, most of them don't have WAEC. Even outside the country, most of them don't have WAEC. So it's not about speaking grammar. It's all about the practical things that are in the ground. What are you, as in 1 + 1, if you plus this one, how much are you going to generate? Then you plus another one, how much are you going to generate? If you lose, it's just a little lose. You cover from here. I plus this thing, I generate this thing. You know business is all about using your money to trade commodities and the profit you are able to gain from it. That is business. There is no two ways to explain it. You buy 1 naira, you sell 2 naira, and you are explaining. Yeah.
Can I say something real quick? Sorry to interject you. Our other friend that were Patrick and the rest of his people that were trying to like support Buhari. I don't know if you people understand. I mean, you understand how economics work. I want to understand. I mean, I want to assume rather. The thing is this: if you look at what, according to Department of Nigerian Department of his DMO, what they call it, Department of Management of Debt Management Office, something like that. If you look at what they said, you see the thing is, Buhari is clueless. He's a clueless person. I think he came in with so much people expected a lot from him, and then he messed up. Now you people are talking about, okay, let me just make it so simple for us so that we don't make it like we're talking above other people's head. We talk about pineapple. Other countries are exporting pineapple. Those countries that are exporting pineapple, how many of their farmers are being killed in the farm, like Nigeria farmers are being killed? How many of them is you hear of cattle going to their farms and eating up all their crops? And then you hear talking about trying to blame maybe the farmers for not exporting or people not exporting. If they create an enabling environment where people are secure to go to their farms, even those just the rice alone will increase production of rice. Because a lot of people are afraid of going to farm. Like for example, look at Benue State. That used to be the food basket of the nation. How many people can go to farming now in Benue? A lot of people can go to farm in Benue. That alone, you can understand the economic impact of that alone on the Nigerian economy. And then that would require that we have to import more rice and more outflow of foreign exchange that we should have used to give to our manufacturers that wants to go to China or to other parts of Asia to go and import machines for production. And then that's another one area. Look at the medical tourism. Look at the educational tourism of some ways, if I have to use the word, educational tourism. How about that? Do you know the billions of dollars that have been funded out through that medical tourism and this education? Billions of dollars. The last time I checked, in 5 years, Nigeria has spent over $3 billion just on education alone. You know how many? I can tell you right now here. I know people back in Nigeria who they will tell me that, oh, my child, can you help me to pay my child's school fees because they cannot get dollar from the Nigerian bank. Some of them, they have to put their name down and wait until you get to your turn. If we can make our education stable in Nigeria, whereby people, one of those days when we used to have people from other parts of the world, they come to Nigeria and study. That is part of the export that you're talking about. When people come from other countries, they bring in their money to come and school in Nigeria. But because our schools are a mess, we have clueless leaders that doesn't know how to strategize and put things together and realize the purpose. The purpose is that you want to show up your economy, but you just leave everything to chance. You just do it anyhow, and then what do you expect? You get it anyhow. If you fix your medical, you fix health sector, we'll be getting the likes of those like we used to have back in the days when the Prince of Saudi Arabia, they come to Nigeria for medical tourism. People will be coming to Nigeria because we have the best doctors. That alone is $1 billion industry of its own. If we can fix it right. Then about education. If we fix it right, our kids will not be going out to other countries to be studying. They can study in Nigeria. We have good private universities. We have even government-owned run institutions. We would trap those funds in Nigeria. I'm just giving you an example of two conduits by which you fund out. We're not even talking about when people even have to move money out of Nigeria in the name of wanting to go and buy some properties or whatever they do abroad. So you see, the thing is that we have clueless leaders that doesn't know how to strategize and use what they have within to realize a purpose. So, but we come here and then we start pointing fingers. Oh, it's the export. Is it me that will be going to farm when the government does not put policy down that will protect me as a farmer? How many subsidies do I get from some of those countries you're talking about, like in Cote d'Ivoire there, where they make cocoa and everything? Government subsidizes for them. The cocoa there, plantation there, they subsidize it for them. Even coffee there, they have coffee too in Cote d'Ivoire. And in fact, they are they are the number one in the world now in cocoa exportation, followed by Ghana. What are we talking about? The government makes sure that these farmers are okay, because this is the line, which is where they get. Talking about the petroleum you're talking about, the petrol. Do you know how many petrol barrels of crude oil went missing on that Buhari? Those are money that could have. Did you listen to that guy from the committee of this committee from House of Rep member from the committee on the petroleum, whatever? The guy was telling us, was giving us blow to blow, as in how they were siphoning money, moving billions of dollars of Nigerian crude oil out of that country that could have been trapped for Nigeria. That could have been. You see, guys,
that wasn't just under Buhari's tenure, though. That dated back.
I understand, but some bulk of it went missing under Buhari.
Rational Mike, can I support you a bit, Gary? Thank you. Today, you see, I quickly called you to come and rescue Patrick, because it's like he wanted to take over from what you normally do. But I'm happy that you are not on his path today. See, there's one thing I think we've been beating so much that every little thing in Nigeria we start blaming ourselves. Oh, because I said some people, some business are growing while some business are dying, so it should not be government fault. I was like, seriously? What sustains business in the country and what kills businesses in the country? It's as simple as ABC. Government policies. That's what we are saying. If someone is trying to isolate Buhari and try to give him kudos, no, it's not the one causing it. We should blame ourselves. Seriously? Like the example that Rational Mind made now. So it is the fault of the citizen that S-men are going to their farm and destroying their crops that they cannot produce. What's the function of the government if not to produce security? It's not to provide security, and that's one of the major primary business of the government. And someone will now be giving justification. And someone will say, "Oh, some businesses are moving Nigeria." I ask simple question: what type of businesses? Because it is very easy for us to say, "Oh, some businesses are moving." What type of businesses? Some businesses, of course, will thrive under chaotic situation like that of Nigeria, and some will die even from the startup. We not even see the light of the day, and we want to be giving the government some kind of we want to absorb the government of any blame. Ekene is talking of something practical, realistic thing, not some kind of hypothesis, the general hypothesis that nobody is even testing in Nigeria. Even in economics, even if you're a professor of economics today, it is not all the economic theory that is adaptable, that you can adapt to a particular step, because you have to know how the government, the environment work. So when it comes to economy, this government failure, F9, because I keep saying here, I experienced Buhari's government in 1989. He destroyed the middle class. I keep saying this, I cannot say it enough. And he has done the same thing now. And someone, I will now be saying, oh, there's a global recession when it was coming. Seriously? Even what about the recession that Buhari himself induced? You should look at that. The one Buhari himself induced cannot be blamed on the recession somewhere. What was the state of the economy when Obasanjo was there? And someone was telling me something that Obasanjo did. Economy is not about building road alone. Economy, something you can measure economy by your household income. How many bags of rice can I buy with my income, with minimum wage? If you are earning 30,000 and you can buy 4 bags of rice, but today your minimum wage cannot buy a bag of rice, and you are now saying we should blame the citizens for that. I can't reconcile that. So people are producing. You want to produce a product, and you have to go and spend all your savings on diesel, and you are expecting yourself to compete with someone that is landing his product in a port in Cotonou. Now the question is this: who is supposed to make sure that even if you want to produce locally, who is supposed to make sure that some goods are not smuggled into the country? Who is supposed to be responsible for giving subsidy to even all the manufacturers? Because this is what China will do. They will give subsidy to manufacturers, and they will now pass the taxes to the workers. If you do that in Nigeria and you give subsidy to the manufacturer that because of failure of power, because we don't have power, okay, they have diesel. Okay, you can subsidize the diesel for them to produce business and employ people en masse. Then transfer the taxes to the people. Who failed to do that? Buhari. And someone will be telling me fuel crude oil. Is the economy all about crude oil? How much was this crude oil when Obasanjo was in power? How did Obasanjo raise money? By increasing petrol pump price. That's how he managed. Even when the thing was now becoming $30 that time, the guy was just like he was dancing. Say, money has come. Let us repay our debt and ride the remaining years so that we rebuild our credit worthiness. If not because of the credit worthiness that Obasanjo built today, you won't even be able to borrow this money we are talking about. For those people doing business in 1999, tell me how easy was it for you to raise letter of credit and for someone to honor that letter of credit as at 1999? So see, let us stop blaming ourselves when we know that some things are the government to do. Oga Patrick, to this afternoon, I know I agree with you. You know this thing. If I don't know that you don't know, it's another thing. I know you know this thing, but like I will say, you and the bishop over patriotism.
No, APC that they do APC.
No, now over patriotism. When you believe that you are so patriotic that everything we should be this thing. Now over patriotism, you
as if they are more patriotic
will not
than
make you say
us.
the real thing. That's just the way I see.
Can I have at least I can respond to that, right?
Yes,
I was really looking. Hold on, I was really looking to wrap up that space because we were actually talking about Buhari's achievements. But have that right to reply. Just a short little window, and then we move on.
It's easy for you to denigrate and say it is over patriotism, even when we are not looking at facts. So if we want to address certain facts, I did say in my submission earlier on, I won't score him 100%. There are challenges that are very obvious. He has done his best. If I have to assess him, I will assess him above average. I put some questions to Ekene when he laid all in, as if everything is gloom. And I put some things, these are facts. So if we are dispassionate and we speak to facts, before this government came in, business environment and economy was in tatters. 27 states were insolvent. These are facts. Federal government was borrowing money to pay salary. These are facts. They were selling crude oil at average of over 100. At some point, it got to 142. These are facts. Jonathan in 6 years made more money in 5 years, made more money than Buhari in 8 years. These are facts. Buhari has constructed more than 500 above of the kind of infrastructures that Jonathan put down. These are facts. Buhari implemented some.
All right, you don't have to go through the whole list. Just bring it home. Bring it home.
He implemented some policies. Could he have done better? Yes. But it's my opinion, and you will not say it's because of patriotism. It's based on the fact that I'm saying. So don't speak condescendingly about it as if we are kind of some one-way zombie that is just because it's APC. No, it goes beyond APC. If you want to talk fact to fact, point to point, and be very dispassionate, you remove bias from your own assessment also. Both of us can be right in different ways, but you will not tell me that your position is right and my own is because it's APC or because I'm patriotic. No, I'm a patriotic, and I'm not shying away from that. It's a fact that I'm patriotic, but at the same time, you yourself remove some of these bias and hatred from your mind. Maybe we'll make good progress. Thank you.
We said that you are lucky if one man give us like 10 minutes.
I don't even want to respond. If I respond now, if we begin to respond, this show will not close today. But let me just leave it there. One man. Let me just leave it there.
One man.
Yeah.
Everything that Bishop has said, he didn't compare the economy performance between Jonathan administration or pre-Buhari administration and Buhari's administration. It didn't compare the economic performance. That is what we have. I think that is what we are discussing about now. What is the economic performance of that country under under Buhari administration compared to
you are
no, Bishop, no, please. Let Ajale Koko land.
And if you want to start it from the debt portfolio that he inherited and what we have now in terms of our debt, is just the worst of the worst you can.
Just they borrow money like say tomorrow no day. Like say we want to finish everything today. Yeah.
Look, as at the time it came in, our debt was 10 trillion naira. What is it today? It's about 70-something trillion. By the end of the year, according to the projections, it's going to go to about 89 trillion. And we are using 97% of our revenue to service debt. And you want to call that a good performance? Or you want to give that man a credit that he has performed well? If we want to go to the areas of how do I say it? Even the GDP between 2000 and 2014 that this man took over this thing, our GDP at average was around 7.7%. 7.7%. What is the average now for 8 years under Buhari? 1.1%. And you want to say that, oh, he has done well in the areas of economy. 133 Nigerians are living in multi-dimensional poverty. What is responsible for multi-dimensional poverty? Is it not poor economic policy that doesn't stimulate the economy, that doesn't create jobs?
Do you know how many millions of Nigeria that they said that don't have all 500,000 in their account? Millions of Nigeria. They don't have 500,000 in their account in this government.
Yeah, but hold on, no, how many people have $500 in their account, even in America or in? So I'm not sure that's a standard of measure. About carry on, Nigeria Coco.
133 million Nigerians. This information is by National Bureau of Statistics. This is not fake. It is national information. I mean, what do you call it? National Bureau of Statistics that came out with this figure. 133 Nigerians living in multi-dimensional poverty. And you want to call that a good performance under this administration? And if we want to talk about even the employment, I mean, unemployment rate, by the time that, what do you call this man, 2015, when he took over government, unemployment rate was 9%. What is it today? About 33. Going to about 40%, about 35. I mean, between 33 and 35%, Nigerians are unemployed. And you want to say that, oh, yes, this man, he did very well. It's like in the area of economy, he did very well. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Even we want to look at the inflation rate. Inflation rate was a single digit at 2015. Was about 8.5. Today it's going to almost 20%. Maybe it's around 24. What was the last time I even checked? Maybe it's around 24%. And people want to say that this government, Buhari have done well. What are we talking about here? That people cannot see things and then just say it the way it is. Even this desertification that they are mentioning about. Go and look at all producing countries around the world. We are the least diverse economy among them. The least. If we are not the last, we will be among the worst among them all. And people,
we are not the worst. We are not the worst. We are not the worst. We are not the worst.
They will say, we are among the worst.
You are just using
We are
grammar.
not among
You
the
are. You
worst.
don't have
Baba
those.
Jele
We are,
Gogo.
we
We are
are,
You don't
not.
go
have those
and check
statistics.
it.
Are
Nigeria is
not. We
among the
are not.
worst.
You
We
don't
are
have
among
that
the
fact. It's
worst
not a fact. What you are
diverse
feeding
oil
people with
producing
is not a
economy.
fact.
We are one of the worst
We are not
diverse
the
oil
worst.
producing
We are
economy.
not. We are not. That's what I'm telling you.
I
You don't have
said
this
we
fact. You
are
are just
one of the
banding.
worst.
Hold on now. Patrick, do you have data to back that up that we're not one of the worst?
When I get off my car, I will just pass them to you.
We are one of the worst
Okay, you say we
diverse
are the
oil
worst. Now you say we
producing
are one of the
country.
worst. Very
No,
soon you
he
find out
said
that we are not.
no, he said one of the worst. That's what
One
he
of the
said.
worst.
You know what? I just don't want to buy Janle Coco's statistics. It's like
You
obese.
will never back it.
Your
You will never
statistic
back.
is like obese. It's like obese own, except
Oh.
that it is more negative than obese own.
Mm.
I will bring you the statistics. Don't worry.
So, look, when our economy, as 2015, our economy was one of the fastest growing economy in the world.
Yet we couldn't pay
But
salary.
but
The 15th
Baba
fastest
Jele
growing
Gogo, that
economy in
was
the
a
world.
fake economy you are running. You were running a fake.
The economy that was one of the
As
best
one of
and
the
was not paying salary.
fastest growing economy, one of the fastest growing economy, 15th fastest growing economy in the world. Where are we
That's
today?
fake statistics. Fake statistics.
Oh, one man. I haven't
There is
witnessed
nothing
it
like
here.
fake statistics. People made a lot of progress during the time of good luck. A lot of people made a lot of progress in their life.
Do you
During the
know
time
that
of
that time?
government is all about how you affect the life of the people.
Sorry, one voice.
But you know that time people couldn't pay salary, yet to say was the fastest growing economy in the world. Then that means the world economy was at 0 point when a country that could not pay salary became the fastest growing. What are we talking about?
Is it only paying salary that measure the economic performance?
And by the way, you cannot say they were not able to pay salaries because there's more instances of not being able to pay salary under this administration.
Even this administration, many states are leaving their state more in a day.
Don't do that now.
Yeah, sorry about that.
One voice at a time. Even do you remember when Aisha Buhari went to and this is the story of every state in Nigeria. Do you remember when she went to campaign for Yahaya Bello that he had not paid? She said it on the rostrum herself that he had not paid 18-month salary, but they should overlook that, and she was pleading with them to vote for him anyway. So
Rufai was kneeling down. Rufai was kneeling down now.
Yes.
To beg people.
But to what Ajale Koko was saying, during that good luck Jonathan, remember we have the BRICS nation now. During that good luck Jonathan, we had, I think it was the Mint nation. It was Malaysia, Indonesia, Nigeria, and I think some other T country. Those were the countries that were coming out of that third world phase. That was how sharply the Nigerian economy was propelling. And also under that Goodluck Jonathan phase, they rebased the Nigerian economy, and then they swept up then some of the should I say black economies that were not documented in the formal space. That was when we overtook, by the way, South Africa as the largest economy in Africa. So there was a sharp growth economically under Goodluck Jonathan.
Okay, do you want me to address that, one man?
One man, please. At one point, I want you to bring me on, please. I have something to say. Please, I want you to bring me on. I don't want to interject any abruptly.
Yes, and that's a good idea, because when you interrupt abruptly, then it cuts. It's not a good listening experience.
Say something.
One man, I want to respond to that, but I don't know if we have space. I want you to bring Fatai online or Kulata. You see, when we are talking of statistics, why people?
I think Kulata is just enjoying your fight from his comment section. Carry on.
I want you to bring Kulata and Fatai in. Now, when we are talking of statistics, for statistics to be relied upon, it must be consistent. For example, if you say a country is the fastest growing economy, but that same country, the federal government was borrowing to pay salaries, and the 27 states could not pay salary, then that brings that statistics to question. You understand? When Ajale Koko is eating all these negative statistics, you would think he's taking coffee. His mouth will be sweet and sweet and
Patrick, you are misrepresenting the salary situation. You are misrepresenting it. See, I don't want us to dwell on that thing because that one is a very wrong analysis if you base it on this thing. Okay, you gave Aregbesola money. He intentionally sat on worker salary and started building model school around. What are we talking about? We should know how
no, hold on. Don't stay where you are. Go on your trajectory. Don't deviate into another side topic.
You are using one state to
No. Patrick, just go as you were before because we deviate so often. Yeah.
So we are talking of statistics now. So statistics must be consistent. There must not be conflict in measures. So that you can, if there is a conflict in measure, then you cannot say that statistics is valid. So the best way to verify statistics, that is to make it of good quality, is to check it with other statistics. So if I say we are growing, but every other indices is pointing towards the wrong direction, then there's a problem. That's what I'm telling Ajale Koko. And that's the kind of thing Obi was doing and we're condemning him for. You are doing the same now because it serves you.
Go and fact check.
That's what Obi used to tell us. Go and verify.
Go and verify. Go and verify every information I've given out
I will soon get home now. I'll see on. But
yes.
Woman, if you can bring Fatai in, I will really appreciate it.
Look, just go and verify what I have said in comparison between Jonathan
or
PDP administration,
if possible, in the next 1 hour before we close, in the next 2 hours before we close, I'll try and bring a spreadsheet. I'll try and see if I can do an analysis, but I think the time is short. I'll soon be home in another 10 minutes.
Yes, get home, go and check. Under Jonathan and Buhari, you will see.
I will check if it's very clear. All
right, we'll await that. But Ajale Koko, since you seem to have the floor now, and Des, apologies, you're coming after Ajale Koko. Since you seem to have the floor now, let's navigate back to where we started from. We were actually discussing Buhari's achievements. Because of course, I don't know, it's now 7 days now for him where I am. I don't know how many days because we are counting it by the minute. Because when Buhari is out of office, then we can start wearing T-shirts. I survived Buhari. So that should be a sort of T-shirt that should be trending. I survived Buhari. But now with 7 days left of the Buhari administration, we're auditing then his performance. And we're using the criteria of our economy, security, infrastructure, managing diversity, and anti-corruption. So Bishop talks us through the economy, and then Prince talked us through security. Hassan talks us through managing diversity. So I'm inviting then your thoughts on in terms of infrastructure. How do you think the Buhari performed? And you can put energy, electricity in that infrastructure as well.
Look, one man, on this infrastructure they are talking about, yes, there are some infrastructure that he has built. And there are many as well that were ongoing when he came in, that he completed, that cannot be credited to him. That's the one that built it. He completed it. So, but when you have infrastructure that does not stimulate economic growth, and I think we have to start to think, what does that infrastructure represent? Look, in this country where we are, when they build infrastructure, it creates employment opportunity. But where is employment opportunity in this infrastructure they said they are building? But rather, Nigeria recorded the worst unemployment under this administration with this all the billions they said they spend on infrastructure. The economy should be booming when they are building infrastructure, because the trickle-down effect, a lot of sectors have to benefit from that infrastructural, the building of infrastructure. But in our own case, we suffer more unemployment rate. So where is the economic effect of this infrastructure that they said they built? So obviously, they borrow so much, they use little to build some infrastructure. A lot of it were diverted into their own personal pocket. And that is why it doesn't stimulate economic growth. The economy, on the average, for all these years, 8 years of Buhari administration, we recorded just only 1.1% GDP. That's a poor performance. What has the infrastructure they said they built, what has it done to the economy? What impact has it made in the economy? It's almost like zero. So all this credit they are giving to Buhari, oh, he built infrastructure here, he built this there, he built this there. What is the economic effect? We don't see it. It's not reflective. It's just figurative. There's no reflecting on the side of productivity on our economy. So I think we are not getting it right as people when some of us would not look at things critically and look at what is the positive impact this thing has made in the life of the country and in the economy and the life of economic well-being of the people and the economy in general. We don't look at it. We just want to, support our party just for the sake that this is our party. I love this party, whether they are performing good or not. I will back them up every time, any day. So one man, I don't see no reflection, no reflective anything whatsoever. It doesn't reflect anything on the side of productivity in our economy when you are talking of this infrastructure. So to me, no impact is a fit for no purpose. It's a poor performance, even on the infrastructure that they are talking about. Poor performance, zero, because infrastructure must stimulate economic growth. We must see the impact, and it must create an employment, but we don't see it on the side of on our own infrastructure they said they build. Where's the job? Where are the jobs?
All right, Ajanle Koko. Let us pretend as though we don't already know what you are likely to say. But in terms of managing the ethnic diversity of the country, how this has performed, managing the ethnic diversity.
Poor performance. The worst of the worst ever in the history of that country. We have never seen. We have never seen a leader that failed to manage the, ethnic diversity of the country well. He failed in totality because he doesn't listen. He doesn't believe in dialogue. He doesn't believe in negotiation. When voices of dissent, or let me say, people that are agitating for better thing for their ethnic group or their own side of the country, this man doesn't negotiate. As long as you are you stand as an opposition, voices of dissent against them, what he will respond is just violent. Let's go violent against them. Let's beat them up. Let's put them in jail, or let's massacre them. And various incidences are on the ground that we have seen. We saw the one for Nnamdi Kanu. We saw the one for Sunday Igboho. And we saw the NSAS. The way Nigerian children were brutalized. So where is the negotiation skill of this man and his administration? No, none, zero. He failed to manage the diversity of the country. Even when you look at the way he replaces people, particularly political appointee from the South, when he take them out, he will replace them with a northerner. The first one that he did was that of that former minister of finance, Kemi Adeosun was representing the slot given to Ogun State by this what do they call this thing?
Federal character.
Federal character. By the virtue of federal character. He was representing the slot given to Ogun State. But he took it out and went to give it to
Zainab Ahmed.
Zainab Ahmed from the north, for a Fulani woman. So we from Ogun State, we lost our slot in his government. We lost it. The same thing he did to one guy from Rivers State who was heading, what is this, something maritime, something. I can't remember that, but
Nimasa.
Huh?
Nimasa.
Maybe Nimasa. Yeah, maybe Nimasa or something like that. He took that guy and he replaced that guy with a Fulani man. And the same thing he did with Fowler, who was the head of what do you call this federal?
Was it the accountant general Fowler?
No, Fowler was
FRS.
Was FRS. Thank you. He took him out and replaced him. I mean, look, he didn't manage our unity in diversity. This man mismanaged it, and that is why you see hue and cry from every part of the country against him, and he ridicule. He make a mess of his people. He dragged the tribe, the Fulani tribe, into he dragged their name into a state of a suspicious kind of people that people cannot be trusted.
Okay, an administration cannot be all bad. So what positives do you think Buhari will leave behind when he leaves office in 7 days? Are there any positives to be taken from the Buhari administration?
It's hard for reform. Well, yeah. Well, I think that is okay. Thank you. I think that's, electoral reform for the introduction of technology into electoral processes. I think, yes, we have to give that to him. I think there might be some other things that he did well, but if we want to look at what is, physical. Huh? So, but when you look, this guy before he was elected, he promised the nation three things. He promised us security, he promised us economy, and he promised us anti-corruption, that is going to fight corruption. On all these three key things that he promised us, that yes, he will take that country on a different direction, he failed in totality. He failed on the economy. Economy is worse off today. In fact, he rendered Nigeria unproductive. He rendered that country unproductive. And he set the economic growth. He set our economy backward, 40 years backward. You remember, one man, what is a speech that, what's the name of that controversial Emir from Kano? You remember he went to deliver...
Lamido Sanusi.
Lamido Sanusi. He delivered a speech at one conference, and he mentioned economic failure in all different aspects of life, economic aspect of life under this administration, that according to him, it will take us several years to recover. And the recent one that he did is that, what do you call this nonsense currency? I mean, what do you call it?
Naira swap.
No, is it Naira? Yes.
Yes.
Do you know how much we lost within 5 months? We lost about 22 trillion Naira. That was bigger. That amount is bigger than the whole budget of 2023. How much we lost within 5 years that it came up with that policy of redesigning our Naira swap policy. It destroyed, it almost bankrupt every businesses in that country. Small businesses, a lot of small businesses went under and they never recovered up to today. So on the economy, this man failed in totality. And on the security, he failed as well.
I was asking for positives. You can't think of one.
I've given you one this thing. I've given you one the electoral law. I mean that's
okay, but you want to beat it down with negatives. So
but look, he promised us these three things: economy, insecurity. What is the insecurity? Are we better off? We are worse off. In Benue State today, 1/3 of the population, 1/3 of the population are living in IDP camp. 1/3 of their population, majority of their local government are under siege. So what are we talking about? So the food security, we don't have it. There's no food security because farmers cannot go to farm the way they used to. So he rendered us unproductive as a country because of his failure on security. And the anti-corruption that he said, this is the time, under his administration, we recorded the worst of the worst corrupt practices in government. And you see a lot of, and as a result of that, all this economic poor performance of this economic policy that rendered the economy, useless, or rather make the economic performance so poor, I've discouraged a lot of foreign investors. A lot of foreign investors are run away from the country. A lot of foreign investors are no more, the country is no more attractive to them. Because of insecurity, because of poor economic performance, shortage of dollars, high, unstable currency rate, you cannot plan. if you want to go and run business in that country, you can't plan.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Will our Facebook followers, will they make sure they're sharing the link on their walls? I'm not seeing enough shares on Facebook. We want that Facebook space to grow exponentially. Sorry, carry on, Ajale Koko. Tell our Facebook viewers to share the link on their walls.
Yes, due to unstable currency rate, if you want to go and run business in Nigeria as a foreign investors, you have to think twice. How would you plan? How could you plan with unstable currency rate? You can't do it. You can't go and put your money.
Let me take you back to something you said earlier, and it's only really Crown that has, because when you were saying it, I had a thought, but Crown is highlighting it now. When you were saying that the impact of the infrastructural, because the one thing that a lot of people acknowledge that he has done is infrastructural development. And the economic impact of it, you dismissed it out of hand. So that second Niger bridge alone, in terms of economic activity, the sort of economic activities that could generate, a lot of people estimate that at about $2 billion, just the traffic of our business between the East and the rest of the country. So that's certainly the economic impact is quantifiable. The Lagos-Ibadan rail service, in terms of heavy freight, the economic impact is quantifiable. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, the economic impact is quantifiable. All of the mass roads that is built all over the country, the economic impact is quantifiable. So is that pain period that the country has to go through in order to propel into another phase?
Look,
woman, are you aware that? Sorry, Ajale Koko, are you aware that they said he cannot complete that second Niger bridge? Have you seen the news?
Well, Fashola assured us that it will be completed. It's virtually completed. Well, it's just cosmetics that is needed now. It's virtual, and all the link roads have been built as well.
No, the iron that they needed to fix on the side, they never done it. I don't know.
They didn't do what?
There are still some work to do, but I don't know. Maybe the next administration will do those ones, because I don't see doing.
Yeah, but they opened it for Christmas. You guys drove on it for Christmas, during Christmas.
Yeah, just for temporary use. Now they knew that those things needed to be there now, so they just open some space. They use it for Christmas. So after they close it back, so they still need to do those things, because if you open it completely and they maybe and they start to use it regularly, so something it will not be good.
What's the level of completion in percentage terms? What percentage is completed?
Let me say about 95%.
So that's job done then, isn't it? Back to Ajale Koko.
What I was saying is that when they were injecting so much money on, according to them, they borrow so much to build infrastructure, but the economic impact, we didn't feel it. It didn't stimulate the economy. It didn't create employment. It didn't, we didn't see the impact. Unlike here, when you see when the government is building infrastructure here, you can see the trickle down effect. You will start feeling the impact. You will see a lot of employment. It will generate a lot of employment, and the productivity, the rate of productivity in the economy will increase. You will see it. That
but Ajale Koko, Ajale Koko, a lot of these heavy lift projects, local content is embedded in the contracts. Local content is embedded in the contracts.
Look, we watch interrogation.
This local content, what are you talking about? When hold on, when China borrows us money,
yes,
they will bring the expertise.
Yes.
Almost more than 60% of the raw materials or whatever they're going to use is from China.
Yes.
In a sense, they are getting back that money which they give the lend to Nigeria. So where is the local content there?
Yeah, but there's a percentage of local employees that has to be part of those projects. And also embedded in those projects are often technology transfer.
No, they don't. Because if they do, we keep using them every year. Because we go, apart from Julius Badger.
Do you know that for the rail projects, they were made to build a rail, not only a rail servicing hub, but also a rail university, which curiously they went to build in Daura.
Okay, but my point is this, general point is this, when you say, in gone are those days when we have those, during the military era, when we have most of the roads built by Nigerians themselves. Maybe we just have German engineers or maybe Italian engineers that comes and just give the expertise. But now, the way it is done now, the Chinese, the way they do it, more than 60% of the raw materials or whatever they use, all the ions and everything, the rebars and everything, it's from China.
Yes.
Invariably, they are getting back that if they give Nigeria 5 billion.
Are those materials available in Nigeria?
Well, we have bitumen. We have cement. We have cement, right? So, but then they bring all these things. More than half of them is come from China. So, I mean, you see, I don't know how we negotiate because what I read online about this, how they negotiate is because I know that's the terms of condition by which China gives Nigeria that kind of loans, and they keep going for this predatory kind of loans, whereby more than half of the money is repatriated back to China. So how would that trickle down on the economy of Nigeria? Whereby
it trickles down in two ways. Firstly, the local content that I've already just said, which is embedded in the contracts, and the technology transfer, which is also embedded in the contract. But largely the infrastructure itself, which is an economic driver.
How many of these technology transfer that they don't? How many of these technology transfer have they done given to Nigerians so far over the years?
They did that. In Kajola, the railway, they just open it. Many of the pipe movers, for trains that moves cargo and pipes, they were assembled in Kajola, is in Ogun State. You see, many of us don't know nothing about Nigeria. I'm telling you, I just left Nigeria not too long, so I understand a whole lot of things. When it comes to my time, you will see how I will break it down for you guys. It's more than people just living outside of the country for some time. And you see, Nigeria is a dynamic country. You see, and it has in the bad way and the good side. In the bad way and the good side. That's the problem that we have.
We are waiting for you. We are waiting for you.
We are waiting for you to come on. One man bring him next. Let him come.
Please continue. Let me just
carry on, Ajale Koko.
So, like I said, we don't see the trickle-down effect of all this money being borrowed for infrastructure. Building of infrastructure attract a lot of job opportunities and productivity as well. The GDP will increase because a lot of businesses, a lot of sector will benefit from this, and that will, stimulate economic growth and encourage, productivity. But we don't see it in our own case. What we've seen is that people are running. A lot of Nigerians are running more into poverty. The employment rate increases. GDP recording, low performance. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Look, one man, we watched this video together on this platform when Amechi was being interrogated. And all these questions were put to him. We saw the way Bagabi Amela came to close down the interrogative section. When they were asking him hard questions, okay, how many Nigerian companies benefited from this infrastructure that, you know, you are building rail? How many Nigerian companies supply you this and that? How many employment did they generate? How many did they were putting into all this guy? This guy was just fumbling and wumbling. And it was so disgraceful that Baja Amelia had to come into that interactive. I mean, is it, how do I call? Is it a house? How do they describe it? Is it house?
Panel. Just call it a panel.
A panel. Trying to find out how much were they able, how much did they borrow, how much did they spend, how many Nigerian companies benefited that are connected to this infrastructural effort and everything like that. And he couldn't answer the answer satisfactorily. But Damian have to come down and close down that session. He closed it down. We saw it. So when these people make too much noise about little things against the big loan that they collected, and we buy into it to continue to champion it, oh, they build infrastructure. I don't get it. It doesn't translate into any economic growth for us. And that is just a failure, as far as I'm concerned. It's a complete failure. I don't know where I will give him that, what do you call it? That
electoral bill.
Electoral bill, that at least it did something. It might be some other thing that, okay, maybe he signed another bill that youth can contest for presidential election at the age of 40 years old or something like that against
not
old
too young
age.
to run.
Eh?
Not too young to run.
Yeah, not too young. Maybe he did some other things like that, but you know, but a meaningful economic policy that can transform the economic well-being of the people of that country, he did not do it. We saw it in our own eye, how ASU can go on strike for several years. He couldn't even resolve the labor and the labor crisis. He couldn't even resolve it on time with ASU and with some other trade union as well. So his administration was just a crisis.
He was not even the one that resolved it at all, Seth. He was not even the one that resolved it at all. In those labor aspects.
Crisis galore on every sector that you want to talk about. Is it even when we are talking of even the agriculture sector? Our agriculture sector should have been developed now, that it will have been giving us a foreign exchange bigger than even the oil sector. But where is it? With all this insecurity, what has happened to our agricultural sector? Even the aviation sector, that will have been another sector that will have be giving us a very, very much foreign earning. What has happened to them? They are facing, they are operating under a very difficult business atmosphere. I always feel for that guy, that Igbo guy, that guy that have that airpiece. He bought a lot of planes.
The guy is crying every day now. Every day he comes on television, he's crying.
He borrowed so much money in dollars, and every activity of that sector is measured in dollars. The maintenance is in dollars. They can't maintain the airplane in Nigeria. They have to take it to France for maintenance. All the parts are in dollars. And look at the rate of dollars to your currency. How would that business survive? Air ticket from Lagos to Abuja before was around maybe 30 to 50,000. How much is it today?
It's about 18,000,
30,000 during the Jonathan time. How much is it today?
It's not up to 30,000 then, no.
Huh?
It's not even up to 30,000. It's not up to 30,000.
It's not up to 30,000.
There was a time from 12,000, 15,000, 18,000. Yes.
But how much is today?
More than 100, close to 100 or so.
Yes, about 200. If you are lucky, you can see it around maybe over 100,000. And you want to
15,000 to Abuja from Lagos?
Yeah, I paid that during Jonathan's time when I went to Abuja.
When was that? Because
I think it would have been around about 2014. Yeah, 12,000 even 12,000 I think.
12,000, 12,500, 15,000.
As at 2014, I was paying 50,000 to fly to Abuja. With Harry.
It's the lie.
20 what?
I don't know which lie.
That's a big lie.
It's a big lie. It's a big lie. Nobody paid 50,000 naira for doing that time.
I had a branch in Abuja.
Patrick, are you sure you're from Nigeria?
It's a big lie. It's a big lie.
Even if it's business class doesn't even like
it's
that.
12,000, 15,000.
Let us be fair with ourselves. All these ones that the airline cost increase was just when COVID-19 came up, and it was world over. It was world over. We all know that. It was just 2011 till this time. I still fly earpiece. My family members still fly earpiece. I knew how much we normally fly earpiece to even to the Gambia and some other places. It was just. Do you know that it was just in 2022 that earpiece price went up? In fact, many other airlines that were moving that way. You know it now. It was 30,000 in 2022.
No,
8,000.
It was about
35. Say the truth now. It was COVID-19 that caused all these nonsense. Now you all know now.
But it's from 12,000. It's from 12,000 to 35. From 35 to
yes, now that's what they are saying.
To 8, from 8 to 100
to 30 something. Then now it's like 7.
It started increasing in Buhari regime now. It started increasing in Buhari regime.
Let me ask a question.
No. Let Ajanle Koko round out that space. Sorry, Ola, I wasn't shutting you up, but I don't want to open that space because I want too many people still not to talk. Sorry, Ola, but Ajanle Koko, round that space off, and then we hear from Zita.
So, as far as I'm concerned, I think on the three areas, on the three things that this man promised us that he will transform the country, I think he failed in totality, and his failure cost us so much that we are worse off economically today. It's on record. It's factual. This is not a lie. That's number one. On the economy, it failed. On security, we are worse off. There wasn't banditry in the West. How can somebody tell me that Buhari have done well in security when we lost millions of lives because of the failure to secure the country? A lot of people have lost their villages and everything in the north, in the northwest and in the northeast. In the northwest, particularly, there wasn't banditry. It was under his watch that banditry came. So on the corruption, what have we done? How has he fought corruption? Are these politicians not corrupt? Is it not under his party that we are selling for 100 million? That they were bribing themselves to step down and all this? Didn't we see it? Did they want to tell us that EFCC that was there They don't see them how they were bribing money to for at their this thing, at their convention. How many people were they arrested? Did you even see the video? How people were placing money up, stacking money up like this, that this is the money I got from convention. I mean, look, we shouldn't deceive ourselves. Ordinary men on the street, as Ekene was saying, people are dying. Cost of food, inflation on food stuff. What is the reason for the inflation? It's because we don't have enough food stuff now. We can't produce enough. What is it can we do? We rely on everything. The dollar, the cost of dollar is huge. You cannot run business. A lot of us that do business with Nigeria, we pack up. We can't do it anyway because we know as at the time that your product land over there, you are running at loss. You are running at loss. You can't make gain. You can't make profit. So you just forget about that and just, you know, look at what you can do for yourself here. Who is losing? Is our country losing when the country cannot package economic policy that can attract investment, and even us that are citizens in diaspora, we can't do business with the country because we'll be running at loss. What are you guys talking about? If you ship one vehicle to Nigeria, you give job to about 4 people. Because the moment the vehicle land, what do you call this?
Ajanico, can even forget to speak on that vehicle space. That vehicle, that one is what? That one.
Sorry, Kenneth.
I'm just using that as an example, that if you ship vehicle to Nigeria to sell, the person will go clear and go make money. The transporter will go transport the vehicle, go make money. That's another person. Then the parking lot where you go put on, they go make money. The agent will go look for person, will go buy the vehicle, go make money. So that is just on vehicle. We are not talking about other businesses or any other thing that you want to do with Nigeria. We create employment. These are the things that Obasanjo and this thing they did during that time. They opened up the place. He went and closed down a border with other part of West Africa on the basis that he doesn't want imported rice to come in. So how much is the food? How much is the cost of locally made rice now? Is the price better than that of imported? When you have people that never run business in their life at the position of authority, particularly as the head of state, doesn't know anything, how economy works, this is what you get. We hope we will get it right this time.
Sorry, Patrick. Apologies, Patrick. And apologies to Zita and Des as well. I was going to come to either of you two next, but you know how we always try and give priority to a new voice. So Kumi Samuel joins us for the first time. So Kumi, good to meet you. So what would the conversation really is wrapped around now the outgoing administration of Buhari, and we were just discussing then as Nigerians what we have just experienced over the last 8 years now. So we had 5 highlights. We were looking at his performance on the economy, security, infrastructure, managing diversity, and anti-corruption. But let me get your thoughts on just one of those topics. On the security situation, what is your assessment of the Buhari administration, Kumi?
Hello, how is everybody doing?
We're all good.
I'm so happy
where are you based?
Yeah, Maryland.
Oh gosh, I went to Maryland Comprehensive, as did Alexander Gomez as well. Is that Maryland, Lagos?
No, Maryland in United States.
Oh, right, okay, all right. The fake Maryland. Okay, carry on.
Yeah. Oh, I greet everybody. I so much love this platform. I just started following this platform since yesterday, and I love it. Thank you for everybody. I hear everybody observation about Buhari. I will give Buhari in every aspect. I will give him 70% on every aspect. The problem we are facing today in Nigeria, we just forget that there is a genesis from everything we are talking about today. There is no way Alison Madueke still we can't even calculate the money that woman stole out of Nigeria.
Alison Madueke or Desani Madueke?
Oh, Desani, my bad. Desani, I'm sorry for that. Yeah. We can't even calculate how much that woman stole out of Nigeria, and some people are still giving Jonathan a reward. Which kind of reward? Me, and we talk about this. There is no way we're gonna have a Boko Haram killing, taking like many states in Nigeria, that we're not gonna have herdsmen. All of us, we all live in foreign land now. There is no way they're gonna constitute a nuisance in Washington D.C. There's no way they're not gonna steal. We see how the Western region too do. You want to tell me that there's no way Boko Haram they will operate for that level in Nigeria? We're not gonna have one or two of them sneaked out of those regions. There is no way. Before Buhari come, our ammunition we are using that time is ammunition of 1980 something. This man, go and check all our soldiers. They are using brand new AK-47 right now. Go and check all the ammunition, this man bought from China, from Turkey. Even many people doesn't know that we have already start supplying Turkey gas, and most of the exchanges they are changing it with ammunition to Nigeria. I don't care. I do business with Yibo. I do business in Dongupa before I travel out of Nigeria. I understand the parts when Ekene is coming from. But let me tell you, things are changing. You understand me? Things are changing. I have a brother back home. 2 years ago, I'm trying to bring him to United States, but it doesn't work out. You know what the guy is doing now? The guy asked me I should borrow him 5 million naira. He bought a machine. The guy is going to just buy pepper. The machine will grind the pepper. The machine will package the pepper. After 2 months ago, he come back to me because he returned the money back after 6 months. He come back to me that he needs 2 million to buy a nylon to repackage it. My brother is making almost 3 million in a month now. You want to tell me that they didn't divert the economy from that place?
See, you borrow your money, your brother that money. How many Nigerians?
Yes, I borrow.
Hold on.
A lot.
Hold on.
We actually, no. Don't interrupt me, sir. Ajane Koko, please don't interrupt me.
No, Komi, you must be interrupted. It's a rule here. You have to answer.
I wish you would allow him to finish first, so that
hold on, Ajane Koko. Yeah, no, let him land. Just because he's joining us for the first time. Yeah.
Let me land. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry if I'm.
No, don't worry. Tomorrow when you come back, you will get it. But today we'll treat you with soft gloves. But carry on.
Okay, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Oh, okay. You understand? In economy, the man is not perfect. You understand me? I can say is good, is bad. It's just both sides. But in infrastructure, the man did extremely well. You're not gonna tell me. I know what I've go through in Lagos to Ibadan expressway. I always go to Mushin 3 times in a week. I will sleep in toll gate Ibadan many times. Traffic, a single accident is gonna cause like 7 hours traffic, and someone Obasanjo was there. No, they don't touch that road. Jonathan was there. Yaradua was there, but this man came. He touched that road. It's almost finished.
Jonathan completed that road 25%.
No.
Jonathan did a lot of work in that road.
Oh, which road? On which road? Okay. Jonathan did the same thing. Jonathan did the same thing.
Is it the road that I use everything?
Jonathan did the same thing on Second Niger Bridge, right? They're only showing us picture. You understand me? Jonathan did the same thing on Kano to Kaduna Expressway. Jonathan did the same thing on Nasarawa State from Benue, from Kongi State, that highway. Jonathan did the same thing on on Kwara, this road on Kwara, all this highway, I can mention like 20 highways that Tinubu and Buhari is doing, and they're almost finished. See, I believe when this man leave the position, there's still one or two ways we still come back here and talk good about him. That's how Nigerian work. We don't appreciate what is going on. I know.
Well, what about sorry, Kumi. What about the ethnic? What about the ethnic diversity? What about the ethnic diversity?
The ethnic diversity is a little bit biased. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little bit biased, and I believe that's how the man he is for a long time. Because there was a time, I don't know you guys, maybe you guys saw the video online, when Lamadeshina, he came to Oyo State during that time, when Fulani and Yoruba are fighting. The man stand up that, why are you Yoruba killing Fulani here? Lamadeshina confronted him that, no, we are all Nigerian here. Don't say that Yoruba is, I believe anybody, I cannot defend him on that. He's a little bit, I can rate him like 20% on that. Very poor. You understand me? But in infrastructure, in even this corruption level that we are, at least I know, because the way we Africa fight corruption, go and check all the African country, from South Africa, from Morocco, from anywhere. We can't fight corruption the way we are fighting in the Western region here. It's not gonna possible. You understand me? If you go and check South Africa too, a lot of huge corruption is going on there. But at least this man minimize it. I can't say
Buhari minimize corruption.
Yes, he minimized it.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure. Because under this Buhari,
are you sure your name is not Mukhtar? Are you sure your name is not Mukhtar? You are sounding like a Mukhtar.
Woman, release us.
You are blackmailing this guy.
Release
now.
us.
My name is Kumi Samuel.
Okay.
My name is Kumi Samuel. I'm from Oyo State.
You can know.
It sounds like a Danladi to me. Are you sure you are not Danladi?
I'm from Oyo State, Omo Badonimi.
One man, free us. Let us.
You know the thing, Ola. I want Samuel to Kumi to have just an introductory monologue. And then I want to move the conversation rapidly through everybody, because I'm not conscious of the fact that people have been waiting for a long time. So that's what. But then if we start to do back and forth, then it just you know how it goes now. Yeah, back to you.
And I have one thing to say. There was a guy there, Ekene or what? He said that nobody hates Buhari. Why are we lying? Everybody, it's obvious now. From day one, this man entered government. Southeast, they don't want to. You know what? They don't want to hear this man's name. And you say nobody hates Buhari. Are we joking? We should stop lying. Let us be saying truth.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Saying truth.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Let me tell you, it's not all about hatred. It's all about people know that this man is not capable. I told you that everything I expected.
Don't say that. You can't say people know.
I'm telling you that everything that I expected from that man came to pass.
Why is Nnamdi Kanu?
Everything I expected from that man came to pass. Everything that I expected from that man came to pass. You hear me say it? I did not say it. Everything that I expected from people came to pass. So it's not like
so everybody stop. Everybody stop. We can only hear one. I don't even have to say this now. We can only hear one voice now. If you have 2-3 voices cascading over each other, nobody is hearing anything. But let Ekene put a position to you, and then you address it. And by the way, Ekene is not alone in that sentiment, because Buhari is not.
Woman, sorry, you sure this guy is new to the panel? The guy is firing you.
Yeah, because he's been listening to you guys for a long time now, so he's ready for all of you. Hold on, let Ekene put a position to you and then you address it. Ekene.
Yeah, he said everybody is people hate Buhari. I said it's not all about hatred. It's all about people knowing that the man is not capable, especially in terms of this economy. You understand? This ideology of Buhari not doing well in the economy started right from the day he started his campaign. I have many people that said it, that they knew him during the time he was a former head of general during the time of the military. The man never did well. He's never to do well in terms of economy.
He was
a failure.
then.
And the people were just okay, let's allow him, let's know what he will do. And I told you that everything that those people, including me, expected from him in terms of that economy still came to pass. And you are saying that people hate him.
You guys hate him.
He didn't even prove himself wrong. He didn't even prove himself wrong. So no matter how you want to paint it, whether you say people hate him or people do not hate him, I have many people in that capacity.
Kumi, let me bring you in and before you come in. Yes, Ekene, thank you. Kumi, what Ekene is saying, you know, because Buhari is not an unknown quantity in Nigeria. We know him because he was a military dictator before he pretended to be a Democrat, which he really is not from what he's experienced. And the highlight of his little incursion as a military dictator before Babangida kicked him out to worsen the country even more. The highlight of his economic phase then was that he so traumatized the Nigerian economy that Nigeria was doing trade by barter with Brazil. Ajale Koko, you remember that? Nigeria was doing, under this guy, when he was military administrator, Nigeria was doing trade by barter with Brazil. All we knew him from in those periods was for brutality, you know. But then the one thing that they sold him on was that it was a strict disciplinarian, an incorruptible guy, and all of this. And even that did not play out in this phase. So that is what Ekene is saying, that he has been a categorical failure. So coming to that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Going back to what I'm saying, you see, 8 years is just like yesterday, but we'll forget many drama behind the 8 years. We just forget. Do you remember when Buhari enters straight? Me, I swear to Almighty God, I don't know Nnamdi Kanu I don't know him. He's not up to 6 months. This man come out from release one video from UK. Say now Biafra. See, the thing where Buhari faced in this last 8 years, he faced a lot in the hand of Kaba, opposition, and some bad elements. Let me tell you, from that day when Nnamdi Kanu come, he start promoting Biafra must go, everything must go. He start promoting a lot of coins in Southeast. When they start that wahala from Southeast, economy starts, many things start affecting. Bank start going down. Many Igbo, they start moving out of that region, coming to Lagos. See, man, all this economy is something that everybody check their own contribution in their region. What everybody have contributed in this government this last 8 years. We are just saying the man is that, the man is this. No, go and check all the atrocity a lot of people did. They want to do that in Southwest too, but Southwest is very smart. That's why they bring Sunday Igboho coming and see the way they address the issue. That's what they want. But it's not gonna happen because we more wise in Southwest. You understand? You can see how they vote, especially in Oyo State. Nobody can manipulate us. The most peaceful region in that Nigeria in Southwest. The most contributed economy in Nigeria is from Southwest. If we don't have peace, we don't have all those things from Southwest, everybody gonna have a peace of mind in Southwest. Let everybody check what they have done in this last 8 years before they come out. They start criticizing this man. He's a totally failure. He's totally this, blah, blah, blah. Me, I will never give him. I can't. See, I can send you a lot of ammunition they bought. They bought from America, Super Tunaco. We spent over 500 and something million US dollar, and that thing win Boko Haram. They use that Tunaco to kill a lot of Boko Haram, a lot of bandits. Go and check before Buhari come. Everything is messed up. You want to tell me during this COVID-19, if it is PDP is on president, do you want to tell me they will be able to pay salary for federal workers? I have a brother that he work in federal administration almost 1 year plus. The man is at home. They are paying the salary. People that fight Biafra something, Buhari pay the money. A lot of pensioners, Nigerian Airway, Nigerian train station, Nigerian electrician, NEPA, format, all those things. Buhari pay for he pay for all this money. But we come back here, we start criticizing like the man doesn't do anything. It's totally wrong. Let us go and check back. Let us see the process. What process we went through in last 8 years. In last 8 years. And another thing where I want to talk here. See, me, I believe the way we are going now, when someone say, even Asiwaju, me, I'm an APC member, and I believe in Asiwaju. I believe he's going to do well, especially in this economy aspect. He's going to perform, and he's going to make a very solid foundation for Nigeria that is going to benefit for every one of us. All of us here too, we want to go back home, invest our money. See, I have a lot of Mexican friends.
I think Buhari has made build the foundation.
Yeah.
So sorry, carry on. Yeah.
He's building a foundation. He's building a foundation because you want to tell me that farmer they don't enjoy Buhari now. No matter how. Go and check how many millions of tons of rice we are importing before 2015. Go and check now. Because we are saying that the farmer are not enjoying. The farmer cannot. They are enjoying. I have a friend that work in this organization Buhari introduced when they borrow farmer money. They have a branch in Ogun State. I have a close friend work there. Many of my friends.
Is that Anchor Borrower?
Yes, many of my friends benefit from this administration. I don't know where people are getting. Nobody is working. Go and check our population every day. Go and check how many students are graduating every year. Even in America where we there, a lot of companies private sector. How many job federal government? How many job federal government in America want to give American citizens? How many jobs they want to give? Most of the job is private, under private. Tell me how many regions have peace in Nigeria?
All right, wrap it up in a couple more minutes, Kumi.
Yeah, there's nothing I can say that me, I cannot give Buhari total failure in everything. The only aspect is the bias ethnicity, but the man improved a lot of things. We may not see it now, but I believe tomorrow we're gonna see the result. If we have a continuity and we have a well organization body that coming in, they make a foundation on what he has already did. We're going to move forward. That's all I can say.
All right, brilliant. Well put. I hope you are subscribed, Kumi.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Yeah. Stay with us. I'll come back to you in a moment. Okay. Let's bring up Zita, who has been waiting for long enough. Hopefully still there. Zita, are you still there?
A woman.
Yeah.
I'm already running late. I have to start dressing up. But let me just say a few things. I just noticed that for the past almost 5 hours, you people have been discussing one part of economic growth. There are 3 types of economic growth: the trend economic growth, potential economic growth, and the actual economic growth.
Gotcha.
For 5 hours, you people have been dealing on trend economic growth, talking about the labor and the consumer confidence. But I will only leave these words for you people. You might think Buhari did not do enough. Yes, looking at everything, you will see that he did not do enough. But because of his strength in the actual economic growth, I will say that whosoever is coming in, he's leaving plug and play for the person. That's all I can say because I don't have time. Maybe next time when I come in, we can talk about it and elaborate. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zeta. Sorry for the long wait. Let's go on then to somebody who has been waiting for an equal length of time. Let's go to Des. Des, you're up next. Des.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Des.
Yeah. So, what a lot of people have said, we already know how Buhari's tenure is. I'm going to say anything that is going to any government that is coming in, I don't care who, that's gonna make Buhari's tenure look like holiday. I beg, may thunder just fire that person right now. I dey pray to God now, may thunder fire him. Because this whole Buhari 8 years has been a total mess, and a lot of people has elaborated very well on it. If we go to economy, I think Ajali Koko has and Akene has actually, did justice to it. I'm not sure how some people would stand and try to defend 8 years of Buhari. It has affected every one of us, directly or indirectly, whether we like it or not. I mean, if you're talking about the what's it called? How I feel like Buhari is just a guy that is so, I would say he's too religiously inclined. That's what I would say. He's more of the religion than any other thing. It's not even about the North, to be honest. It's about um whoever is a Muslim, he's gonna support. If you look at everybody he's appointed, most of them are Muslims. So he's just a religious bigot, if I might say. I can remember the time of, what was the name of this girl that got killed?
Deborah Samuel.
Deborah, yeah, because of the whole situation, what he commented on WhatsApp, whatever. I remember that he didn't say anything at all about it. There's so many instances that you will see that he's just a religious bigot. So many Christian fathers and pastors and whatnot. In his tenure, we saw a lot of killings of Christians.
Yes, it's very easy to run through those negatives. But can you identify some positives from the 8 years that Buhari was there?
Positive. Like everybody has said, infrastructure. Yeah, all well and good. There's still a but in the positive, like Ajali Koko said. I mean, the train infrastructure that he did from Kano to, is it from Kano to Abuja or whatever he did. We saw a lot of attack, you know, on the train station and the train road. So if you are doing infrastructure, you can't even, properly use that infrastructure. I mean, it's almost a wasted money. So yes, he did a very good job in infrastructure, which I hope it actually, you know, adds something in the nearest future to Nigeria. I really hope. For someone that is saying that we start seeing the whole impact of Buhari, in another year. I mean, 8 years is a long time to start seeing someone impact. I'm sorry. I mean, if you have a whole 8 years, you ought to impact the life of people within that 8 years. You can't just use the whole 8 years and make people suffer. And you're telling us is the is the period of suffer for 8 good years. No, it's too much. If you say okay, 3 years, 2 years is the period of suffer, or maybe your first tenor is the period of suffer, next other tenor should be good. So I don't see a reason why people will be saying that we're going to start seeing the benefits of all he did. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm going to score Buhari a typical 0-0 for everything he did to Nigeria. I'm sorry. He doesn't I don't want to
Does he get a 0 for the second Niger bridge as well?
um I mean in the wider scheme of things, one man, it's more like they gave you 100 question. Do you understand? And you passed one, or you got one right. I mean, it's more like
And the Lagos Ibadan rail service.
it's still the same. Nigeria is a very big space, one man. I mean, it's a very big space for you to add.
When did you last go to the east?
Um, that's the problem. It's unfortunate because of Buhari's lack of, you know, insecurity management. I can't even travel to my own state. It's because of him.
It's unfortunate that you can't travel there, because if you had traveled there, you would have seen that. And we've had it from countless Southeasterners that have come here. The way he has completely resurfaced all of the roads are virtually in the southeast.
Um, I mean, I haven't gone to East, but I can't really. I'm just saying in the space that I've been to, and in the general sense of when I go to Nigeria, the sheer amount of things was.
Do you go through Lagos when you go to Abuja, or when you go to Nigeria?
Yeah, no, mostly I go to Abuja, then fly to Lagos
Okay, if you
most of
had
the
gone
time.
in through Lagos, you would have seen how he has remodeled the airport.
I mean, yeah, I still land in Abuja, in Lagos sometimes. I mean, I flew from from
What airport are you
Lagos.
talking about, woman?
Yeah,
Muritala Mohammed.
Airports will not. Airport that they cannot even use.
Yeah, but when did you last go to Nigeria? You want me
They
to get to the
cannot
clip?
use it. It's
one
all over
man,
the news.
one
Check
man.
the news there. They cannot use it.
I don't know.
No
I don't know
plane can
about
even.
it.
No plane can even. How do they say it? This is the aviation language. No plane can even. They don't even have the terminal. It's not. There's a way they constructed it. There was an error. They can't even use it. Google. Woman, just Google your Google. Do your search on online. You will see it. They can't even use it.
I've seen countless YouTube clips of people taking
Yeah.
pictures and
Yeah.
glorying in the airport.
But plane cannot use the terminal. This they say wide this wide body airplane cannot even use can't even use them, because that was what it was meant for. But I don't know, somehow they did not get the calculation or whatever right, or the engineering right. Look online now, they can't use it. They close it down.
Yeah. So one man. I mean, there's a lot of bad things. I don't know the reason why I can't really find any good thing about Buhari. There's so many bad things that we can start from now to tomorrow and talk about how bad it was. Insecurity that you came to say, okay, you managed.
But he caged Boko Haram.
Okay, one man, you managed to defeat Boko Haram. What did you do next? You brought them back and said they are repentant terrorists. What is that? There's so many things that we have to question in this
What should
country.
they have done? Should they have
I
shot
mean,
them?
these are people that someone that killed in the is it Third Republic when he was a military president, killed someone because of drug. Do you understand? You were so ham-fisted that you killed people, with little or minor criminal act. Now people that terrorize the whole country, killed people, bombed so many places, and kidnapped hundreds of kids. You just brought them back and said they are repentant terrorists, and everything is forgiven. It's so many things that we'll see that you're like, I mean, we can't even question it. It's crazy. And those people now, probably you let them go. That's the people that formed bandits and still terrorize us. before we just had Boko Haram. We know the space they were in. Now we have all manner of you know, insecurity everywhere in both west, eastern. We're talking about unknown government. We go to north. We're talking about bandits. We're talking about herdsmen. So many now. We don't even know where to hide. Before we know where to hide, we know if you go to east to south, you can hide there. Do you understand? But now there's no place to hide. So I mean, it's just bad all around. I'm sorry. If we are talking about in his government, the last 2 years of his government, we have had more number of migration than I think statistic was, if I got the statistic right, than we've had since 1999 to up to that 2 years ago, to show you how people are just running away from Nigeria. If it was good, people wouldn't be running away. Or we're talking about brain drain. We saw so many doctors flying to other countries to make ends meet because the country isn't good. You know, it's so many things to talk bad about this. I don't see any one single thing. I don't care. I don't. If you do 1,000 wrong things and do maybe five good things, I will start clapping for you. No, I don't do like that. You have to, at least, even if it's 40, 60, we'll say okay, it's good. Well, not when it's 595. Then I'll start saying okay, because of the five you did. I was like, okay, you tried. No, there's no trial in this Buhari's 8 years. It's all been bad throughout, one man. And I hope, like I said, any government coming in next time that's gonna make Buhari look like holiday, may thunder just strike him right now. May he die first before they talk about another thing. I think I'm gonna end there, one man.
You still never leave this Tinubu matter.
I still never leave what.
The Tinubu matter.
No,
You
no,
never
no,
leave and
no.
still.
I'm just saying it doesn't matter whether it's Tinubu that is coming in or whoever, even if it's Pitobi that is gonna come make Buhari's turn or look like a holiday. May thunder fire Pitobi right now. I don't care who it is. Let's not make excuses for Buhari and say COVID-19. I remember when didn't Ebola happen in Good Luck? Was it Good Luck? Abi Yaradua's time. We are making excuses
Yes,
for COVID.
yes, let me say
Now,
something. Even the
yeah.
even the COVID-19 they're talking about, how did they care for the masses? They seized all the whole palliative that were donated by individual, not even the government. Everything was seized. That time, if you don't have any brother to give you food, you will die of hunger. Government did not contribute 1 naira to each citizens for how many months that they couldn't go out. And you say we have a government. And we are talking about COVID-19 effect. When other countries like that in America, people they are paying you people there, you are enjoying yourself. And we that is in Nigeria, we are telling you people what we went through in this country, even in that COVID-19 that you people are talking about. We are still trying to cover the man up. What happened during COVID-19? People almost die of hunger. You just need to share with people, the ones that have a little. You share with them, you give them. It's not that the palliative is not there. The palliative is there. The whole warehouse is filled. People donated money. Where is all those things? And we are saying we are trying to defend people that are very wicked. Wicked. Their heart are like dark as charcoal. If American government and UK government has treated you people like that, how would you people feel? Staying at home for months without doing anything. And somebody will come on this platform and say he's called Buhari 70 and he's enjoying his life in UK and in America.
But someone with their Lagos, in state governor will not pay salary workers more than 12 months. Abia state governor owing the nurse and the doctor almost 12 months, but they don't see that.
All of them are the same now. Are they not the same thing?
No,
We're talking about the government in general now.
You never mention anything like that today. Let me tell you. See,
we are talking
I'm
about
here.
Buhari's
I'm
scorecard.
here.
We're not talking about state governors.
We are talking
We are talking about Buhari's scorecard. We're not talking about Niger State, any state.
All
We are
right,
talking
we're
about
talking
Buhari's scorecard. We are not talking about any. If you bring up any other state governor, we discuss about that person. If you bring up any state now, even my state, Anambra State, we discuss about it. You understand? This is the Nigeria. We are talking about the whole Nigeria. We are talking about Buhari's scorecard. How has Buhari fared for the past 8 years?
Do you know how much
You
Kaduna
come
State
here to defend somebody that doesn't have human sympathy at all. Somebody that don't have human feeling. They are just. He will just send all these talkative that he calls people. They will come to TV and speak. That's why I hate all these big grammar that you people are speaking here this night, because it's these big grammars that they use to confuse all these our less privileges on the street. They use all these big grammars. They will speak it, and people will begin to clap for them. They will go back to their house, and they will begin to sleep. If we want to talk about state governors, let's talk about them this night, because there was a news that was brought about them this night. They are milking the economy of this country. All the state governors, both the past and the present one, and I don't know where this country will start to get better. It's not even on one person. The whole state governors, both the past and the present, they are killing the economy of this country. They are killing it entirely, and I don't know when the poor masses will begin to gain from this nation. The way I'm seeing things. The way I'm seeing it, because the country is not good, and the former and the present governors are still eating deep on the remaining ones. They have just approved them. They have just approved the $800 million. Let me see. Let me know what they will use it to do. We come here and pretend that we are patriotic and all these things. We cannot speak out and say the real thing that is happening in our government. We begin to use big grammar to confuse people. Thank you, man.
All right, thank you, Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. So Ekene, for time, let me move the conversation on and take it to Darati, who has been itching to give us a counter narrative to all this Buhari flogging that we have been hearing. So Darati, you're up next. Darati, speak to us.
But Wama, promise us that you are going to allow us to greet Darati, because I meet that guy today.
No, you can have little exchanges, but what I don't want is something that would drag on, But Darati, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Thank you, woman. You see, I've been listening for some time since morning, and there are some things that people said that are actually, some of them are quite true. Just like Madam Zita said, that if you want to look at the trade economy, that is, when you look at it, you compare what the amount of bag, what are they buying price at a particular point when Jonathan was there, and now, of course, it doesn't look good. Actually, it doesn't look good, but it is it's deeper than that. So let me start. What do you want me to speak first on? Usually the economy, or which one?
Yes, you can start with the economy. So how do you rate that? How he's performed with the economy?
Well, the economy is let me start like this. In the early 2000s, myself and a friend of mine, now he lives in the UK. He normally says something. He normally says something that Nigeria economy is one of the most abnormal economy in the world. When he says it, I say, what do you mean by that? Then I think we're in the university then, and I was like, what are you talking about? He said, you don't know anything. You don't have an idea of what you are talking about. I know what I'm saying. So Nigeria economy is a very funny one, actually, because I've spoken to some friends of mine that are also living in the Western hemisphere, and they will tell you that, there are some economic principles that you deploy to Nigeria, and it seems as if it's not working. Now, let's look at the foundation. Kumi was saying something the other time. One thing our people don't normally look at is this. When we talk about the country, we must look at it from where we are coming from. You see, I was in Nigeria when Jonathan, kind of hand over power to Buhari, As at that time, I worked with an Indian multinational that has different presence in Africa, West Africa, to be precise, in Europe and in Asia. So, and I know how much we normally spend on diesel, all these things to run our things. That was in 2014. I remember I was in the same room with the topmost manager, and we watched it when they gave the baton to this guy, to Buhari. The first 1 year was a very good one, in the sense that there was light. There was light. I myself, that we are seeing, I have a specialty in agriculture and agricultural value chains. You get it. So I do business in agriculture. I can say that one way or the other, I'm an entrepreneur. I make money from agriculture when I was in Nigeria. That time, everything was going on smoothly to some extent when we started. I mean, the light. But after 1 year, don't forget, we already had issues. Let me give you an example. In 2014, my own mother worked with the Oyo State governments for more than 30 something years, not 34 years, going to 35 years. So what am I trying to say? In 2014, that was when this issue of not ability to pay salary came in on board. In 2014, September to be precise, that was the first time under Ajimobi's government that he could not pay for 3.5 years that he had been ruling that state. When he came in 2011, he could not pay. In 2015, it was trouble. Before Buhari even collected the baton, it was trouble. Oyo State was not paying practically anything. Kumi is here. Ask Kumi, he will tell you. The same thing almost in 2016. They collected half salary in 2015. I have a list of the money that all the state governors in Nigeria collected when he gave them budget support funding. So we need to understand the money was there during Jonathan, but when this guy came on board, the money was not there. Fine. Did he have some issues? He has some problems also. He was a bit late. Me, I will be sincere with myself. He was a bit late in appointing some of the ministers. Probably, and of course, the PDP guys also, they are also ready. They also converted a lot of dollars into there. They used it there was a lot of capital flight in terms of corruption, proceeds and stuff. I have somebody that was working in the bank then. When Buhari started to use his sledgehammer, many of these guys were having it very hot that time. So that was the beginning of the problem of that administration. And the country already started going into recession.
Sorry, just to manage the time, just give us a condensed feel of your take on how it's managed the economy.
Okay, let me say this. I will say that let me just give him about 50% to 60%. The reason why, do you know the reason why I would give him 50 to 60%? The reason why I would say that is this. In the real point of view, some people might want to look at it, okay, what is in the hand of the people? Now, they say we have issues with the economy. But do you know that that economy was a fake economy? You see, Babajale was quoting statistics that you see, the economy that we were running under Jonathan was based on oil prices, high oil prices. As the oil prices increases, our GDP in dollar terms will definitely increase. But immediately Buhari came in, all those things came crashing. And an accountant, a friend of mine that was an accountant, confirmed that it was a fake economy we were running. It was just now we are now knowing our level.
What is fake economy? What is fake economy?
When I say fake economy, I'm talking about you with oil and gas. We all know during those days they are selling for 100. What were they selling for when Buhari came in? Did it not come down as low as 30, 20 something? We know, and I don't know.
That's what makes it fake economy.
Yes. All right, let him expand it. Carry on, Director. Yeah.
All the economic indices that were used at that point in time, was based on that oil and gas thing. and the price was up. Everybody was, how many companies?
Can I ask you a question on the increase of that oil price and the low? Just to ask you a question so
No,
that you know.
no need. Let him flow according to one master, because I know that what he's saying was not true, because he
I
had the
just
telecommunication sector.
want to put it out there so that
let him land. Gentlemen, Thomas will be joining us in about 10-20 minutes. Then you can just let it rip. Let me just document everybody's thoughts, and then when Thomas comes, you can start to push at some of the narratives. But yes, the economy. Just give us a couple more minutes on that.
What he did under the economy was just to rebase that word. I mean, to rejig that economy away from more of import-based economy. You know, he deployed some import substitution, policies that do not go down with a lot of people. Like, for example, the rice thing, the closing of the borders, and people were very, very mad at him, because I know how much we were buying rice that time under Jonathan. But everybody wants it to be like that, go on smoothly like that. But the money was not there. He was saying that, if we are going to be able to feed ourselves, we need to begin to document, to be able to bring production back home. We can, during the COVID-19 time, do you still remember very well that the Vietnamese ambassador came to Nigeria, met with Shibajo, and was begging him, let us bring rice. And where were they bringing the rice from? They would drop the rice at Togo or Benin Republic. They would drive them into our economy. Fine, we are eating rice. We are eating rice. Nobody is saying we are not eating good rice. We are not eating good. We are eating good rice, but at a cost. So that was where the problem lies. The money was not coming. Nigeria has a revenue problem. He needs to rejig the economy, diversify it away from oil a bit, so that we can have at least a lease of life, a bit of many of our forex that was being used, because the forex was not even there again. Okay, I should ask you, what was the Nigerian external reserve when Jonathan came on board? What was it when he left? Did Jonathan not spend it up to as low as $20-something billion from over $40-something that he met it, or 50 that he met it during Obasanjo's time when he handed over to Juara? We all know these things, but we kept on shying away from them. The money was not there. If you spend all your money in the forex reserve, what will you use in the rainy days? So that was the reason why he started this thing. This thing does not go down. Everybody complain. I also complain. But my own self, probably being in the agricultural sector for a while, I understand some of these things. But I would not blame Nigerians if they think otherwise. But today, this year, go and write it down. This year, Nigeria will start exporting to Egypt. You have your phones there. All of you have your phones there. Start browsing it. There is an MOU that has been signed by the Rice Farmer Association with Egypt, and Nigeria is the largest producer of rice in Africa. Egypt doesn't want to go into the first number one talk before. They said they are not going again.
Hold on, Fred. I mean, you said you were exporting what? I mean,
rice.
You've not even fed.
What you have not eaten, you are finding the one you will export. The people have not eaten.
Ekene, you have to slow down the interjection.
Who told you you are not eating? See, my friend left this place, left the Gambia last year.
Hold on. Forget your friend. Can you hold on, please? Okay. Forget your friend. The price of if we can only really be exporting if we have an abundance of excess, and if we have an abundance of excess, that will reflect in the price at the market. The price, and Ekene has told us so many times, the price of rice in the market is nearly 100 times what it was under Goodluck Jonathan. So if we cannot even feed ourselves,
what is the price?
Ekene, please tell us the price of rice.
The price is 45,000 naira. 45,000.
It's a big lie.
It's a big lie.
He lives there now. What are you saying?
It's a big lie. I tell you, the price of rice is 45,000 naira. See this one, oh. Are you buying rice from me? I'm telling you, I'm buying rice for 5,000 naira. So you're telling me it's a big lie.
60,000 in Edo State. 60,000.
Even in the southeast itself, it's 50,000 naira in the southeast. It's 50 in the southeast. It's only Lagos about 40, 45, 46. And you are here telling me it's a lie.
It was 30. He told me. He told me 32,000. You see, one of the problems we have is
Which
this.
one is 32?
You know that this price,
All right.
you know that this price is not
just round it up. If you are not going to be factual, then we're not having a conversation. Ekene just told you. Ekene lives in Lagos, and he's telling you the price of rice. Tony is telling you is 50,000 in Edo. Hold on. You live in the Gambia. So who is in a better position to know the price of rice in Lagos?
I just read up what he said. I just looked up what he said. Actually, the Nigerian Farmer Association has signed a deal for 2 years to export rice to Egypt, and it's in anticipation that they have capacity now to be able to do that. The production has not been taken to that level because they don't have the market yet, but they have capacity now. So in the next 2 years, that is what is going to start happening. It means that they can scale up and feed us and still produce to that to Egypt. I've just read it now. Even
if they have capacity, why are they not feeding us now?
Yes, yeah.
No,
So
they
let them
just
produce
scale up
capacity.
capacity
They are
now.
feeding us. The middleman is making it expensive.
The middlemen are the one making this thing expensive. In 2021, I was looking at this former Minister of Agriculture from Benue State, and who happens to be the former PDP chairman. He said, as at that time that we were even shouting that the rice was expensive, he said the rice cost about 10,000 from the north, the price paddy and everything. But by the time they will bring it down, the issue of produce allocation on the road, a whole lot of things with our road as well, accidents and some other things, where was one of the primary reasons why this price will eventually double. 10,000 or 12,000, 13, 14 from the north. By the time we get to the southeast, south, it becomes 28,000. That as at that time, 28,000, 20 something thousand. You know, he was saying it, and I made my fact check, and I actually arrived at the answer that he was saying the truth.
Just 30 seconds.
We will listen those things, those factors.
Just 30 seconds. You see, Ekene has told you the truth. Someone is telling you that a bag of rice is 38,000. The first thing you ask her, how many kg, how many kilograms? Because this thing, you can just easily fast check on Jumia and see how much they sell rice. All this story you are adding that they service their charge. Wait now, bros, wait. All this thing you are saying that this amount they charge all those things. Baba, leave story. This thing is clearly written. Go to Jumia, you will see different sizes, and they will tell you the price there. So when we are telling you here, that's why I say sometimes when we are over patriotic, we don't do for facts and figure of this matter.
No.
When Jonathan was there, this bag of rice was 7,500. Anything between 7,500.
But you are importing now.
Wait, who told you they are importing? Who told you
you were importing? I served you see, even in the east, but he was the second largest.
We are importing. Over 1.2 trillion.
The first silos for rice, it was Jonathan that built it. The one that he built it, I will show you. I will show you the number of metric tons. So
I know he started it.
Wait, he brought the like of Dangote into his economic team, and they were formulating different kind of policy then. And even Dangote used that opportunity to improve on his cement manufacturing. The same thing goes to rice production. Don't think we don't know all this that was going on during the Jonathan period, and come and tell us today as if the thing just suddenly started there from Buhari. This
even Kostari's rice farm was built during good luck time. Kostari's rice farm in Ayamelun local, one village rice farm in Ayamelun local government in Anambra State was built during the time of good luck.
Are you saying rice production in Nigeria? Buhari did not achieve anything. Are you saying that he did not achieve anything on that?
That's not what we are saying. Don't overstate the situation.
He did better than Jonathan on that rice production. I can tell you that.
All right. Yes, round of that space, and then we go on to rational mind. It's getting a bit rowdy. Yeah.
Another thing I want to say is this: under Buhari, there's what we call local content. That's one thing I also identify as a very good thing that he did. It was under this guy that we begin to see, okay, rice production.
Hold on. Are you saying Buhari introduced local content to the Nigerian economy?
No. It has been like that. It has been over time, but because of the peculiarity of the situation at that time, I think he doubled down. He made it somehow mandatory that you need to patronize people within the country. We saw it when Shibajo went to the eastern part of the country to start an MSc clinic where they produce shoes for the military, and we saw that. Do you know that in the last Olympics? Do you know that it was Nigeria was the only African country that went there with sports? I mean, the attire that was an African brand and a Nigerian brand for that matter. Alpha. It was owned by a man from Southeast. The guy was living in the US for some time. He later came now, and you know what happened? You know you remember that time that there was an issue with Puma. When they were having issue with Puma wanted to give them almost for free, like, I'll just use it and we'll be able to patronize us. But the minister said, Buhari is saying that, if you can give this thing to a local content person, somebody that is a Nigerian, give it to him. And the guy was an Igbo man from Lagos there. He lives in Lagos there. You can browse it. Nigeria was the only African team, in fact, in the whole of that Olympics, that has an African brand, that was branded by an African. It has never happened in the history of Olympics in Africa. Now look at some other things. Is it the Nigerian Content Board using the LG Train 6, Train 7 that they brought in? Look at the refineries that were working. Jonathan started it, but they were not doing anything with the license. This guy make sure that he gave them support. Dangote and some other guys, and we have spoken about these things. He gave them support so that they can come on board. Tomorrow we are going to be having one of them. We already have one that's working in Owerri, Watersmith Refinery, 5,000 barrels per day. So a whole lot of these things are coming. And in the area of these bills, this guy, see to the passing of that petroleum industry bill. Not too young to run bill. The electoral act is there. Nigerian Health Authority bill, which now mandates it that about 87 million Nigerians must be put on a working scheme. Probably they will just pay a shikini money, and we have already spoken about that. He has already signed that. Now, Oman, do you know that right now Nigeria is the #1 destination for tech investment in Africa? It was under Buhari we achieved that. Kenya was the #1 before. Right now, when they are bringing money to Africa, half of the money when it comes to investment in the tech startups, half of it is coming to Nigeria. No doubt about that. Ask me, was it like that in 2015 or 2014? So there are some
right? Stop that, Darati. How did Buhari achieve that? How did Buhari achieve the decision that made Nigeria the destination for tech in Africa? How did he achieve that? Was he the one that introduced and built the telecommunication backbone in Nigeria? These are the kind of misrepresentation.
He didn't build the telecommunication backbone.
No. Did you know how telecommunication area escalated to tech development in Nigeria? All those villages we are talking about.
Was it not under him that MTN became a public liability company? Was it not under him that MTN
All right. Thank you, Darate. So Darate, let me move the conversation on to rational mind. So I want to document our rational mind, and then I'll hand over to Thomas. So good to see you as well, AY. But let me go to rational mind, who has been inserting a little bit into the conversation. But let him now take the full floor.
Is AY a new guy?
No. I think AY is. I think it's one of Thomas's crowd. It's usually with Thomas's session.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's a new guy, you can let me go first. But if it's not, then I can just continue then.
All right. AY, are you new or are you one of Thomas's people?
I'm always one of the listeners.
People now. Yeah, it's one of Thomas's people.
Thomas is doing on TTN.
After hours.
Actually, I actually came to because of what you said. That's why I joined. I've been listening at the background about the prices of rice. I think
Yeah, you sent something in.
Yeah, Ekene is wrong. Is very wrong. And I dare to say this because in the rice market, there's a local rice, there's a foreign rice. If you are going for the foreign rice, there's a price range of 40, 50,000. If it's the local rice you are producing, it's much more lesser.
No, but the
No,
thing you
no,
sent.
just no.
Okay, carry
One
on,
man,
carry on.
you are
Okay,
saying something, and I'm
I've
bringing.
had a look at what you sent in. No,
Yes, if I look at Royal Stallone, look at the
no,
price as of 2023.
okay, so
That's of other
Ekene,
rice.
hold on.
Of other
Ekene,
rice.
Ekene told us that a bag of rice is 48,000, and what you sent in told us that a bag of rice is 48 to 59,000. So how is it
That
wrong?
go lower, scroll down. That's of other rice, not the normal rice. How much is Royal Stallone?
Is rice not rice?
I don't
We are
know.
talking about supply and demand.
They are different. They are different. That's Royal Stallone. Royal Stallone is a local rice. We are talking about
Supply
local rice
and
and foreign
demand.
rice.
Flood the market by government. Government must have a means of doing that to alleviate the poverty rate in Nigeria. My friend, you are having a
even if
nonsense.
even if the price of the rice they are giving you there is a price, is it what's supposed to be?
Okay,
This price that are calling, is it what it's supposed to be? But I'm just telling you how much I'm buying. I'm just telling you how much I'm buying, but you don't want to believe me. You are giving your own statistics.
All right. One voice.
A quick one. Please check the kg of those rice. Don't look at the price alone.
I have
a way of
wait, there is 25. I said, okay.
Wait, now you are presenting something now and telling someone to scrutinize what you are presenting. Man, look at the kilogram of each rice. Someone will be giving you 25 kilogram for, let's say, 30,000. I say, oh, it's 30,000.
No, he's not saying he has sent even the 50 kg.
Wait now. I said, let one man check the kilogram as he's checking the price.
Now.
I don't just give me blank.
No, it was 50 kg, but I don't want us to be too stuck on rice because we were actually just auditing Buhari's performance.
Okay, so one man. So what I want to say is, I think moving forward, because we listen a lot, when people are saying this is the price, they should not just come up, throw up, what is the price? Give us facts. Give us evidences for us to support it, because there are wavering opinions. Because when you are talking, I expect that you talk from your bias, but you solidify it with an evidence. Now, I've sent an evidence. If you want to counter the evidence, come to me with an evidence of yours and we'll say, okay, I will concede. I've said that there are two forms of rice. There's the local rice, which is being smuggled into Nigeria, which some people still prefer because of their luxury lifestyle and what they are used to. And there is the local rice, because the local rice production in terms of refining is not yet up to the standard of the perceived standard of the foreign rice. So that's the difference between there's a price disparity as at now, and it's not yet clear. The market is not unified, or it has not been harmonized. And I was sending it to you. Someone like Royal Stallone is a research that's 2023. It's not something that is way back, 2 years back, 1 year ago. No. So that's why I said it has to be with fact. The guy that was
talking. You keep saying fact. Hold on. My friend, hold on. You keep saying fact. Somebody on ground.
Rational mind, counter me with facts.
But one rational mind is that
what you guys, can we be more? I'm talking
about. And I've been saying that all day. Rational mind. We just get three voices at the same time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
carry on.
AY, you keep saying fact. What other fact do you need? Somebody said it's on ground. Hold on, no, it's on ground. He said this is how much he buys rice. That is a fact on its own. And now you gave us an article. And in that very article, he substantiated what he said, that they sell certain rice for 45,000 and 50,000 naira. And you keep saying fact, like as if he has not given you any facts.
Okay, so rational mind, if you're coming with me, I'm still going to debunk one thing you said, but let me quickly clarify this. Offer the rice, when we was talking about rice, normal rice. In this case, what I'm showing you, what's on your board is ofada rice. Ofada rice is different from the major rice consumption being consumed in Nigeria. The normal rice
is rice, isn't it? It said it. I don't.
No,
hold on. Ekene said a bag of rice is 48,000, and then you've then gone to do your research to debunk him, only to then present us with a bag of rice is 48 to 59,000. So what have you debunked?
One man. If I say a bag of rice, so when we say rice in this context is the majorly consumed rice. The largely consumed rice is the normal rice, not the ofada rice.
Which one is ofada abnormal? Is it abnormal?
It's not largely consumed rice now. One man.
Consumed rice. If you look, one man, if you want to counter me with the large opinion consumed rice. We use that as an example. We are not going to use ofada rice, which is a special breed of rice consumed by a smaller set of the population. So
one man, please, can I interject a bit? Please, sir.
Tony, wait, let him speak.
No, Patrick, you have to hold on because I just
oh my God, man! No, Tony, please, we are not doing that. You know, we are not. Yeah. So sorry,
one man. Why I understand that there can be opinions recognized on ground, but don't also forget that there are listeners that buy rice for their parents every day, every month. Back in Nigeria. So it's not because only one person is in Nigeria buying rice does not mean other people don't have access to markets where they buy things for their parents, their loved ones. Yes, and they know the prices. So just him being on ground and giving us facts does not counter the fact that we can come to the portal, give our evidence, support it with internet-based evidence, and also I don't like personal experiences from my experience because he's giving his opinion, right? But we cannot only judge and accept only his opinion without evidences. Of course, it's personal experience. Of course, it's a market, it's a free market. If he's used to somebody and the person knows that he has money and the person gives him a lot of, inflates his profit.
Can I come in now? A little bit?
Yeah, this guy has done a good analysis. Thank you, AY.
He has not done anything now. It's debunked by verifying what Ekene said.
One man. Can I tell you why I said that?
Now we all know it. They only serve it in special occasions. How many people eat ofada rice in Nigeria? We all know this thing. Ofada rice is not served by any. It's not even one ordinary party that you will see ofada rice. I'm telling you. You ask anybody in Nigeria. It's for special occasions. People that are heavy in their pockets.
All right. All right. Indicate to me when you are ready, Thomas. But as you indicate to me,
let me go, Rowan. If you're done with AY.
Yeah. Carry on, because I think AY specifically came in to tackle Ekene on that of other rights.
Okay. One man, and last one on rational mind. What you said
about? Hold on, AY. Are you the same AY in the comment? Hold on, you will talk. Are you the same AY in the comment section?
No, I'm not the same AY. I just most times I listen. Okay. And I listen for facts. I listen to this platform.
Hold on, AY. One man, if you are ready, I'm ready.
All right, brilliant. So Rational Mind has the floor. Let AY round off his thoughts, and then Rational Mind comes in. Patrick has been in and out, so he comes in as well. But before I clear off, let me do the super chat. So that was World Pace, Kulata severally. Because it refused to come on the screen, so it was trolling from the comment section. So severally, Kulata, Prince comes in as well as the two different Prince. So and then as the Prince Daddy, and then Kulata probably just before he went to bed, he came in again. So thank you to all those. Keep them coming as I hand over to Thomas. Thomas, there's a clip in the you know where the clips are. The one at the bottom. If you want to play it after the round of assessments on Buhari. So thank you everyone. We do it again tomorrow. So
one man, the access for Buhari, that's what you'll be talking about since.
Yes, you know how it goes. It's unbelievable, but that's how it goes.
So we haven't even touched all the topics of today, or that is the main topic of today.
Well, that has evolved into the main topic. I thought people would just we just go around and they tell us it was a failure. But you know how this thing takes on a life of its own.
Wow. Ajale Koko, nail it on the head. Thank you, Waman. Thank you, Daddy. Rational Mind, continue.
All right, over to you, Thomas.
Rational Mind,
So, Thomas, I want to say something. So
AY landed there. We go to Rational Mind.
So I wanted to.
I have video for you guys as well. So we
I
need
wanted
to
to
talk about.
debunk Rational's mind comment on the new terminal in Lagos. I think on the new terminal thing, the new terminal, that MMA is in use. Although for now there are some bigger planes that are not, they cannot get in, some Boeing planes, and there has been a demolition going on to accommodate spaces. And if you've read the news, you will understand that all these people that are like, oh, they put their anger and all of that, they've been paid off, they've been compensated for there to be a demolition for it to accommodate bigger planes. So you quickly saying that the terminal was not well thought of and all of that is not completely correct. That's not the correct context of what
So what's the context? What's the correction there?
The context is what there was a plan across, there was a plan. People encroach into the, that there was a demolition going on. People encroach into the airports, landed land. And a lot of people, government gave a lot of people, Lagos, they encroach into it, Ajawa Estate. We understood that. And people encroach into it. It didn't stop them from building what they needed to build and pay compensation to whoever, for those that built their hangars. Because it's a new terminal, they didn't demolish the old terminal. So you keep putting a context to the fact that, it was not well thought of. It's an insult to professional engineers that were engaged to actually get this thing done. So I'm not comfortable.
An insult shall it be? Because I don't know what.
It's not an insult. It's not an insult.
Hold on. Are you done, or you want me to just let you finish first? Are you done?
All right, you can go ahead. I will listen to you.
Yeah, thanks. You see, sometimes I hope Moman is still here. During the call, when everybody was talking here, especially those who are pro Tinubu and pro APC here, I started asking myself a question here that I hope because we saw how Buhari messed up the whole country. We hear the likes of Okona Adeshino and what's his name, the other guy, Garbage. Let me use my Yogun's Garbage, Shehu Garbage, or whatever he call himself, Garuba Shehu. All those people, how they come and make us look like we are stupid to have thought this way about Buhari and his policies. Then I started asking myself like that question. This level of sycophancy we were seeing during Buhari, I hope we're not going to see that with Tinubu. If Tinubu gets there and start messing up, already we're seeing it already, because already we hear, he went to Europe, he went to this, he went to for business meeting with who? We never saw a picture. The same way they were accusing Atiku the other time. Atiku went to America, went to go and see State Department people or US government. We never saw any picture. Only one woman will always see with them every time in one picture. So we see all this kind of propaganda that APC throw here and there. Are we not going to see the same thing? These same people that are making noise here today, that are here pro APC and pro Buhari, I hope they won't come back here in about 2-3 years' time when Tinubu is failing and is messing up the whole country again more than Buhari. Will they not be coming and be challenging and be doubling down?
Are you praying for him to fail?
Thomas,
you are already made up your mind, attractional mind.
You guys allow me.
Are you praying for him to fail? Are you praying for him to fail?
Can I have my time, please? Please.
No, I'm asking you a question. What rational mind? Are you praying for him to fail?
Ask your question.
I said, are you praying for him to fail?
And I'm not going to answer that question, Thomas.
Yeah, that's all right. It's your choice. You may not answer it. That's fine.
I won't answer that question. So my point is that if this is what we are seeing with Buhari and people are defending this guy, when we can see the evidence in the people living in that country, I can tell you, I have people back in Nigeria. I know how much I send back home. For this, for that, I paid people school fees. These are able-bodied men and women who are married. They can't even pay their school fees. They can't even eat. I mean, we saw people there in Nigeria, how people are lamenting. We saw videos. Some people will come in here and defending this guy. I don't know what is wrong. Well, let me not say what is wrong. I don't know what we are talking about. So I'm fearful that this is the same thing we're going to see when Tinubu gets there and is messing up. And some people will be coming here and they're trying to justify it. Like, after all, Buhari messed up the whole place now. He inherited the deficit. He inherited all of this. The same lamentation we heard from Buhari after Jonathan left there. How they lamented for over 8 years. Finding fault with, what's his name? Jonathan, for being the reason why they messed up, why they failed. When they had 8 years to have made, at least, like somebody said here, at least the first 4 years of his term, it should be enough for him to correct whatever anomalies or whatever error, whatever Jonathan must have done. But then they keep up till this very day. If you ask Adeshino, ask Garba Shehu, ask other people working in the presidency, they will continue blaming PDP for all their woes. So are we not going to sit down with Tinubu when Tinubu gets there, and people will start saying, already we are seeing people justify anything for Tinubu now, even when it's people can see they say no, nothing wrong. So when it gets there, are we not going to? I just put that out there, and I know our listeners are listening. We'll come back here 4 or 5 years.
Rational man, I have a question for you.
Where I go?
I have a question for you.
My last question.
What?
I'm not even done. Your question, AY.
Yeah, let me ask you. What they spoil in 16 years, do you expect it to be fixed in 8 years?
I want to tell you something. When it comes to propaganda, when it comes to rational mind, when it comes to propaganda,
okay,
the king of propaganda is where you are staying, where they actually do a lot of propaganda. And I am a live witness of the propaganda that takes place, and I can tell you by virtual experience.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you talking about America?
Okay, no. Let me quickly build my case and let me answer your question.
No, I'm not answering your further question now.
No. So the propaganda that Buhari, the insecurity in the north and all of that, I think, in my own case, I think is blown out of proportion, really, because of the silence of Buhari's military success. I've worked with the Northerners, and I'm still working with Northern organizations for the recovery of these areas. I think it's just blown out of proportion because Buhari's side of the conversation is not what will I say? It's not coming out. Yes, it's not coming out.
I would do
Nigeria. Wait. I'm coming somewhere.
Oh my goodness! Look at how you. So
let me finish.
Was that the one that said 60,000 people died under Buhari? Was that the one who made that? Was that the one who said that? You're saying propaganda. Your Nigerian newspapers are carrying it. Every newspaper.
How many Americans died? How many Americans died daily?
Hold on.
Only last year. Only last year. More than 4.
Guys, please. Let us not do what about, like what Thomas will say. We're not doing what about. We're talking about Nigeria. Let's not take anything to outside Nigeria. We're talking about Nigeria. Let's face our own problem in Nigeria. It's our own problem. So we're talking about
rational man. What I'm
Bloomberg
saying is,
and other.
I think. Sorry,
68,000 people died under Buhari.
I think apologies to you with what I want to say. I think one of the things that is giving you this leverage to have this kind of opinion is because of the superior advantage you have over some people in Nigeria, looking like, okay, we have to, and the pity, wait, hold on, and the pity state some people in Nigeria actually paints to you in a bit to get favor for people like you. Really.
God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
I'm going somewhere. In as much as when you're in US, an average Nigerian, because they want to get your sympathy.
Are you there?
No, because they want to get your sympathy.
You are looking for support.
For support and all of that, and they know. No, I'm serious. No, I'm serious. No, rational man, let me land on this.
Tony, I don't hear.
No, let me land on this. And because of that, I of course I have sympathy for people in Nigeria, but at the same time, it should be something that is regulated. As much as if I tell you now that ongoing in each local government across the country now is the documentation of people that are unemployed so that government can have plans for them. Are you aware of that? Currently going on in each local government in preparation for the next administration. Are you aware of these things?
What kind of propaganda are you doing here, my friend? What are you talking about?
I'm saying that there are so many.
I don't know many things about that country. That's just.
Listen. Do you know everything about Nigeria? You yourself, you are the stalker.
So look at me. I don't get.
Why you making that
rational mind? Rational mind.
It's red. Somebody left my post last year. Just 2 weeks ago.
Can I hold on, please?
You know what? 2 weeks ago, somebody, the person is from Southeast. He was saying that the woman was telling me that she told me that, hey, my husband said hey, they will kill us in Nigeria. Me, I'm not going by road. I mean, when I get to Nigeria, I will not go by road. Once I land in Lagos, I will have to take another flight to the southeast in Imo State. She said she had to beg the husband that nothing will happen. The children have not gone home for about 8 years. Let's go. You know what? They said when they got home, they went to go and bury the grandma. They did everything. 1 month these guys used. They spent 1 month in Nigeria. Come and see their faces. They enjoyed it. They said it was all like you know what they did? They caused our media. I'm telling you, this is just last week. They caught Nigerian media. They caught Nigerian media. That husband was saying that he doesn't have money for somebody to come and kill him or kidnap his children. And they came back to their base and they are doing fine. He said they never knew all the things that you do on WhatsApp and all the media, Facebook, that Nigeria is burning, Nigeria is burning. So that is what we are saying.
It's okay now. Okay. What? You are there in the Gambia, right? I'm here in America. And so okay, go on, please. What do you want to say, please?
On his way to Europe, he was leaving Gambia, enter Libya to go land for his family.
I'm a professional in my field, so don't say what you don't know.
No. Hold on. Please.
You are a poor man. You are running away. You are running away. You are on your way out.
Tony.
You are on your way out to Libya. Then you go cross that water. If you are lucky, now you take close.
Tony.
This Tony, I wonder how this guy talk. Oh, God.
It's okay.
Guys, yes, you can move your competition.
Because they always interject me. They won't mention Tinubu name like this. Or I just connect everything with Tinubu. They could just come on name like that. You see, okay, maybe I just land this point, please. I know you are itching to say something. So my point is this. You see, let me address AY. I posted something a while ago. Business Day. I didn't write it. Business Day. Journalists wrote it about what happened in the NMA, the new terminal that could not be used by certain kind of planes. I didn't write it. You and I were in the diaspora, probably.
But you said no. It's NY is not contesting what you said that it has been closed down. You say it has been closed down.
It's closed down for use by.
No. It's still being used. It's only that big place. It's only big place that cannot be landed there. They are still using it for smaller planes. I've taken off from that same airport. I took off from that same airport early this year. So what are you terminal? So what are you talking about?
2 months ago. My mom took off from that.
That's not my. Sometimes you're about in as much as we know that there's so many things that is wrong, but over exaggeration is what we don't like.
Over exaggeration now. You said
you said the terminal has been closed down.
You said 2 years ago, right?
I said it this year. When did they open the? I can solve it about 2 years ago. When did they open the terminal? That we are talking about 2 years ago.
2 months ago.
Terminal that was open last year. You are talking about 2 years ago.
Let me talk to Simba. Simba, you said when did you pass through the new terminal?
I said early this year.
Okay. Now I'll bring another article very soon. You will see it.
Yeah, I don't know where you are getting your article. We are talking about practical things. You are in US. Whatever your argument, you always base it on whether it's one Eastern or whatever media that you are following. We don't know.
Eastern Network. Is that what you said?
We are talking. I'm telling you what I did, what happened to me. So you are using one fake news media to be telling me
it's a fake news outlet.
We are telling you, I passed through that same terminal early this year.
Pass through there, dude. Hold on, calm down. I'm not saying you did not pass through there.
I'm giving you my background. We'll bring videos, live videos, recorded videos of people traveling through using the terminal. Okay. Please make your fact findings very well. Don't just based on article. We are saying we can give you live videos.
I can give you 5 different articles. In fact, there's one.
Then you bring it in the proper context.
Dude, will you allow me speak? You've made your point. There's a place here. There's this day of few weeks ago. It talks about that terminal. I didn't write it.
What did they say?
They said the wider planes cannot use that terminal. So
yes, it's correct. That's correct.
It's been closed down for use by that kind of planes because the original design.
You are not changing it. When you are talking earlier, it didn't say closed down for bigger planes. You say it has been closed down. That's what you said.
Yeah, I said that it has been closed down.
That's not true. We are not telling you it's not true. So what's the argument now?
Oh, dude.
Closed down for bigger plane does not mean that the terminal is closed down completely.
Okay.
You are making people to. That's what you are saying. You said closed down.
Simba. Rational mind said closed down. That is what he said.
Okay, yes, now.
Yes.
Would you allow me to
and after a while now, you tell us that you are a professor of English.
God. Surely. I know that this is.
You know that.
Hold on, please. Let me speak. You guys have been talking. You will not allow me to make a point. Hold on. When who was it? Was it you?
Make good point. Don't lie to us. If you lie to us, we will target you.
Hold on, please. Can we talk like people here, like mature people here? Now, was it Dorothy or somebody was making the submission, or was it AY? And he was talking about the airport and all those achievements. And I said, I had to interject quickly. I said, is it the airport that is being closed down? And I could not finish it because one man has to speed up. That was why I had to post the business day here just to buttress that point that it has been closed down. If you want me to elaborate more, hold on.
A lot of minutes before I came in to talk to you about it. I took a lot of minutes.
Please allow me to speak. Hold on, please. Don't make me mute. I can mute you from here, please, because I'm one of the moderators. Please, I don't want to do that. I don't want to sound like maybe I'm being arrogant. Please allow me to make this point. Because you asked.
Don't be a tyrant.
You said what?
I said, don't be a tyrant today.
I'm not a tyrant. Just hold on, please. Hear me out. I said that when one man was making something, when he was talking, because he was speeding everybody up to speed up and talk because he doesn't want anybody interjecting anyhow. So I had to say it in passing when somebody mentioned of one of the achievements of Buhari. I said, is it the airport that has been closed down? I could have elaborated more on that, but I know my own time will come. And then I had to post. I had to on the private chat here. I put the link here on the private chat. I know everybody's going to see it. I've read it. I know that it has been, even when I was making that submission, I remember I said it that it has been closed off for wider plane. Wider plane cannot even use it. I remember I said that. So I don't know what you're talking. You come here and you're making me look as if I'm stupid for what's saying. Because sometimes you people do this a lot here. You want to make people that maybe people who are especially who don't see eye and eye with your APC and whatever. You want to make them look stupid because maybe they said certain things. They didn't give you the whole gist of the whole thing, and then you want to make it look as if they are stupid because they know nothing. Like somebody was saying to me here that, oh, you know nothing. You don't know everything about Nigeria. So because I don't know everything about Nigeria, doesn't mean I don't know anything. Because that's the inference from what that person is saying. So I should shut up. That's what you're telling me, dude. Don't come here and don't play this kind of thing, because I said it when I said it. It has been closed down to wide body airplane. I could have gone and elaborate more, but because of time, I had to keep at that, and I left.
We can only judge you on what you said. You didn't what you said. You didn't say the whole thing. You said the terminal that they closed down.
Wide body plane.
You didn't say wide plane. Don't lie to us. We all heard you. We heard you. You said it has closed down.
I said that's
Simba, hold on. Rational mind. If you want me to engage you,
can I just go on to the next thing?
No. Final thoughts. Just 1 second.
Don't run away from this one.
1 second, please. I think it's humility sometimes when you could just say, okay, I couldn't get over the line where I wanted to say, because I took my time to listen to you, give you some time to probably you expand on it.
Don't play this on me. You won't play this on me.
Hold on. Let me.
I won't allow you to cower me to me.
And don't never try. I think please don't always insult our sense of reasoning and understanding. All of us here, about 3 or 4 people heard you clearly. And
you didn't hear because I know where you people are coming from. You people don't listen very well. You want to listen to what you want to listen. I said it has been closed down.
No, listen your logic. Hold on. Listen your logic. You spoke to a body of a lot of people, and they don't understand you, and you're saying they don't understand how to reason.
That means that is lack of communication. If you say everybody doesn't understand you, that means you are not communicating. That's what it means. You're only talking.
Okay. Are you done now?
Many people listen to you, and people are the same notion, and you were like, they don't understand. Is a very, I don't know, it's a little sense of arrogance. Instead of you come down and say, okay,
whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to label it, I'm a man of myself. I can be arrogant if I want to be arrogant. Every human has pride in them, and I know I'm a very modest person on this platform. If I need to apologize to who I have to apologize to, I will do that. I do that plentifully. I don't reserve that. So you won't call me and play this your game on me, telling me that because I said something which you choose not want to listen to, or you don't want to because you just want to hear me say close down, and that's the only thing you use. You want to hear, and then you forgot to mention that I said it's been closed down. That even wide body planes or some certain planes cannot even use that terminal. You didn't even talk about that, and then you just chop one part of it and you left the other part, so that anybody that listens to it, that because I said close down, it means I said totally it was closed down. It cannot be used entirely. Is that what you're saying?
If you claim that you understand English, excuse me, let me say this. If you say there is a way you can put it that it has been closed down for wide plane or whatever bigger place, but you didn't say that. What you said that it has been closed down and there was no other anything that you added to it.
Thomas, please.
Everybody heard you now.
I don't know what to say again. Everybody, our listeners, I know that's one good thing about what's it called, YouTube. Go back to that place, look for that area where I said it. You will see where I said it there. I did not just say closed down. I said it's closed down. Even wide body planes cannot even use it. And I said something like wide body plane cannot even use it. That even the calculation, well, maybe they don't get that calculation right. I said that. In addition to that, I don't know what is wrong with those engineers who did that. Was it that they were not? They didn't know that they were doing their calculation right. That okay, the height of this thing must be this way because this plane, certain planes are this way. I remember saying all of this, but you choose not to talk about that. But you want to talk about what I said.
Can we hold on, everybody, hold on. Can we please move on, please?
Yes, I move on.
Please move on. Yeah.
So
please move on. Yeah.
We're talking about Buhari's achievement. Everybody, for me.
Thank you, Jesus. Now we are there. Yeah.
Talking about
are we still not sorry, Rational? Are we still on this Buhari? I think I'm getting tired of. We've all discussed this. You have interjected. Can we talk about another thing?
Hold on, please.
It's getting boring.
Let him give his own intake, then we move on. Thank you.
Thomas, what is the topic also to discuss? Because obviously they don't want to hear me talk about
it. It's getting boring. It's the same thing I will say.
Is that what?
Can you make your contribution?
We all know what Rational Man will say, and it will be different from what every other person has said.
I don't care about what he wants to say. Let him make his contribution. Thank you. Rational Man, go on.
Yeah. So I mean, I know one man was talking about Buhari and his achievement, and I was just chipping in stuff in between. But one man wanted to talk about it. That's why I want to talk about it. I know if you don't want to listen to it, please just excuse me for that, please. Now, my take is this. I think I've already said it. I mean, maybe when I'm making my side comments every time when I interject people, my position is already known that Buhari is to me is a real failure. I think 8 years of our lives are wasted in that country, and that's the painful thing about it because a lot of people, they went from some kind of prosperity to total. I mean, I can tell you, I can't even mention names of people I know right off the bat, right here. I can tell you people that I know that were doing well at some point, and right now they can't just even function anymore in that country. A lot of them are thinking of even moving out of that country, selling whatever they can sell, and just move out. So that tells you, even my own family members, I know of them. You see the one where they do 419 among them, where you say they even see Yahoo do it anymore. Where Maga no they pay money again. Maga don't wise now, even within Nigeria. So you can imagine how if Yahoo boys can be telling you that he's not even making money anymore because even Maga now don't even wise say you're supposed to do something mugumo. So you might imagine. So my point is that what I'm not trying to say in this sense is that Buhari has ruined it for many people. I, for one, I was having a discussion with one man a few hours ago, talking about some business I was running in Nigeria. And this business is how they collapse. Even some of my friends who did the business, who were trying to ease me into that business. Some of them, they had to sell their trucking. They were into trucking business. I had to buy a whole land somewhere close to channels there. A whole land I want to use for that trucking business. I've started the whole program, everything, the whole logistic and everything. I mean, when my friend just started folding up, I just had to talk to myself. Look, guy, just leave this thing. And like somebody was saying, was it you, Simba, or somebody was saying the other day here, I said, if you cannot be on ground yourself, because I don't even hope to be on ground, which some people were telling me, even that my friend, even that's why he has a tracker in each of those trucks that he uses. He does delivery from, is it Cadbury or is it what's his name? People that does Milo and Bonvita and all of that. It does those kind of delivery. He moves them to like is it Bushin? He go and delivers, and that's usually he rents his box car. I mean, his box trucks from him. So my point is this: that this guy they folded up due to what? Due to all this crap going on in Nigeria. I know the COVID is one of those things that really got it, that made his business folded up too. But the point is that Buhari is
Rational mind, please. Yeah. Let me chip in this something there.
Okay.
Sometimes I get wonder if we put Nigeria in isolation. Why do I say that? Nigeria is not in isolation. If I tell you complaints upon complaints that fold up this Australia, you won't imagine it. Fold up. So sometimes if we think Nigeria is in isolation, Nigeria is isolation, our problem is beyond. Everywhere in the world are facing problem. Actually, this country I'm talking to you, companies, thousands of them closed down, my brother. It's something you can Google. It's not that I'm boboing you up. I'm giving you fake news. So Nigeria is not in isolation. Our home may be big, peculiar because of how our leaders are behaving, but we are not. My brother, we are not doing bad. We are not doing bad. I will not deceive you. What we are facing here, rational mind, in 6 months, they've increased what they call it, I forgot this thing they normally put on, maybe revenue. I forgot
tariff.
What's this thing? I forgot.
Tariff.
Maybe tariff. 6 months ago, I was paying $1,500 monthly. Ask me how much I'm paying for mortgage now. Over $2,000, almost 2003. So Nigeria is not in isolation, my brother. Nigeria is not in isolation. Food prices has went up here, but because people have the money to buy the food, that's why we are not feeling it. Are you talking of fuel? Are you talking? Just name it. Just name it. So Nigeria is not in isolation. I've been listening to everybody. Rice is cost in Nigeria. Food are cost here in Australia.
Thomas,
yeah,
can I link it then to what you are saying?
Yes, my brother.
So I have in front of me now the world inflation rate in 2023. Inflation rate, because I was listening to somebody mentioning about Nigeria.
Yes, that is the inflation. Inflation. That's what I want to.
So let me give you. I want to give you from region to region of the world. In Northern Europe, the average inflation rate in 2023, Eastern Europe, they have 14.8%. Southern Europe, they have 9%. It's only Western Europe that is 5.3%. Just wait. Then let's come to America. Central America and the Caribbean, they have 18.2% inflation rate. South America, they have 46% inflation rate. 46%. Let's come to Africa. Northern Africa, they have 32.7% inflation rate. Central Africa, they have 17.8%. East Africa, they have 29.9%. 29.9% inflation rate. West Africa, we have an average of 18.1% inflation rate. If you go to Asia, East Asia, they have 5.3%. South Asia, they have 22.5%. West Asia, they are 24.2%. Then Central Asia, they have 15.2%. And the projection to next year is even worse than what you are saying. That is where the aspect where I want us to look at it, because I agree with you, Thomas. We are looking at Nigeria as if Nigeria is an island, that we are not in the world. Even where I am now, let me tell you.
Simba, a house because they can't pay mortgage. Selling off their house because if you don't pay your mortgage, the bank will collect they will take your house from you and they are going to sell it anyhow. People are selling off their house in Australia because they can't afford the increase in mortgage because of the inflation. Everything is not donkey. It's not everywhere, my brother. Everywhere. Continue, my brother.
Let me even give you an example. I bought 2 liters of vegetable oil in January here for 25 real. Presently, we are buying it 42 real as of today. 42 real. Within how many months? Less than 6 months. It is almost double the price. I mean, like, you know, we cannot be treating our situation. Nobody is saying that we cannot criticize our country, but the way we exaggerated the whole thing and we are making the whole thing. This is a world platform. We are not selling our country in a very good way. Everything, anything we hear. Well, there are some people on this platform, when they hear anything small negative like this, they will be so excited, they will exaggerate it, they will escalate it. We are not saying, but you cannot isolate Nigerian situation from the whole world. We know that there is a problem in the whole world today. Even in America, there is inflation. There is inflation everywhere. We know what is happening in South America to a country like Argentina. We know what happened in Sri Lanka. We know what happened in Pakistan. You cannot isolate Nigeria from what is Ghana. They just got a $4 billion bailout just 3 days ago. And some people will be using Ghana to compare us. Egypt, their GDP to debt ratio is about 130%. And a presidential candidate will come and be giving us statistics from Egypt and be giving us fake statistics as if we don't understand what is going on in the world. We are not saying we are everywhere, but at the same time, we should know that's what you call constructive criticism. It's not as if everything will be full of negativity. What we're supposed to be discussing here, how can we move our country forward? But anytime we are so pessimistic, and some of us, because we're in diaspora, we think that okay, we're already isolated.
Simba, are you? I mean, I don't know. Can I continue? I think you've made your point. Can I?
You can continue.
All right. Thanks for those information you brought in, and Thomas, thanks for that interjection. Yes, I agree with both of you that inflation is a global issue. It's not just only to Nigeria. But the last time I checked, before the recession, before the COVID that led to, some people call it pandemic. It's pandemic. So before the pandemic, Nigerian economy went into recession almost twice. I think before the pandemic. And
there was a worldwide recession in 2017.
God, I know you always throw spanner in the
No, everybody knows that there was a worldwide recession in 2017.
There was. I don't know where you're getting your figures from.
There was
no recession in the world.
China trade war.
There was no world recession. I don't know what you're talking about.
In 2017,
third world countries,
Nigeria induced recession. When Kemi Adeosun was there was one under him. And when this lady came in too, I think there was another one under him, the other new lady, finance minister. I remember that.
It was in 2015-16. It started in quarter 1, quarter 2 of I think we started depreciating in quarter 1 of 2015, quarter 2. But when we felt the
went to recession like 10 times.
2016. In 2016, that was when we felt the full brunt of that recession, and we came out in first quarter, I think first or second quarter 2017. That was the first one.
So we went into the recession, the like of which we never seen under not even Obasanjo and Jonathan or Yar'Adua. Under this guy, we find that. You see, it's good for us to quote all these figures, and I know, yes, anybody can use whatever statistics or whatever information out there to buttress their point or to make their point. It makes sense. Yeah, I believe. But then, if you have to talk about this inflation, then you need to also put into context. I understand what Thomas said. Not just only in Australia, even here in America, there were people who lost their house because they could not pay, but they were given opportunity to redeem their properties. They had some kind of how do they call it? Relief, kind of relief. I forget what they call it. Palliative.
Package or palliative.
Yeah, palliative or package for them. In fact, there was a moratorium where so many places were, even people that could not pay their rent, they froze. They tell all the old landlord. I was affected too. That you cannot ask money from your tenants. You cannot ask money from your tenant because they're not working. You cannot send them packing. You cannot. So that is what we're talking about here. These are these are countries that understands the impact. Because if they could have not done that, it could have been worse. The world economy would have been worse by now. And they saw the need to bring in some kind of palliative for their citizens. But what do we have in Nigeria? But then some people will come here and say, now how do you expect Buhari to find the money to pay them when crude oil was sold for $3? You look for any excuse and every excuse, even the one that common billionaires they gave to some government to share. What happened? Did we see? Are we not? Most of us were we not online yet seeing all the old videos of how they denied people of those palliative? People had to go searching into warehouses just to figure out where these people were hiding all these things. And they had to go in there, and people in the process, some people died in the process. I mean, we are here, we can justify anything, and then we want to look at the other aspect of it. Yeah, there's inflation. The world.
Can I lend the credence to some of the things you're saying?
No, statistically, just go on, please.
No. Let me just say something. Statistically, if you look at honest truth, I think Buhari did averagely, and when I look at the average side, I think it's the I won't put him on the high end of the average. I'll put them on the low end of the average, because if you look at the deficit, money deficit to the loan that we have today, the difference, that bulk difference, I think with what the achievement, some of the things he has achieved, I think there are some things we should begin to question, really question. The 77 trillion naira deficit. Of course, we can see infrastructures, but those infrastructures should not blind our eyes to some racketeering that actually happened within the system. There were a lot of racketeering that happened within the system. And I'll first look at the monetary policy and the fiscal policy of that country in terms of the widening gap between the exchange rate. That was where the racketeering actually started in this administration that made a lot of people to suffer the brunt, and we need to address that. Buhari did poorly on that. He did poorly on that, and a lot of people, the elite, made money off that. They really made a lot of money off that, and we could see. And they were trying to do a lot of buffer by trying to say, okay, you can apply for children, people going to schools abroad. They were paying their fees, through banking from A and all of that. There was a lot of racketeering that happened between the black market rate and the official rate. And at that point, they were saying there were not enough FX, which was not true. A lot of them were caused by oil marketers. Racketeering happened at the stages of oil marketers. Racketeering happened with contractors. I love Fashola, but the truth is, let's be honest with ourselves. I think Fashola also did a lot of racketeering on infrastructures. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest. Look at the bulk of money they said, the second Niger bridge, all of that. If you look at the cost of those materials, looking at them,
really,
there were a lot of racketeering that happened. Let's be honest with ourselves. Yeah.
Hello,
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, that loan that we are talking about, can we have a look and let us break it down? Because we are making it to look as if the whole 77 trillion or whatever that we are talking about is Buhari that took it.
Okay.
It might be majority, because you know that, in fact, if not 50% or more than 50% of this loan were taken by states. I hope you know that.
I disagree. Number one, the 22.7 trillion ways and means that was off record. And that's the only
I know I'm talking about the whole loan is not on federal government. It's not on federal government. Some of these loans were also taken by the
state. That means
state.
there were a lot of things that were done. That's the point out that a lot of things were done that were off record, that we don't know, that we'll still get to find out maybe in next coming days, maybe in the next administration. It's 22.7 trillion. And I said, when I say racketeering happened, I mean racketeering happened. Look at this rice program. Where in the world do you see a CBN and do things that has to do with rice? No, Uncle's brother, where in the world? Tell me where in the world do you see a central bank and do things like that? No.
Can I quickly interject on that? I think the problem we had was this. Naturally, you were right. The CBN was not supposed to dabble into fiscal policy. The Minister of Finance were supposed to be in charge of this thing. And they let the CBN face microeconomic, the monetary policy. But because of this corruption that have engulfed all our ministry, that was how Emefiele came in. And he also used that to his own advantage. I think this guy Hassan spoke about some of these things. So that was what happened. Though the money got to the people that needed to get this thing done, I mean, for the rice production, and that's what we are talking about today. But racketeering behind the back, you are right.
I disagree with the fact that it got to some people. It saw most people in the north. It didn't get to, now. Okay, I think if you want to see what I'm saying, look at the profits of banks, of commercial banks in Nigeria. I believe banks were part of the people that look at their profits from 2015 up to now, when they declared their profit. They had huge profits and people were getting access to less credits in the system.
What happened? Don't mind those profits.
They are just selling Forex now.
They are selling Forex. That's what
they are selling.
Look at what they did. It's not only about selling Forex, but banks were there to help people, help MSMEs, help all these guys to get up and do a lot more productive activities. But what they were after were profits. Banks are not really, they are meant for profit, but when banks are making
why you ask yourself, how did they make the profit? If they are not giving loan out and they are not making it. The question is, they are the one involved in the racketeering of the Forex that we are talking about.
That is it. And they are doing it in connivance with
they will take the dollar that they're supposed to give people on official rates. They will go and sell it to the Buhari change man, and they make a lot of money from it.
And hello, I don't know if you can hear me. Can we?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
And look, if you look at that part of the economy alone, if you look at how much it has sucked the economy, it's really that part alone, which is meant to drive the economy, drive the private sector. That's one of the, and Buhari has shown that he's a very poor manager. Once Fashola said it, once he trusts you, he doesn't look back to whatever you do,
It's not about trust. He doesn't have a clue. It's not about trust. It's only that he doesn't have a clue.
And there were proofs in this administration that Buhari did not follow the plan according to, because I clearly, whatever we say, Emefiele took the fall for this Naira policy. But I can tell you, nobody wants to tell you that Buhari was.
Emefiele took advantage of the dummy Buhari. And that was why he was still there for a normal president should have sacked Emefiele 8 years ago.
Exactly. As we have things.
Well, let me continue, guys. Yeah, I think everybody has made some good points, but then I don't know what we're going again. If you guys, who's there? Somebody's. Let me see. Somebody's. Can you please unmute yourself?
Mute yourself, please.
I'm sorry. And when it comes to things like Fashola that we praise him for, please, I love the fact that we praise Fashola for what he has done out of 13 kilometers of road. I've been researching on a lot of countries like ours. with large population like ours, with large workforce like ours, what they've done on highways, you can't tell me that. I think that bar is still very low too. Look at India. How many kilometers of roads they constructed within that time frame? Please, I understand that Fashola, we are still building and there's still room for more capacity. But the truth is, if you judge it with that laser look, I think what we are even celebrating infrastructure is not enough. It's a green pointer, but it's not enough. It's really not enough. If you look at it,
If you are talking about Fashola, let me tell you what is happening to Fashola. Fashola cannot come openly and castigate his master. He's serving Buhari. You understand? Right inside Fashola, I know that if Fashola has to come and be sincere with himself, I know Fashola, he can come open, but he cannot come open and be castigating the government he's serving. That is the problem.
All right.
So, and he's not the one that is actually, he's just a minister. Whatever they voted to his ministry, that is the only thing they can do.
No,
he cannot go and get.
That's not exactly true. That's not exactly true.
Okay, how can he get more money?
Hold on. When
I'm asking you a question, you don't say hold on. I'm asking you a question.
That's why I said hold on. Let me answer you.
Hey, you cannot say hold on when I'm still asking the question.
Okay, go on, please. Go on.
So you can go ahead and answer the question. You heard it.
Rational mind. Okay, rational mind. Look at.
Hold on. Let rational mind finish, please. Rational mind coming. Yeah.
Let me. So, when every process to submit their budget to the during the Federal Executive Council, the Ministry of any ministry, they will say, okay, this is also amount of money that we need for paying and this, and then these are some of the projects we want to do. They will submit that to the president, and the president will look into it, and then they will approve it. They'll put it in part of the project. They will submit to the National Assembly. So I don't know what you're talking about. That he cannot. They will tell the president that this is the project we want to do. Whatever price they give to the president, I know they've never even price it, because like you people agreed here, everybody agreed here that.
But rational mind, budget is an estimate of whatever plan that you have. And it doesn't mean that it's all not okay. Just go ahead if you don't want me to.
So they will give it. Okay. So for the part, it is not why they'll come and tell Fashola, want to bring that road there. Maybe you can do that, maybe. But I believe that whatever thing that each ministry, because every minister has to give to the presidency what they have as a project. We want to build this road, dualization of this road, or build this road from here to Ekene, from Abuja to Okene, and like that. And they'll submit the whole budgeting and everything for that thing to the presidency, and they will look at it, they will approve it, and then they will send it to the National Assembly for further approval. So that what you're telling is not actually what it is, the way you said it, but I can understand the way you said it. But my point is this: the point I'm making is that everybody seems to agree that Buhari has failed. I mean, maybe you don't agree with me the way I see it. He has failed woefully. But do I think he did some things? Maybe the Electoral Act and maybe the petroleum, whatever they said he signed. I mean, the new electoral law or whatever, the petroleum something that is signed, which I don't even see anything, the 15% derivative that he gave to states or whoever, where hosting community that host the whatever oil wells or things like that. I can understand that, but that's not even what I think they should have even gotten more than that. But let's just leave that for some other time. So my point is this, that the only metrics that I'm using here to weigh Buhari is the impact on the average Nigerian. Because why are you in government? Government is not about just to be there and let your cronies get fat. The people on the street, the masses, those are the people that voted for you. What is the impact on their life or their lives? There's nothing to write home about. I'll tell you that more than half of the population of that country are wallowing in misery, like the DMO, is it the Department? I mean the Department of Debt Management Bureau, whatever they call them,
or is it Debt Management Office?
Yeah, or is it the statisticians of Nigeria saying that over 133 million people are in abject poverty? When you take out to have 133 million out of maybe 180 million, how many millions are we in Nigeria? I tell you that even that's many one. I mean, so can you Simba, can you
everything? Good morning.
Rational mind.
Simba, can you mute?
Rational mind.
Yeah. So go on.
I want to take you on that 133 million people. Is a cumulative effect of Buhari, governors, and local government chairman. It's not only Buhari.
We're not saying it's entirely Buhari, but you see,
no. But another thing about the infrastructures that I wanted you to know is most of these infrastructures that were being built, they were not built with budget money from the budget. They were built from money raised from bonds in the capital market, like the Sukuk bond, and some of them were raised from monies he actually lobbied the Western countries to return back to the country. So most of those infrastructure that you see, they were off-budget infrastructures. They were raised through federal government bonds that will pay.
I understand that, but definitely he has to prepare it. He has to submit it to the president.
So the thing is, now this is the alarming thing that we have, that we need to expand our revenue base so that when those bonds matures, we'll be able to have money enough to be able to pay for those road infrastructures. Because if those infrastructures are not, that's why I'm angry at the racketeering that happened at the infrastructure level and the exchange rate. Because let's say, for instance, the first tranche is a 100 billion Sukuk bond. I don't know how many years. I think it's 3 or 4 years it was going to mature. Now, so at that point in time, when it's going to be matured, of course, there's this 22.7 trillion, securitized loan now. When there's it's time for you to pay back the bond. Hope the economy is buoyant enough to.
That is it. That's another question.
So that's the question people are not asking. People are celebrating the infrastructure.
And another thing again, just to say what you just said. I don't know if you listen to one guy that was interviewed on Arise. There are two people actually. One was a lawyer, and the other guy was professionally. I think that's what he does. What he said was that why would even the National Assembly even have approved it? I mean, that's to tell you that we have a rubber stamp National Assembly that just go and then.
No, the 22 trillion, they were not even aware in the first.
That's what I'm saying. They are not aware. So what somebody is not saying.
DSS and Emefiele that threw that thing on the table. That 22.7 trillion.
DSS.
Yes, when DSS were trying to get Emefiele, then when they towards the election, remember when they had to go and submit some things to Buhari and Buhari. That's when that factor of the ways and means of 22 trillion came on the table.
Well,
for me, I think Buhari was a very, very poor manager.
From the beginning. I mean, this is a guy who took about 6 months before he could start appointing heads of ministries and all of that. So the point I'm even trying to say is that somebody was even saying that, are we not even sure that it is all the corruption that all the stealing and everything that they've stole is what they are trying to cover up with that 22 trillion naira? What is the guarantee that that's not what they are trying to cover up? Because all the money they stole, so as for them to legalize it now, to make it legal now that, okay, this money we'll spend it on whatever they say they spend it on. Now they now present it to National Assembly. The National Assembly now approve it. So that if they exit, if they leave come 29 or 27 of May, then it means that you cannot ask them because already it has been passed into law that they spend that money, even the Senate spend it even before they could approve it. So you see, a lot of things I think whoever is coming in, either is Bola or whoever is coming in, deal with.
I think we all agree.
Bola is looking to fail. He's looking to fail if he comes in.
I don't think Bola will fail. This is my
Bola cannot fail. Forget it.
Okay, Rational mind. Let me just tell you why. Let me just tell you why. So obviously, with what we've analyzed so far, what we think we have now is a revenue problem. So revenue problem that the government needs revenue to meet up its responsibilities and also to take on more responsibilities. And now, I think Bola is good at one thing. I know Bola is good at is getting revenue from the economy, formalizing the economy and getting revenue.
Why are you going to task? God, dude, why are you going to task?
Listen.
You don't hold on. You cannot ask people that are not working.
No, National mind. Let me give you something. Do you know that? In Lagos. No, when you say he did it in Lagos, you know that all those women in the all those markets, so Igbo markets and all of that, he has been able to they were all informal markets before. Most of them were informal markets. He was able to bring them together within their own level of understanding, help them formalize their business, help them structure a way for him to get revenue, which is taxing them. And this is a form of taxing. And if you could do that in Lagos, do you know the number of how many informal businesses that are actually in Nigeria? To the extent that you could see one, a Nollywood actress procuring things for $20,000 without tax. $10,000 dress without tax. I guess you've read that just for a night. So
yes, I saw yesterday.
Yeah, all those businesses. Yes, $20,000 for a dress a night, just for gala night at AMC or something, and the business did not even collect VAT, no tax on it. So all those things, so I think it's going to expand the tax base and is capture all those informal businesses. Little businesses is going to capture almost all of them.
Hold on. You people keep touting this guy like some kind of genius, like some kind of
It's not about genius.
Hold on. Let me land. Okay. Because number one, we don't have database of citizens.
So
hold on. The one is doing in Lagos. There's a lot of graft around it. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
When you just go to you issue out tickets, and in the process, even some Agbero print their own tickets. I mean, I'll give you an example. They print their own tickets, or maybe, for example, okay, mama, take this ticket. You tell you that no, don't worry. I just collect your 20 naira. You just go. But you don't give him that ticket. She don't collect that ticket. I've seen situations like that. Maybe because maybe they are just annoyed. They're just mad with their ticket. They just want to take because they just don't want to deal with them. Those guys, that money, they don't account for it. And sometimes they even print their own tickets just to give to them so that they can get that money. That is not an effective way of revenue collection.
Rational mind. Okay.
Hold on.
Let me say something on that. I think you're talking about Lagos of. You're talking about Lagos of yesteryear.
You cannot run it. That's why you people.
Let me tell you something. Rational mind. Just
let him lie. Hold on, please.
Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is this. AY, please. The point I'm trying to make is that Bola has if Bola is coming in, I expect him to put things in order for another person that is coming after 8 years to come and build on it.
That's what I might go continue. Let him learn.
I can't hear you.
Let him learn.
Who? You mean AY?
Yeah, rational mind.
I can't hear you. Are you talking to me or you're talking to AY? It's like, yeah, go on, just go.
The village people are taking over Thomas.
So rational mind. Let me just say, you're talking about Lagos of yesteryears. Look at something. If I have a business in Lagos now, see, I can't. If you see, most business owners have come to understand that. Please let me just pay, even if Lagos, let me just pay to the right place. Because if you say there are different sets of people that come to you if you come to somebody comes to you and tell you that, okay, don't pay this money, just give me this small shishi, and you give me small shishi and you don't do what you're meant to do, another person will come in tomorrow and demand for the same thing. So when you look at cumulative what you end up paying more. So what everybody is now learning is, okay, how much is the consolidated thing I hold the government, let me pay them and move on with my life and move on with my business. And that's what everybody's doing now. So it's no longer, before there was a need of cutting corners, but now, really, why? Let me just pay what I meant to pay. What is the government? Everybody knows that now. If you want to pay anything to Lagos state government, you don't play by hand.
It's not an effective way. That's what I'm saying.
No,
listen, dude, you're not getting it.
As of today, in that system, in that Nigerian system,
okay,
Lagos still has the most effective taxing system.
Well, it's not effective. Hold on. It makes for corruption.
Considering the context of Nigeria.
It makes for corruption because, number one, even I can tell you, Alpha Beta cannot tell you that they can give you account of all the money that they were making for Lagos.
That's the thing. You are always. So what is the function of Alpha Beta? Alpha Beta is not to collect revenue. No.
Oh God.
Let me explain. People don't understand the concept of Alpha Beta. Alpha Beta is a tax consultant that keeps looking at systems.
Okay.
They are a tax consultant that keeps looking at ways and pointing the government to ways to expand their revenue.
Okay. Are you done? let me answer your question. You see, of course, Alpha Beta
And
does
they
not.
collect a percentage of it. They collect a percentage of what they collect at the end of the day. What
No,
LRI.
exactly. So
Let's not go
if
there.
there is
Let's
a
not go.
target, okay, I will help you increase your revenue from 50
AY.
billion to 100 billion. But you give me this.
AY. We understand. Hold on. We get to that. We get to that. The point is this. I understand and I agree with you that Alpha Beta is not the Agbero guy on the street that is collecting money. But you said they are consultants and they point out to Lagos State government, oh, why don't you print tickets and give it to these guys and let them go and share out and collect money? Is that an effective way? What kind of consultancy is that?
That's not what they do. That's not what they do.
So
Okay,
what did they do?
tell
What
you
did they do?
some of the things they do.
What is it? What did they do?
Okay, so now let me give you one of the recent things that they do. They come up with, they look at the mega cities of the world, the kind of taxing systems that happens in mega cities of the world. For instance, parking space revenues, revenues for parking space. When you if you are living in a mega city and if you don't have, you park in a space and unauthorized space, of course, yeah, maybe Lagos have when you move into a district, you have a space, parking space. And there's a need for that. There's nothing like that in Lagos. What they will do is they will recommend it to government. Of course, they will take it to the House of Assembly, State House of Assembly. State House of Assembly will look at it and create a law around it and set up an agency for it.
Dude, you are talking to. Listen. I don't want to interject you. Hold on. AY, you are very bright. You sound like a very brilliant person, and I want to believe that you are. You see, when you say things like this, it gets me so mad. Like, you are talking about a consultant. Well, we understand Nigeria is like one man will say is a third world country. Now, you give a very good example of what I'm talking about. I have a friend here some years ago who went to during Fashola. He went to, in fact, the guy had a franchise from a company here in North America. I don't want to mention the company name. They specialize in that parking meter. He went. Okay, let me not just go into the crux of it. I don't want. I've related that story so many times on many platforms, but let me just go straight. Now, you and I, maybe I don't know if you live in America or you live in other developed countries. Parking meters, you go there, you swipe in your credit card, or you throw in coins, or your bills, your notes. It takes it. It tells you how much you are going to pay for how many hours. That is accountability there. But when you have a parking, you say you have a parking meter. And Agbero are the one tearing ticket give to you. What kind of revenue collection is that? Where's the accountability there? The taxpayers' money will be stolen that way. There will be sign falling there. That's the point of it. So, what kind of consultancy is that? Listen,
rational mind.
Yeah,
They can hold on, please.
Tech systems is not built in a day. We could see that there has been efforts. No, I'm going somewhere.
Hold on.
If I said hold on, please hold on. You hear my voice now.
I didn't hear you, Thomas. Sorry.
Please now, thank you. Yeah, rational mind. They are collecting the money, right? Your problem is the avenue they are collecting the money, isn't it?
Yeah, the way they collect the money.
But the way they are collecting the money. But they can improve on that, isn't it?
They can improve. And let me give you the reason why they can improve.
Let me finish, please.
Okay, go on.
Please, let me finish. They can improve on that. Fine. They are giving it to those guys to collect it. Who do you want them to give all those things to?
Okay. It's a good question you ask. Now, I'm have to go to that question. I mean, that's a story I want to tell you. That my friend brings in, he went to Fashola office. He wants to bring in that parking meters. Do you know he was frustrated? Because the way he was going to do it, it's going to be digitalized. You park anywhere like downtown in Lagos Island there, or anywhere in Lagos Island there, on Broad Street or wherever where they have this parking meter. You park your car, you just go there. As you park your car, you just go in front of it. You swipe your credit card or your debit card, it gets the money from you. That's it. And then that's it. That way you can track. They can track because they have a computer, a centralized computer that gets in all the information. What you paid, how long you paid. That you can track how much is going into Lagos State, how much. And another thing again, I want you to understand. So you see, I often want to refrain from saying certain things. I already have said it before, but I don't want to sound like maybe I'm an hater. Like when I say things about Tinubu, that Tinubu is a mafia. The way he governed Lagos or through his proxies is not the right way to have even done it in the first place. Parking meters. Hold on. You and I will live in maybe AY. You and I will know that parking meters is not a state matter. It's even local government, even city, common like our Papa local government there or Surrey local government there. They are responsible for parking meter. It is not a state matter. Even transportation. It is local government matter, not the state. But hold on. Let me Tinubu purposely did all of this to centralize the whole money to Lagos State so that he is alpha better on all his cronies. They could be sharing money, they could be doing politics with it. Because if governance is to be functioned the way it's supposed to be functioned, it should be the local government that should be taking care of all these things for the people living in their locality.
I agree with you.
What kind of a consultancy is that? If not the type of criminal organization kind of consultancy that what's his name? Alpha Beta is doing, which is owned by Tinubu himself.
Rational mind. I need to ask you a question. Now, Lagos is a sub-national government, right? It's a state government, right? So I'll use a clear example so that we can see. Lagos has built a rail line, an electric rail line, and they've installed. They have residency cards where you don't need to pay physically with cash. You load your credit card, your card, transport card, as is done in mega cities, and you use it to board the train. And you also have a federal government that's built a railway system in that same time frame. Until now, they are still paying by cash, right? They've not even, 2 or 3 years, they've been using it. They are still paying by cash. Now, federal government is slow at digitizing the identity of citizens. We could see that in this administration, there are moves by FIRS, there are moves by all these agencies to start digitizing identities like your driving license, your car papers, and all of that. Now, looking at the scenario where you find out that the central government is slow, is still manual in thinking, and you as the subnational government is trying to go ahead, how do you think they should have resolved this kind of issues? For instance, this parking case now, I come from Lagos. I come from a place like Oyo or Kwara State where I have papers that they can be fake because there is no central point to confirm the genuineness of the papers and all of that. And I come to say, okay, I want to use my credit card or something in Lagos for my parking space in Lagos and all of that, parking meter. How do you think I will have resolved that? Looking at the way Nigeria.
What are you talking about?
Do you understand? I'm saying the realities around this.
No. Okay. Can I just say something?
Okay, caller, come in, please. Come in. Sorry.
Yeah. See, AY, what rational mind is saying is totally different from what you are saying. You see, rational mind is looking at the thing as a constitutional level. And it is like, okay, that there are some duties that the local government should be performing that state hijack from them. That's exactly what rational mind is saying, which I understand. That local government should be empowered instead of state. Just like we complain that the federal government is hijacking everything from the state. That is where rational mind is saying. But you are talking about the process of even what we may see as illegal. You understand? Now,
yes, we know why.
So now, why you are saying when you say Lagos State has already digitalized the processes for that Lagos. Yeah, we know. Even if you digitalize, it still does not nullify the fact that by our restructuring, some of the functions are supposed to go to the local government directly, not the state government. Just like we want the state government to leave education, to leave other things to the state. So he's talking about the structure. So it's not even about how to digitalize or not. That's not what he's saying now.
Ola, let me say something. Let me say something, Ola.
I understand it's the responsibility of the local government. If at that point, maybe Tinubu had left it to the local government at that level, and there's been a lot of corruption with that money not being used for effectively by local government, as you've seen in other states that they gave local governments money before governors started hijacking the money, where local government chairman were boyos and they were not really doing anything then. So how developed would Lagos have been? I'm
No,
just
no, no,
looking
no,
at
no.
the.
AY, I understand where you are, what you are talking about. One illegality does not justify the other illegality. That, let's just get that in clear.
But
Because
Ola.
no, let me quickly respond to AY so that I will allow you to see.
No, because what I want to say.
Let him
Let me
land
see.
now.
The way.
Let him.
Okay.
No, 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 no,
You
no,
will
no, no,
land.
no,
I
no,
will
no.
give. Okay. Sorry.
No,
Okay.
no,
Go
no,
ahead.
no, 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 no. I'm not doing that. Please, Simba, please, let's settle it down. Let him land, then you can come after him, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
So AY, this is because that's part of the restructuring we'll be talking about. We can give a skill from now to tomorrow that the local government chairman will embezzle the fund. The same way the federal will tell you that the state can embezzle the same thing. You see, there is a way that states can coordinate the local government to do the right thing and just supervise them and monitor them. Why the stream of revenue that's supposed to be belong to the local government and their function should go to the local government. I agree with a rational mind on that perfectly. Then the state government should find a way to generate their own revenue too. You understand? I agree with that. I agree with that perfectly. So that is why we need restructuring. But the way we handle our thing now is that we do anyhow. So just to separate what a rational mind is saying from what you are saying. Simba,
Can I talk now?
Please.
Yeah, Simba, hold on. After you finish, it's getting boring. I want to move on from this topic. I have many things to share with you guys. Yeah, make your comments, then we move on. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yes, I want to start by if you because we started this thing by talking about how can we improve our revenue as a government. There are three ways of doing that. We can reduce our expenses. Then you can look for more way of making money by maybe widening our tax net. Three, also by blocking loopholes where our money is being the leakages in the government. So if you look at these three things, those are the three ways we can look at it. What AY is saying about Lagos, we have a template already that we seem, at least we all agree that among all the states of the federation, Lagos state seems to be working better than every other. So we can take that one to the federal level. Whatever, don't let us criticize what is in Lagos now. We cannot just jump 100% in a day. Why can't we replicate what is happening there? At least it has increased the revenue base of Lagos State. If we can extend that one to the federal level and we increase our revenue at the federal level also, don't let us take our hatred for Tinubu and say, okay, we started picking loopholes. And whatever he put down in Lagos, it seems to be working to some extent. If it's not 100%, we can give him like 70 or 80%. If you can replicate that one at the federal level, it also increase our revenue at the federal level. And then at that place, we cannot be talking about, because there is also, every time there is room for improvement in everything that a human being is doing. So that is what we're supposed to be talking about. But by the time we started punctuating what is it, that we are condemning what is actually seem to be working in Lagos, then where do we start from? That is the way I want us to look at it. Whatever we are doing in Lagos presently seems to be working to some extent. Let us replicate it at the federal level and see how it works. Then we can build on that one. That is what the way I want us to look at it. That then if you ask me, how do we increase our revenue? Okay, that we all agree that there is a lot of loopholes in the way federal government is generating revenue. So if you can bring in technology to block all those loopholes, it can increase our revenue at federal level. Then what we have been talking about all these days about oil subsidy take a large chunk of our revenue every month. And sometimes I look at it when we talk about, okay, how do we look at palliative and everything? I was saying that the Cameroonians, the Nigerians, the Chadians, and the Beninans that surrounded our country, are they richer than our own citizens? And the price of petrol in those countries I've mentioned is far higher than our own petrol. So if they can cope, what stop our own citizens from coping from that? So because I don't think we over exaggerate the kind of poverty that we have in Nigeria. I see it's only Nigeria that we have poverty. The Benin's, they are not better than us. The Cameroonians are not better than us. The Nigerians are even worse than us. The Chinese are even worse than us.
Simba, if I understand what you're saying, it seems to me like...
I'm sorry. I want to move on, please.
Okay,
I've said it earlier on.
Okay.
Please,
Right,
I'm very sorry. Let's move on. We've dealt on this topic round and round and round. Let's move on, please. Yeah, this. Thank you. Simba, land the point in 10 seconds. Let's move on, please. Thank you.
So what I'm saying is that if we can reduce, because you know the amount that we are paying every month, almost $1 billion every month for oil, for subsidy. If you can remove that one, and that $1 billion is plowed back maybe into health sector, into agriculture, into every other thing, then I think it will be better off than this wastage, because it's not actually Nigerians that are actually benefiting from this oil subsidy. I'm very sorry to say. The majority of this money goes into private pockets. So if you can silently remove that one, it will go a long way, because look at $1 billion. $1 billion is almost 500 billion naira that will be added to our revenue every month from that. So if you can do that one, then that is another one. Then if we can actually also increase the revenue generation, it's only even in tax. I saw a video where I was talking about how you can even increase the oil revenue through the gas sales that we have to be making in Nigeria. So there are so many ways that you can handle this. But in summary, what I'm saying is that if you have a template that seems to be working in a certain region of the country, if you can replicate it at the federal level, then improve on that, it will be very good for us, rather than say that one is not good. Then where do we start from? Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, rational mind, Ola, I'm sorry, but we just have to move on. We have so many things we want to talk about. Please, yeah. I will not preempt what I want to play for you, but everybody just listen. Thank you.
To be the president of the Nigerian masses, because we have totally rejected the result provided by INEC as fake and false. So practically, come May 29, wherever we are going to do it, we are going to declare the winner of the Beavers. The winner is presented by the Beavers as president of Nigeria, as president of the Nigerian masses. And we will adhere to whatever the law says. It's not reasonable, and the fact remains that the right thing is being done. We are not fighting anybody. We are doing it peacefully. And if the president does not want to, and he does not want to give us that request, it's a simple thing. He comes up and says, "My children, as your father, we don't want interim government. This is what we want," and we will obey. But for now, we'll keep demanding, and we'll keep demanding the release of the results given by the Beavers that have stated that somebody has won that election, and that election result must be counted. Thank you so much.
I'll play it again.
Treasonable offense. It is a decision to disagree with whatever decision this President Muhammadu Buhari's administration will take on May 29. If they are in one side forming their government of Ahmed Bola Tinubu as president, we will be in the other side forming a government that will declare a winner for 2023 presidential election, which we already have the result. We have the results because we have agents scattered across Nigeria. It's going to be peaceful. We are going to announce the result, announce the winner, and declare the winner our own president. So it will be the president of the Nigerian masses. Because we have totally rejected the result provided by INEC as fake and false. So practically, come May 29, wherever we are going to do it, we are going to declare the winner of the Beavers. The winner is presented by the Beavers as president of Nigeria, as president of the Nigerian masses. And we will adhere to whatever the law says. It's not reasonable, and the fact remains that the right thing is being done. We are not fighting anybody. We are doing it peacefully. And if the president does not want to, and he does not want to give us that request, it's a simple thing. He comes up and says, "My children, as your father, we don't want interim government. This is what we want," and we will obey. But for now, we'll keep demanding, and we'll keep demanding the release of the results given by the Beavers that have stated that somebody has won that election, and that election result must be counted. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. So that's the first video
It's a video, but I can't download it and show you. But this is the second one. This one is just 44 seconds. Listen to this.
A round of applause for yourself, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
So let me just build it up. So this is some youth, rascal youth. They call it World Conference. I don't what they call all these things. They normally say World Press Briefing or so. So
press conference.
Yes, they've decided by May 29 they will declare another government. So they will swear Peter Obi in on one side. Nigeria will swear Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the other side. So this is their plan. So when I saw the audio, I said that would be very good. So at least we'll have two presidents in one nation called Nigeria. So everybody listening to the audio, so I don't need to say what he's saying, but what is your take? I will start with Kumi. Kumi, you'll be coming in and out. Are you there for us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, please. Can you react to the audio? Did you hear the audio?
I hear the audio. Those people that are just joking. It's not gonna possible. That's not possible. In democracy, you will declare a two president in one nation. I think we don't need to just stay long on those one. They are just joking. I don't know why Peter Obi is allowing people to drag him into all this mess. Even if you don't win election now, there's still many days ahead of. We still gonna have election after. If Tinubu don't perform well, you still have more opportunity, chance. Why can you not be a big, strong opposition? Why must you become a president at this period by fire by force? This thing is looking personal to me. Maybe they have other plans. They are planning against the nation. Maybe they are just using all this one to bring excuse on one or two way. But I don't see them. I don't take them serious. I'm sorry.
But Kumi, if DSX spring into action now, arrest these people, what do you think people will be saying? Especially in obedient quarters.
That's what I'm saying. That's the plan. You understand me? They just want to cause. They are looking for one or two ways to cause trouble. That's what I'm seeing on this way now. Because I promise you, on that May 29, nobody will do rubbish. That's me. Every corner in Nigeria will be very strict. Very strict. Because all these things, they are just joking. After May 29, you will see all of them will go down, maybe, unless maybe they have another plan. You understand me? But I believe, I don't take them serious. But if DSS arrest them now.
Do you think DSS to take into action?
100%. 100%. They really need to do. Because if they don't do, more people will start coming out doing that. Do you remember the last time that guy they arrest inside the aeroplane? Do you know that if they don't arrest that guy, we should have seen a lot of mess.
The one shouting Peter Obi, he want to throw something in the plane.
Yes. Imagine they don't arrest that guy. See the emotion those people are causing. There was a video I saw online. There was a little boy come out crying. All this thing is not necessary. This election is not. Even this will be. We have already saw his performance as a state governor. But why? Why are we taking all these things personal? Like say Anambra is Dubai of Nigeria.
Anambra. You say Anambra,
Yeah.
my sister was crying. My sister serve in Anambra now. When they posted her to a particular place in Anambra, she was crying. She called me, "Hey, they killed me." Oh. The way they told me, all the people, they had to find their way back to Onisha.
Well, I don't know why the man. I don't know how the man manipulates Nigerians. The man using emotion. You see all this guy, all this thing he's doing in court. He's just using it to be relevant. You understand me? Collecting money from outside the country. That's my own opinion. Oh. You understand me? That's the view I'm seeing now because article now. See the maturity in article. Article is already contested more than 7 times or 6 times now. You didn't see him crying up and down. He's in court. He's following all the due procedure. Election is not by emotion. Emotion is not.
But Pumi,
yes,
these guys this is a video, my brother, is a press conference. It's just that it's only one man that can upload the video. That's why I was playing the audio. So those people on this video, even I can see AIT mic on the front of the guy. I can see channels mic on the front of the guy. I can see ITV. I don't know where ITV is coming from. I don't know.
One man. That's the reason why we are condemning.
It's Thomas.
ITV is Benin. He's from Benin City.
It's the Ghanaian television. I think it's the Ghanaian television.
Oh, yeah, they are PDP. They are PDP.
I see AIT mic. I see. I saw channels as well. That's the 3 mic that I saw in the front of the guy.
One man. That's the reason why we are here.
Thomas. It's Thomas speaking, not one man.
Oh, Thomas. Okay, Thomas. Yeah, okay. Sorry, sir. That's the reason why we are here condemning.
Thomas.
Yeah.
That's the reason why we are all here condemning Buhari government. DSS, police, everybody. They don't do their job. You understand me? All of them, they're all there collecting money.
But Pumi, my brother. Yes. Do you imagine channels and somebody is telecast saying this kind of thing, and they were there capturing it? I don't get it.
That's the reason why.
This is a treasonous offense. You want to
wrong. It's totally wrong. You want to declare 2 governments.
What's reasonable about it? What's reasonable about it?
What is treason about it?
So have they carried it out?
Oh, rational mind.
They carried it out.
American government will not even allow you to even start it before they pick you up one after the other. You live in that country.
Don't do this. We've seen people talk about it here. They're going to form their own parallel government. Yeah.
Where? On national television. On national television.
When Trump.
Is it on national television?
You people just said. Kumi, I understand you're here in America. You say you're in Maryland. You saw what happened. No, you saw the Proud Boys.
Where?
Hold on, you saw the Proud Boys. So the only way they went against it was when they went to the Capitol. They were trying to stop. Hold on, no, they were trying to stop Pence from how did they say it? Legitimizing Biden's win. That was when it became a treason. They occupied the Capitol and they unleashed mayhem. That was when they crossed the line. But
I believe
hold on. But then they've been saying it before. They were not arrested. When they were saying Trump must be president, they will form their own parallel government. Did you see FBI and go arrest them? It was when they crossed the line, the act was carried out. The act of treason, when they went to the Capitol, that was when they crossed the line. And that's why a lot of them are now being faced. They are facing different.
But Nigeria will never open their eyes to act that kind of. We don't have the capacity of the security to control all this. We don't have the capacity of the security to control all this. Don't you know how many soldiers they bring out from the? We also what happened now. Do you want us to go through all those things before our government take action? No, we don't need to wait for.
So, Commissar, what exactly are you talking about now?
Lock them up.
I'm talking about now. They need to stop them.
DSS did not invite them.
Stop.
That video, that press,
Those
what
people that
press?
said they will stop. Those people that said they will stop May 29 inauguration.
Yes, they will declare. Not so,
Okay.
they don't say they will stop. They will declare their own governor.
Okay.
their own president.
Wait now. The question is this: okay, if they cannot stop, it's okay. Because I was about to ask you that if you know how the security around Abuja whenever they are going to transit from one government to the other, because if you really know the security around, nobody except you've written your will, you want to, you've already given up about your life that will even try rubbish around that place that day. So that's one thing. And then secondly, talk is cheap. You see all those guys that are talking, you understand? Let it come down May 29 and let them form the parallel government and see if they can. See, I'm quite sure that if they are going to, even you will see from the voice that already they are already trying to even compromise already that, oh, okay, you are our father. If we cannot see, these guys are just someone just showing their own kind of drama, or maybe some people who are just looking for cheap popularity.
But under Peter Obi watch, right? Under Peter Obi umbrella.
Why you pinning this to Peter Obi? What you see? That's why oftentimes I have issues with one man and
Peter Obi is a presidential candidate under Labour Party.
When they bring videos like this, because we don't even.
But they can drag Tinubu on all this kind of mess. You guys can drag Tinubu.
They could be paid actors by the APC to make it look like this guy, because we see so
no. They're not gonna invite AITTV if it is APC.
Did you see that?
Don't you think that Tinubu must be very careful about this? That was how Buhari entered into the wahala of Nnamdi Kanu. I think this thing.
How Buhari enter? Because I remember how we started.
After you won the election, that they started this IPOP. IPOP has been around for some few times. It was that time that they felt, oh, they lost out in the equation, and they brought out a whole lot of things. I want to just appeal to all our Southeastern brothers. We don't need to burn down this country because we do not have a wish today. We might have it
to down. They will never support that presidential. There is nothing you can say.
They can use that as another means for another agitation in the Southeast again.
Even if Tinubu build anything in Southeast, they will not support.
How do you guys know that the guy that just spoke in what Thomas just played is a Southeastern? How do you know? How do you know he's an Igbo person?
I do not.
If it's the same person that if it's the same person that I know that spoke there, because I saw one on Symphony, is a middle belt guy who was the head of those.
I don't know.
You know, why you not saying our Southeastern brother?
I will tell you the reason why. I will tell you the reason why I tagged you as the Southeast.
Oh yeah.
I can give you 5 examples.
Thomas,
I can give you 5 examples.
Go and drink my wine and just go and sleep and eat.
Okay, rational mind. Rational mind. I actually want to engage on this. I actually want to engage on this. I think what I want to say is, when you are fighting, you should know when to stop fighting. Using any means and any way. At first, people will beg you. It's okay. Stop crying. Go through the legal process. Now, everybody has been begging him for days, like he has been crying like a baby. Everybody's telling him, stop shouting, stop creating unnecessary chaos, go through the legal process. You are still going through the legal process, there are still chaos.
They never ready,
No. So what I'm waiting for, don't think I have cause to believe and cause for concern that Tinubu is not Buhari. When Tinubu handles you, sometimes
please.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Kumi. Hold on, please. Let me do some housekeeping. Let me know who is with us, who is not with us. Some people are in the background. Yeah. Do we have DOG? DOG is here. Yeah. I know you're there. Yeah. Rational Mind. I know your Rational Mind is there. DOG is on the screen. Huh?
Wow.
Yeah. I think we have Ola. We have Ola.
I think you not say I'm not here. I will just come out you for the house.
We have Ola.
of what I know we have seen, but I don't need to ask that. Do we have AY?
Of course.
AY
AY is
was
there.
speaking now. You stop
AY
AY
is
from speaking.
yeah. Do we have Ajale Coco?
The
Baba
bad river
Ajale Coco.
gorilla. You can't move
Yeah.
Ajale Coco. Ewa me lataro. So quiet.
What's everybody?
Baba monitor ini.
But we have Dorothy. Do you have Patrick?
Yes,
Everyone is
I'm
here.
here.
Everybody's here. Yeah, I have Jimo in the background. I thought maybe everybody has left us. Yeah. Kumi, can you please say two words and we go to the next person?
AY was talking. Now you stop AY from talking.
Yeah.
So
Let him
Is
finish.
it AY
I think
talking?
I like what
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, one Joramu. Yeah, AY go. Yeah.
Okay, so I was saying that he has been crying like
Thomas,
a baby.
did you say some people are behind the scene that are trying to come in?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, let me yield the space for them then.
So no. I will put you in the background. Don't go.
Huh?
No, I'll put you in the background. I want your reaction as well.
Okay.
So, are you busy?
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Yes. I'll put in the background then. I'll bring you back here later. Yeah.
Why can't you allow Thomas? Let Baba talk before he leaves now. I want his opinion on this.
He's busy. Ajale could go busy. Ajale will still talk. I'm not kicking
I will
him
want
out.
an elderly.
Yeah, we need elderly contribution.
Ajale Koko will talk. I'm sure. I will bring Ajale.
Yeah, no,
Ajale Koko is busy.
we refuse. Ajale Koko not go now.
Ajale Koko will be at the background. He's not going. I will just put him in the room in the background. He will still comment on that. Yeah. Because I want to hear from Jimo as well. Jimo has been in the background for some minutes. Yeah. AY, go on.
Okay, so I was saying that he has been crying like a baby, and everybody has been consoling him and trying to, when you have a child that is having a first-time experience, and you're telling him
tantrum.
No, it's creating tantrums, and you're like, okay, it's okay. At a point,
Who is crying like baby? I don't cry like baby.
Obi is crying like a baby. There are evidences that he's crying like a baby.
Thomas, I have to use his space.
Rational mind.
I can't stand on this.
Rational mind.
I'm not lying. You can't use his space. We won't allow that. Where are you running to? No.
Is he not crying?
I have my wine.
Where are you running?
I have my wine here and my pizza.
Rational mind. Rational mind. Let me use a more maybe.
No, use whatever you want to use. Use whatever I want. Use whatever I want to use.
All right.
Let him go and drink his wine.
Don't modify anything.
Don't modify anything.
And I keep saying things like to win cases. So yeah,
Thomas, you just finished it with that picture. No, wine. Wine, not because of anything.
Yeah. We get Balagba here. You understand? You say all people like Oga Patrick and Rational Mind, then the old people, they cause us problem. Now Simba, the only gentle old man I see here.
AY land it. Yeah.
So I keep saying two things. For you to win cases, at least in Nigerian context as today, even if you have the evidence, you still need something of goodwill. You need goodwill and you need the law to back you up. Now, the law that he's claiming that he has, the evidence is not enough. He needs goodwill to take him over the line. If he wants to overturn this presidency, let's be honest with ourselves, he needs evidence which you can never gather enough. And you need some amount of goodwill, goodwill from the system and from the people. Now, obviously, the people that would decide, which is the institution, the judiciary, you're already losing your goodwill fast, creating chaos in court, having to fight, each other in court, factional, all of this. All of these are just accumulating. And this is the consequence of it. Even if Tinubu wants to soften pedal, you're already giving him signs that no, he will not do that. He will act solely on the basis of law. And I keep saying Tinubu's lawyers, Attorney General, will not be as dumb as Buhari's Attorney General. Now they are reviewing cases against Nnamdi Kanu. Shebi you people, they are shouting that, oh, Nnamdi Kanu will win the case. Now they fitted it by 6 months for them to prepare a good case against him. And believe me, if Nnamdi Kanu is sent to live imprisonment, nobody will make noise. And this is the strategy we will use. Pick the head. It has always worked in context anywhere in the world. Pick the head, send him somewhere. By law, the fold will scatter. Now, all these tantrums is just going to backfire on him. It's just heaping a large coal on Obi, whether directly or indirectly. You are directly linked to everything that is being happened, that is occurring, and every sense of treachery, every sense of treason. He cannot dissociate himself for it. And if people do something on your behalf and you say, oh, I didn't do it, there's no way they can trace it back to you. Because when those guys are arrested, who are you supporting? Obi, did he give you an instruction? Oh, somebody that is close to him gave us this instruction. And if the person is, you will see, they will connect it and link him to you.
Give it not a bad name and so that I can hang him, Abi.
No, it's not about, see.
Okay, finally you agree with the dog, right?
We know all your gimmicks.
You are calling the dog now.
Rational mind,
Ayo, can I just add to that? See, rational mind. What it takes to be an elder state person is for you to be able to find a way to unite your country together. But when you know the truth, and you are allowing propaganda that can disintegrate the country, that can cause its affection to run, so it tells something negative about you. That's exactly what Obi is doing. If you ask Obi now, he will say, "Oh, I think he's my boss." He will praise every other person.
Obi. Give me an example. Give me an example of a propaganda by Obi.
The propaganda by Obi is not
Hold on. AY. Let Allah answer that question. Give me. You will talk.
No, the thing is this, right? You see, when a righteous look away from bad thing happening within your environment, right? It makes you a wicked. Look at it this way: everything obedient we're fighting for, all the propaganda is to the benefit of Obi. Now, by now, if you are truly a patriotic Nigeria, that you are not selfish, that you are not self-centered, you should have come out clean and tell these people that no, this you are fighting for is not true. But this guy just stand there and is looking for where the thing will turn to. If the thing goes the wrong way, he will say, "Oh, I'm not the one." If it goes the right way, the guy will just surface and take over. That is exactly what he's playing. It allows everything to play. If it favors him, he embraces it. If it goes the other way, he dissociates himself. You see what I'm talking about?
I don't want. He will say it's APC. He will say it's APC.
Are you saying that? Hold on.
That he didn't win that election, and he allows propaganda to fly.
So, are you saying that he didn't win that election? He was just trying to use that as an excuse.
If he won that election, he will present his part in the court.
He didn't win the election.
Present his part in the court.
Really didn't win the election. Let me tell you something.
Have you seen the trend of Okonkwo's Mizian in the public? And very soon, I think people like that is spokesperson, Okonkwo, he will say something treasonable. And because people that are prone to talking too much and loving the media, you end up robbing yourself into the hands of DSS, and nobody, no goodwill will save you. Have you seen the way Okonkwo is attacking the judiciary? That is before. The way you don't know about a case, for instance, one of his last conversations with the public on behalf of Obi, he's introduced himself as Obi spokesperson. And the court judgment for instance, in Kano, you don't know, you are not aware. You don't know, you are saying rubbish about the Federal High Court in Kano. No jurisdiction. Who does that? Simply, if you don't have the facts, don't rush to the media to give you facts. And that's the problem with obese people.
What was it that he said that it was wrong? What was it he said that was wrong now?
Was laughing that day.
Simba.
Talking rubbish.
No, yeah, according to you, right? So what was it he said that was rubbish?
All right. So one of the things I read that he said was we're in the courts, not in the courts. CULTS. Man, you're a lawyer. There are some things that you are still in the middle of a case. and you're open to win the case.
What case?
No, you are in the middle of a tribunal, right? You got a judgment. You judge the judgment against you against the candidacy of Labour Party from Federal High Court in Kano. You've not read the certified copy of the
that's
judgment.
not a tribunal. That wasn't a tribunal.
It's not. Do you know that's the thing? You are thinking that it's a case, an election case. It's not an election case. It's what will I call it? A case that has to do with the eligibility of the candidacy.
And so, according to what happened. So when was it?
Hold
on. No, don't come here and just mislead. Don't come here and mislead people.
No, I'm not even painting the picture.
You talk like as if you know what you're talking about.
I'm not even telling. I will tell you the facts of the matter.
So what is it?
I'm not for or against any person because I don't have interest in Labour Party.
Yeah, you go. You don't have any plan. You're here talking about.
I don't have any interest in your case.
Skyscraper in the air.
Wait, listen, but I don't have any interest in your case. I'll just state the facts on the matter. The fact is, one of you of the people in former member of the Labour Party in Kano took Labour Party to court that some there were infractions on the electoral law by the party.
Okay.
That was it. He took them to court.
Was this guy who took them? Was he a candidate against any of those candidates?
He was, according to what I read, was the former chairman of the party.
He was not.
But what I read was
that's one side, and again those are pre-election. Hold on, those are pre-election matter that could only be brought.
You cannot decide.
You go. When the electoral law says that.
Listen.
No, you can't wait for court to decide that.
No. The thing is, if you think it's a pre-election matter, let this guy no appeal. Let Oti no appeal on that judgment. Because the judge
he has already started his legal process on that, so that
if you think he doesn't need to, let him not appeal. Let him not appeal that judgment and request for a stay of execution.
You see Thomas. I wish you could also be playing some of those things that has to do with the Labour Party, not this one-sided playing that you play.
No, I'm not one-sided. Do you know what I'm saying?
Castigate only PDP.
Rational mind. Do you get what I'm saying? No, I'm not castigating Labour Party. I'm not getting, and don't make it look like Labour Party is every party has crisis, right? And I expect the crisis happening in each of the parties. And no, every party, PDP has its own crisis, APC has its own crisis, even all the smaller parties has their own crisis, even down to ABGA, right? Nobody's blowing anything out of proportion. What we are saying is
rational mind.
Sorry, can I interject, AY?
Here we go.
Rational mind. Are you aware of another chairman that is claiming that Callistus
I saw that.
Labour Party?
I saw that.
So sorry, can I interject, please?
Here we go. Let him come in. Yes, I listen.
Don't worry, rational mind. Just calm down. Okay?
Don't worry now. Don't worry.
Hello, everybody. Remy, hold on, please. I don't want us to deviate from that video. Please, anything we want to say, please, let's base it on that video. Please. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will speak to the video you just showed. This is Nigeria. Sorry to say this, we are still a developing country, and institutions of states are not really working like America or maybe Europe or any developed nation. I think if you really need your life, you shouldn't play dirty on that day. Anybody. If you want to lose your life, then you can go ahead and do whatever you want. I think what the government are just trying to do is just manage the process until we swear in a new president. Tinubu is not known to be a vendetta people. I mean, because you wronged me before, then I will go after you. But after he would have been sworn in, I think the institution of state will go to work. And I think it's probable that they will they might arrest some people. As for the people that are saying this, I don't know whether they are for Atiku or for obedient. What Obi is just trying to do is just continue to build on the momentum, because I will tell you from my own personal opinion, he sees this election as the only chance he has to be the president of Nigeria. That is why he's playing this way. He knows categorically that if he doesn't do this, if he doesn't become the president of Nigeria now, he will never, I repeat, never become the president of Nigeria again. That is why all this dirty game propaganda, what they are doing. Deep down in his heart, he knows he does not have the spread and he does not win that election. If they knew that they win that election, they would have made more trouble. They would have panned out the numbers all over the social media, everywhere in the world. they will have seen he has the majority vote. He knows categorically he did not win the election. Atiku also knows categorically that he does not win the election. Because when you go to court of law and then your petition is centering around just one small federal capital of Nigeria, even and your petition, what you are asking for is just people. I was expecting that when I read the petition, I was expecting that it's going to say, okay, out of this 176,000 polling units, I won, or maybe I'm very competitive, or I won most of the polling units. I didn't see that. Even in the so-called Lagos state, they are claiming they have 1 million votes. Guys, he's only disputing 84 polling units in Lagos State alone. Lagos State, 84. How many vote in 84 polling units? So, they are just doing all of this thing. And people, as I always said, everybody use people to get whatever they want. Politicians use people, activists use people, every parent will use maybe their children. So everybody use people to get to their end game. But on this particular one, I think, to be frank with you, Obi have really shot himself in the foot. He should have condemned some of the action coming out from these people. There is no way, I repeat it, there is no way the election can be upturned. This is not a difference of 100,000. This is not a difference of 500. This is not a difference of 500,000. We are talking about millions of differences. And luckily for Nigeria, even most Nigeria are not castigating the election that, okay, because there is good accreditation through the machine. Nobody is saying, in my polling unit, there were more people, the Beavers machine does not work to the extent, at least in 90% of the polling unit, the Beavers machine work. So everybody know the truth. All this tantrum is just to create unnecessary instability. And if they create another instability, maybe they have other agenda, I don't know. Maybe they want to see the country burn so that we can go our own way, or just create unnecessary crisis just to stop this guy. But if you say I'm master strategist.
But Remy, but if the DSS go after this guy now, arrest them, what do you think the obedience will be doing?
Nothing they will do. They will make that stupid
noise. I mean,
happen.
They will cry. Now.
If they like, they can cry with red wine or with yellow wine or with whatever kind of wine they like. If the water coming out from their eyes become white wine, red wine, nobody cares anymore. Most Nigerians are just too tired of this kind of people. We don't want them. They should just fade away. I don't wish them death, but I want them to fade away. So if you think you want to make trouble that day, then go ahead and make the trouble and let's see what will happen to you.
They won't cry. That man that said he was going to bring IPOB to Lagos, they arrested him. Have they been crying since that time?
He's still in DSS custody.
The man is just cooling off there. So if they pick these ones, nobody will cry. They will be cooling off there.
And the one they pick on the airplane, that one that's making mess of himself.
Everybody
they say that mental problem.
Sheon Kuti too is also in prison. See, one thing is
now.
No, one thing I know is once the state captures you, one thing I think they don't learn is what Peter Obi has doing.
No, please, sorry. Is there any update on Sheon? Something to release it?
Never. He's still in prison.
He's still in prison. The guy don't gentle.
He's still in the
the inmate don't make him a sheep self. They
thought said the guy now in they pray for them. The guy don't talk to pastor.
Now let me bust your brain.
It's not a Geo now. It's his brother Femi Kuti that is going on his stuff for him on his behalf.
Yes.
Nigerian people.
So one thing about things.
Hold on. You hear Remy speaking now? Please now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to say.
Yeah, Remy. I said Remy. Remy, you have the floor. Yeah.
DSS. They can pick anybody up. They know where to pick you up. Nigeria they are the most easiest people to pick up. If they say they are looking for you and you don't show up, just pick the wife and the children. Give him 48 hours, he will show off. Or pick his grandmother. They will pick you up. They know where all of them are. They know what they are planning. And before you know it, even maybe by now they already picked some of them up. You don't hear about them.
But Remy, Sheon Kuti's offense is it not a bailable offense? Is it a criminal offense?
First, he assaulted a police officer, so I will classify it under criminal offense. Because if he does not assault him, this is not a civil manner. It's not abusing the police with his mouth. He slapped him several times. He was rough. I think they should make a very good example. Although he's a musician, but what he did is totally wrong.
And who cares about musician?
Do
you care about?
I support it should be sentenced, no matter what happens. Check into court, and if the judge finds him guilty,
I think he might get 3 years.
As simple as
Patrick, you are echoing. Who is echoing? Somebody is echoing. It's not Patrick. It's Kumi. Please, you have 2 devices opening. No, you can. It's only you can only listen on StreamYard. Patrick, I'm sorry. I thought you are the one echoing. Yeah, come in, Patrick.
Okay. So I think if
I was trying to tell me that she might get up to 3 years.
I don't care. Even
really?
if you get 10 years.
Yeah,
it's
that's
possible.
what I heard. You know, they went to his house.
Yes, it's about 3 years.
They were recording his house. Say, this
you know what in Nigeria? Let me give you a very good example. Everybody, do you know Yabo Ojo? That Nigerian.
Yeah. That prostitute actress.
I don't call her prostitute. You are the one that know, Thomas. I don't know about that. But what I know is that when Baba Jebu commit a crime, everybody in Nigeria shout, and at the end of the day, they sentence the man to about, I don't know, maybe 5 years imprisonment or 10 years.
5 years imprisonment, yeah.
Okay, so this guy has already committed criminal offense also. So you should also do the justice. I mean, go to jail, because if it happened in America, nobody will complain. If it happened in UK, nobody will complain.
But
go to jail.
Remy, are they going to jail Seun Kuti? Really?
Who is Seun Kuti, my God?
No, I said it earlier on. I said who is Seun Kuti? I'm just you know what I mean. Nigerian setting.
Obasanjo was in prison now. What do you mean? Obasanjo was
how did you arrive at that? Leave the court to pass the judgment.
I'm just saying that the court should do their needful, because let's face the reality. Can any one of us living in abroad here, can you rough shoulder or slap a police officer wherever you are living?
No. Wait, Thomas, wait. Let me talk of what you know. People do slap police here. The outcome is what we want to talk. But people don't slap police here. That's not true. People do slap police here. Yes, they do slap police.
Yes, you're right.
The outcome is
people
another
assault
thing
police here as well. They assault police here, but
some people slap police and they will get away with it, and some people will not be so lucky to get away. So that's why I'm saying that we don't pass this judgment. We allow the court to see. One thing you are missing there. Let me wait now. One thing you are missing there is this. Yeah, what Seun Kuti did was wrong, but the way that police van that Seun Kuti, some people will pick interest there, and they will want to know the type of recklessness that made a police officer eat a civilian car.
That is why it is good for Seun Kuti to get a good lawyer. If they can prove the case against the police, fine.
Falana is his lawyer.
What's wrong? You said what?
Falana is his lawyer.
Ó máa lọ jẹ̀wà lẹ́wọ̀n. Mo tẹ̀lé kó lọ sẹ́wọ̀n. Gbogbo gàràgàrà ẹ̀yìn.
Because the problem we have in Nigeria is that there are so many people, old, young, and elderly. They have this entitlement. It's just too much. When you talk, they just that arrogancy that they can do whatever they want. That is one of the bane of the problem of that country. It's like the entitlement, the arrogancy. I just don't. And when they go to
Remy, did you listen to his video saying, "Do you know how many police that have slapped?"
Yes. How many police? That is the arrogancy there, man.
I was just thinking, you slap police. He said, "Do you know how many police that have slapped?"
He won't talk that again now.
Oh my! You see one thing. Don't be surprised if Femi gets away with this one.
I don't think he's going to get away. Maybe they are going to find him, giving an option of
don't be surprised. Don't be surprised.
You know why? He has not gotten away. Even if they release him now, he has suffered. That's the point.
Okay, I agree. I agree on that one.
If you see that his video when they went to his house, you will think this is Seun Akpoturu. He has lost weight. He's not smoking again.
Is even quiet,
brain is
very
correct
quiet
now.
Let's be realistic. Let's be realistic.
Ola, hold on. Patrick, they took him along to the house?
Yes. They took him to his
I
house,
didn't see.
and I'm sure
Yeah.
they were checking some documents that look
No,
like
they are doing
I
some investigations as far
won't
as
be
drug
surprised if
tests.
he sells drugs or something then.
That's the problem now. Now, what is the police? What are they doing in his house? What's the relationship?
Come on.
Nigerian
What is Ola talking about? Kilola Solenu
No, they are not
What are they
supposed to
doing
go
in
to
the
his
house?
Wait,
they are not supposed to go to his house.
Just wait. Let me even address Thomas the way he speaks. Hey, come on. Are you talking with what authority? You are talking as a lawyer, or you are talking as a legal estate?
Ola, you can't tell police what to do.
Don't tell me.
No. Thomas, you see, the case at hand.
Oga Patrick, wait. I'm putting a position there. Look, we are talking of what happened now, and the case is a personal. It's an assault. You understand? It's an assault. Now, this guy now went to the police to surrender himself on his own, and the next thing you do, when you were not even supposed to handcuff him, based on what our law says, but police is telling you that their own code allow them to handcuff him. Now, is this your own policy that is supersede the our criminal code or whatever? That one alone, a good lawyer might pick on that one. And secondly, you go into this guy's house to search. What was the correlation between what happened there and now going to someone's house to search the house?
Do you need to search the house to prove the case?
No.
Exactly.
No. I disagree.
Because they want to prove. Sorry to budge you. They want to prove that maybe this guy is under some influence. When he
Can't they take him to hospital to take the
it's not only the hospital alone. They can go to his house. Maybe he has some drugs.
It's an
Remy. They're building a case against him. They must look for any available opportunity to nail him.
You are in the UK or you are in America. They cannot take you for your offense to commit while during the traffic and not going back to your house to start your house.
Do you know the evidence in their hand? You are not the police officer. Do you know what they have before they go to his house?
What evidence?
You cannot say because you are not the police officer. You are not the investigating officer there.
You see, you are trying to prove an assault case. You already have a video and everything. So which evidence can you get in this house to support an assault case? You want a picture of all the police officers that have slapped in the past or what? You already have evidence to convict him for an assault
let's say
case.
this way. The police already have him on their radar. He has committed some offenses before. And this did not happen. And so and when they now question him, you don't know. We are not the investigating officer.
Maybe I said some things,
way. So they have a right to go and check or whatever to at least he's not the only one inside that car that day.
Okay, Remy Coca. Based on my experience as someone that went to represent, just a minute, as someone that represented my bank by going to EFCC, Babish police station, and all those things, I can tell you one or two things. What the police is doing now is either they are doing it intentionally to make sure that the case will fail eventually. Because the fact that they slap one police doesn't mean that this guy cannot get some kind of police that will support him internally. Already now, you are taking this case beyond. Wait now, you are taking this case now beyond what is happening now. This case now may be flip over, and the police at the end of the day may have bad case to actually convince Seun for what he has done now, because they are stepping beyond the scope of this offense.
I disagree with you.
I've seen many situations. They asked me to give evidence at the FCC. I just told them, they're Oga, this thing they are asking me, I don't have anything there. They say I should go try something.
Ola, can I ask you a question?
And the case
Let me just give me a minute, please. Let me give me a minute. Ola, let me just say something. If you look at the storyline, you see that the house is part of the conversation where there needs to be an investigation. It's a simple 1 + 1. And let me tell you, let me run you through. So there was a contact between their cars, right? So then Seun Kuti went to his house, The policeman followed him to his house. There was a conversation in the house. Seun gave the policeman 12,000. The policeman went to the police police station to put down his statements and drop the 12,000 there. And before what led to the arrest. So even if they took Seun in, they will still have to go to the house to examine the car that was hit. You can't take that out of the picture. The problem is not only the assault, it is what led to the assault. You can't just see the police officer to slap him. There was a reaction. And the reaction was his car was hit. He dropped down from the car, he started slapping the officer. There was a verbal assault, and he told the wife is also part of the investigation because the wife was also an eyewitness to what happened. So it's not only when you say taking it to his house, you can't just say they are trying to. And if one thing I will know is the police will want to be as professional as possible on this case, because any infraction will put them in a bad light, which they're already in before. So I feel let's just allow them do their job. And I don't think since the IG is involved, I don't think any policeman would just want to take an evidence of drug. Of course, if you say drug test, yes, they should test the guy for drugs, right? Yes, because how can you have, if you are normal driving normally? So if I'm driving normally and someone hits your car, and the next thing is you come out and you start slapping an officer, and how do you want to prove that you are not under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
Thank you. And Seun Kuti have an option to prove that when I'm slapping, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm already stoned or I'm already drunk or something like that.
You didn't get what I'm saying. Look at it this way.
We got what you are saying. Police have a right. Police have a right to go and check his out because
who told you that police has a right? What are you
they are
telling
the
me, bro?
investigating officer. You don't know what.
Wait,
you don't know the
now,
fullness
Remy
of the
Coca,
case.
don't tell me that police has a right.
Of the case.
Let me tell you one thing. If a policeman comes to my house, wait now. If a policeman comes to my house now, and I say you cannot step into my property, you dare not step into my property.
But did you slap the police officer?
Now.
There is something they
Did
they have a warrant? Yes, they had a warrant. They had a warrant to check the house. Yes, he got a warrant. So what is
the question is, wait now. Warrant based on what? Warrant based on what?
Evidence of the leading cases. I already given you the car is in the house. The car
I will leave it till Ogbeni comes here. We put this type of question to Ogbeni because all these things we are saying.
Will be better. Let Ogbeni
come. All these things we are saying, we are just being emotional about it and what we think. But the position, this is the position of the law. What is the scope of the thing they are investigating? Me already now, I can tell you that I'm suspecting that they want to make this case bad, so that she can get out of this case. That will be, if you ask me now, I will tell you maybe money has started singing, and or maybe all those orga, some of these orga, all these police bosses to their lawyers. Maybe they have told, so maybe they're already putting the position that the court will see that thing and will look at what they've done. That cannot say, okay, the police have stepped beyond beyond their boundary and dismiss the case. So this thing is that whatever we are saying now is just emotion, but we want to know the position of the law on this thing. How come that okay, it's under the influence? Okay, when someone is under the influence, the best thing to do is to take the person to the hospital and ask the doctor to test. Okay, let doctor, at least Dr. Simba is here, let doctor test and see, okay, whether this guy is taking something, and let them know. But Kashi, if you find substance in someone's house, it does not mean that he has taken anything. Even the person can even deny that it's not the person. Because how do you prove, especially when you don't carry camera to the place? So all these things we are saying is just based on our own emotion or the moral position that what we think should happen. But unfortunately, sometimes we think this is how things should go, but in the sight of the law, they will say, no, that's not how it should go. Because personally, I can't see the correlation between the incident on the highway and searching someone else. Not when the person went, even I think the second day or thereabout, to present himself, not the same day. Why didn't they go to his house and arrest him immediately? But this guy presented himself, immediately you accompany the person, and you now took him to his house. Look at the processes now. The way I'm seeing it personally, but I'm not a lawyer, that's why I'm just keeping it calm. The police, it's either they are messing up this case intentionally to free this guy. Nigeria is a way that you can just be, someone can just stamp it on your right and get away because they have some kind of connections. I was harassed by the police in 2007 and it wasn't funny. So when some of us are being harsh on the police, you understand, you will know where we are coming from. We know where we are coming from. So it's not as if, that's why I'm saying that when we try to justify some situation, may we not find ourselves in a situation whereby we be harassed by the police, then come and tell the story whether you feel the same way, you know. So to me, when Ogbeni comes here, please let us throw this question to him and let's see what his response is going to be. Thank you. Has everybody gone to sleep?
Ola, no. So well, you may not see that way, but I think there has been some reforms in the police. And one thing why I have confidence is feel like last few months there have been police that harassed citizens and they were dealt with up publicly, and some of them were deranked, some of them were dismissed from the force and all of that. So I don't think this case is going to go away like that, the way it normally goes before, using our past experiences. So I think that the show might serve some, maybe as little as doing 6 months or doing some community service, so that everybody will know that maybe as little as community service, maybe he will sweep the streets and everybody will see him sweeping the streets and all of that. So just to put what would I call it, a deterrence from citizens doing that, especially celebrities. And if someone like a Portable can be reformed when they went to for some days at the police, I think anybody that goes into the police cell, when it comes back, they always come back with a sense of, I mean, after God, the next is government. So that's what I feel about that.
I agree with you. You know, the case of harassment, I wanted to narrate a story, but I realized that the story is not even the same, because I can still remember one of the old general that served within the government of Obasanjo slapped my manager at that time. You know, that was during when Colonel Mazda, that was during tax force. Abacha was still in power that time, and it was, I think it was 1998. Yes, 1998. You know, we went to somewhere around there, Adini Jones, to go and do disconnection. You know what happened? So when we got to that place, I don't want to mention that Baba. If I mention that Baba, that is the retired general, you know. So we just disconnected that Baba. No, the guy, the linesman that was supposed to disconnect was just going to climb the ladder and say, "My friends, if you climb that ladder, I will bring you down." Some of us already knew. Some of us we know Baba. So it's only the manager that we not know that Baba. You understand? So the manager just went to him that use this old man. I have people like you I feed at home. That Baba just look at that man and say, "You want to be rude to me?" The next thing that Baba general did, retired general, he just slapped our manager straight with foil. You know where the drama started? You know, as old as that Baba was, I think that staff was really hot too. And I say, okay, they should go and bring the soldier from the office. The manager didn't see fit. This is in recognize that he was talking to a retired general. So as they went to our office that time, so they now brought the soldier from that DEPA office. So as they were now going to that, no, as they were going to take those soldiers, the retired general said, "You want to go and bring my soldiers to come and arrest me? Interesting." So now, so they just go carry soldier for office, so they can't reach the site. You see how those soldiers just saw Baba like this. If you see the way they salute and just, they just put the nose of their gun down with serious salute. You would think say parade was about to start from that place. So the sergeant that led them to that place just went to our manager and said, "Oga, you don't know this man. That's I don't want. I'm tempted to mention the name of that Baba, but so that's so the Baba just said. They told the manager, say, "But you two people, you are old men who try to sort things out now, because this Baba now old general look at him and say you can't do anything." That's kind of the level of harassment you can find in Lagos then, right? So Waiting happened that time. Even when Konemaza that's supposed to be the task force in Lagos, when they heard that one, what will it do? Even if you go ahead to tell Abacha, when Abacha say, now my oga, even though Abacha was the head of state that time, for where? So in Nigeria, man, I don't
so
see a lot.
yeah, so but I still believe the state, for me, I still believe that the state is changing. I think institutions will react more, um, will start reacting more when they are empowered more to actually do what they want. Like what I believe is in this case of Obi and all this case, I feel Tinubu is just waiting to be inaugurated. I think once he's inaugurated, many things will change. People that can say anything to Tinubu, of course, you can. Now everybody will start watching themselves, and especially if you know that there are still some bishops trying to, rile up the public again against the government. You understand? There are still some look at, and this is what we're discussing some few days ago. Like that Bishop Onyeka, the case is before the tribunal. You are still going to the media and trying to force the court to have a live proceedings of the court case, to live stream the court case. Why don't you allow the court to do their work? It's not your in your place to go ahead and say you are a bishop, for crying out loud. You are a a religious person. So I think everybody will just have to obey the law more strictly, because the rule of law is very important. And I don't think Nnamdi Kanu is coming out free. That's what I feel. Before, I feel that maybe there will be sympathy on him because his southern presidency is there. But I don't think there will be any sympathy on him again, because I think his case might be used as an example of anybody that attempts treason against the Nigerian state, he will be severely dealt with. And I think that's what should happen for secessionists. No country condones secessionists. No country does that. If you try to, especially in this
If I say something about that Nnamdi Kanu, you understand? If you look at Tinubu very well, himself and Nnamdi Kanu used to be within the same space, but approach is different. You see, Nnamdi Kanu didn't start as a secessionist. He was a secessionist. He started by demanding for true federalism, which the like of Tinubu and co have demanded for before.
Yes.
See, one thing is this. I think, because this is personally, if I were to be in Tinubu's shoe, this is what I would do. Everything is not legal. Some things you use political solution. No way. I won't even try to take Kanu to the even the one he has already.
But do you think that if Kanu comes out now, he will have control over all those off branches that have developed, all those extra branches that developed from IPOB?
All those branches will face their own music if they don't come back.
Because I don't think if they them to shut down, they will shut down.
No, let's talk about Kanu. You know that they can negotiate with Kanu that okay, true federalism is what you want. Okay, this is why we are here, and this is what we are going to do. After all, what you demanded for before, Tinubu too, you used to do the same thing too. You used to clamor for the same thing. The only thing is Tinubu wanted the power to implement its own, but you want to force the government of the day to do the right thing. So, person that understands your space is there. Okay, what are your demands? Okay, let us talk and meet in the middle.
Do you think that if they go with a political solution for Nnamdi Kanu, it will not create a path for, because issues are never ending when it comes to federalism. Federalism is a continuous thing.
My brother, let me tell you something. There are some situations whereby political solution is the way to go. For example, now, if you want to jail all criminals, honestly, half of Nigeria will be in the
Ola, this one is different. Ola,
what I'm asking
you. Sorry,
what
I
I'm
just
asking
want to
is,
ask Ola a question.
Okay.
Ola, my question to you is this: even if there's a political solution to Kanu, do you think Kanu will not go back and started talking about his freedom for southeastern part of the country again? He will go back to it again.
No.
And what about those people that have lost their life because of his action and inaction?
The political
don't
solution
understand.
releasing Kano will not be unconditional now. There will be something that he would
So
have agreed
do
to.
you think it will hold that condition to pay? I don't think so. That is the problem.
No. See, if you negotiate something with someone politically and you go against it, that's a crime. So whatever he faces after that time, then the state.
So you mean he would have gone back to his UK and started propagating propaganda again, and the killing in the statues will never stop.
Okay. When Yaradua reached political solution with the Niger Delta guys, do you see them doing the same thing again?
Their own case is totally different. They are not really.
No, I know the question. Yeah, you may say their own case is different, but they find some political solution to it, and the problem was resolved. The same way you can find political solution to this. Okay, look at it this way. Okay, you call Nnamdi Kanu. Okay, look, what we're doing before, we understand you are marginalized. Okay, I've come to you now, and part of my program is that because we want true federalism. Already we've achieved one now by this taking away power, this thing away, for example, taking it away from exclusive list. Okay, we are planning to create industrial cluster now for every region to be able to develop their industry. Then we will go further by giving you guys more autonomy so that you can run your state. But we will do this thing face by face. See, let me tell you one thing. Silencing voices from every region over time, we've noticed that it has never solved any problem. If there's anything
but giving them the latitude,
I want to ask you something.
So it's a dilemma. It's in a crossroad. They will never stop agitating. They will go back, and it's like they reinforce themselves and they continue.
Well, does Nnamdi Kanu not look like? Does he look like he's not a power hungry person?
Look, I've told you something.
So is Nnamdi Kanu power hungry?
Like I told you, we've seen examples of those people that the state negotiated with, and we've never seen a situation where that they were back to the same.
I'm asking you a question. Nnamdi Kanu, does he look like a power hungry person?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Really?
Not necessarily.
The way, for me personally, the way I see it is this. I think because he has jumped bail before, even they have a political solution, I don't totally agree that he will uphold that with whatever the negotiation is about.
Let me tell you something. For those of us that have participated in student union politics before, Oga Patrick, listen to me if you are there. You see, sometimes when you even threaten your school management, there is a way you go and meet the school management, in the presence of students, you threaten them. There is a way you go behind to go and say, Oga, there's nothing I can do. Those people will kill you. I hope you understand, sir. You understand? You won't say it directly like that, but there's a way you parley with the school management. At the same time, you go back and still do your things. Even at the end of the day, even if you lead a Luther, they will understand you. You understand? So this thing is all about politics. It's all about negotiation.
This particular case, this capability are generated into so many things.
Yeah, but we are giving our opinion. You never know what Tinubu will do.
Let's say the truth.
I'm only saying what I would do.
Yeah, in this, the people believe in Kanu and Ekpa even more than the Ekeremadu or Obi or whatever. If Kanu should be released, let me tell you the truth. If Kanu should be released today, do you think those people talking about Obi, immediately they will leave him?
Remy, what happened to Ojukwu? What happened to Ojukwu? That because there's nothing Nnamdi Kanu has done that can be worse than what was done during the Civil War.
We quite understand, but we live in modern era now.
Wait, my brother. There is nothing. Even we want to say that that of the Niger Delta and this is understandable. You can claim to be understandable, but the fact remains that even the Niger Delta people, they still perpetrated criminality, no matter how we try to paint this thing.
Of course,
it is this government we have in Nigeria that is trying to negotiate. Wait now. It is this government we have in Nigeria that is trying to wait now. It is this same government we have in Nigeria that is trying to negotiate with Boko Haram and still trying to negotiate with bandits. What is big deal in trying to negotiate with Kanu? Everything is not. You don't visit law on everything. There are some things that you say with Yoruba, you say don't know me. You understand? You don't want to escalate issue. Instead, you look for political solution. What was the point of your agitation? Can we be the point of agitation?
Ola,
and they will send agreement not to do it again.
Ola, at every point in our lives in the journey of Nigeria, we will always have non-state actors. We've always had it. We will always have it, and we are still having it. But we need a permanent solution. So, are you saying that tomorrow, if you don't, if we talk about this thing, and tomorrow, if another person comes again, does it mean that we have to be dialoguing with everybody? We need to have a policy around this thing. We don't negotiate with non-state actors.
AY, since when the armed robbers were facing firing squad in Nigeria, did you reduce the number of criminality in the country? One thing shows that when the government neglects its own duty, then things like that, if you like, carry 100 and let them face firing squad every day. As long as the basis for people committing that crime has never changed, you can never get anything there. Even if you put Kanu in jail today, this guy Abasha murdered Ken Saro-Wiwa. Agitation about Niger Delta never changed. It's even increased. The Nigerian state, they tried to murder the founder of Boko Haram. What happened next was an escalation of the situation. We should be learning from all those stuff. Now, you want to repeat now, you think if they put this guy in jail, the Nnamdi Kanu, that it will stop the Biafra agitation that started before you and I were born. So this thing is that we seem to look at this thing as a one-man thing. We are not looking at it that this is an ideology that will go from generation to generation. If you don't solve the underlying problem, if you like, carry everybody in the Southeast, pull them from jail, the one in diaspora will come back and still continue with that agitation. We should be looking at how to solve the problem that is creating the like of Nnamdi Kanu and the like of those people that are agitating.
So Ola, sorry.
It's just like Ola, you say you silence the Sunday Igboho now, that tomorrow that no Sunday Igboho will emerge from anywhere.
So Ola, a quick question. So will you agree with me that two things the Northerners, the Southeastern people, they are fighting for, and they want one out of the two? One, they want to secede from Nigeria. If they cannot secede, then they should be given the presidency. Is that what they want?
I don't. If you can please repeat that and let me understand.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that they are agitating. Before the election, they were agitating for seceding from Nigeria. They want to form their own country. And after the election, and they put in Obi, and Obi did not win. So you have to give them one of the two. Because when you agitate and you talk about political solution, everybody that agitates, we must have a political solution. So out of these two, which one are we going to give to them? Is that we give them the presidency, or I will let them go?
Forget about presidency. Forget about presidency.
So what if I let them go then?
Why will you see? The question is this:
the reason why I put that two questions to you is this: if you find a political solution to Kanu today, it doesn't mean that another Kanu will not come tomorrow. So every agitator will must find a political solution.
I'm in Canada here. I'm in Canada here. Before I was born, Quebec has been trying to leave Canada, and they are still agitating. Who is this policeman that is using radio? Kumi Samuel, if you can mute yourself, we appreciate it. Thank you. So the thing now is this, Remy. Even at Bata, where I live, they be agitating that they want to become the 51st state of United States of America. Oga Patrick is there. Let him tell me that I'm lying, even a lie. You understand? So agitation is not limited to Nigeria. It's just one of those ways for people to show their grievances. You understand? Two provinces in Canada have been saying they want to be on their own. They want to get out. Are they still getting out now? The question is that if you want to test your popularity, put it in votes. Today, it may look like, all Biafran support secession. Why don't you put that in a referendum and let's see what people want? look at the conference that was aired during the Jonathan. Even when they ask people whether would they like to be in Nigeria, or they say, oh, everybody still want to be in Nigeria, but what they want is everybody wants self-determination. You don't just pack on the first thing. Everybody wants to recognize that, okay, look, we are too many nations in a country. We want the nation, every nation in the country, to be able to decide, to determine how they run themselves and still work together. Like what you find in United Kingdom, in United States, or whatever, or in Canada. So it is so that if we restructure and you allow people will see agitate even from now to eternity. Some people will still not agree. It's normal. It's normal. Some people will still never agree. It's just for you to manage the differences. So it's not as if, oh, okay, if you lock Kanu up now, that all of a sudden agitation will die. No. Or the thing was there before we were born. We will continue to be there. Even we will leave the thing there. Even if Nigeria becomes better than United States of America tomorrow, or becomes better than Canada or anywhere in the world, some people will still come anyhow. That their own opinion is that they want to go, and you must not silence those people. You continue to use political solution to silence them, because the thing is this: you that you want to form a government of unity. You want to do the right thing to gain the masses to your side door with that. Okay, you guys, you say you want to go. Okay, let us go into a referendum and see what's going to happen. They might going to lose. If you introduce referendum to Quebec people tomorrow, they will still fail again. Even about we are talking now, if people want to go, some of us will say, okay, we'll be waiting for you now. Because some of us will tell you, say, as an Abatan, you can't say you want to move into United States. I will tell you, say, no way. You ask me, I say no. I don't want my area to be proliferated. I don't want gun proliferation within my thing. So why should I join America? So I have all my. So the thing is this: whether you like it or not, agitation can never die down. Saying, oh, they should go. Do you know that a lot of things you've done wrongly to Kanu, and you cannot use the wrong thing to correct the right to do the right thing. You first of all went and kidnapped someone from another state. How are you going to address that thing first? So both the federal government of Nigeria and Kanu, you can accuse them of illegality. So the best way now is to have a middle ground to meet and sort this thing out. Then if after you now solve it now and this thing not happen in the future, then you can revisit it. So to me, if you want peace, mark it very well. If you want peace, release Kanu. If you harm Kanu today and you think you've done something right, man, I'm sorry, because there are some things that the type of escalation sometimes can even be worse than when the thing starts. As Yoruba will say, when you start something now, you may not even know the end.
Ola.
Yes, sir.
Me, my own case is from what you said. What I would advise is let them conduct a referendum, and they will still lose. Don't release Kanu. Conduct a referendum. You need to show Kanu and all these people that their people are not with them.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
So don't release Kanu. Conduct a referendum. All the lands that they are saying they want it to be Biafra, it's not their land. I can tell you that about 70 or 75% do not want Biafra. It's only those within the southeast. And from the southeast, Ebony is already saying that they also want Biafra. So what are we saying? Conduct a referendum.
If you conduct the
Let them choose.
referendum, if you conduct the referendum, it will go through. It will go through. If you conduct a referendum today, it will go through.
We cannot go anywhere. They just Igbo people. They want presidency. That's all.
No.
Oh,
this agitation thing just emerge.
He emerged because Jonathan lose election. That's what happened.
Patrick, you'll be shocked. Why didn't referendum in Quebec go through, despite how strong it was?
He can't go anywhere.
It looked like Quebec. It looked like Quebec was going out of Canada, but when they tried it,
was referendum conducted only in Quebec?
No. Why did he go? That's what I'm saying. Why didn't even that one go?
No, I'm not. I don't have the details of referendum. That's what I'm saying. Was it conducted only in Quebec?
Quebec is what is a big. Now Quebec won't get out now. because they believe they are not regular Canadian, that they would like to.
You see, it depends on the source of agitation. You see, if there's nothing that unites people more than the sense of perceived oppression. When you're
Patoski,
oppressed, when you're oppressed, let me finish.
which
Let me
region
finish.
is
Sorry.
oppressed?
Let me finish now. You see, when a group perceive, I'm not saying you actually oppress them. Perception is reality. That's just the truth. That's why when Christians are talking, the Bible says believe, because something you believe, that's what the software that will run your mindset is what you believe that becomes your own reality. There's a passive oppression.
No, Patoski. Like what we are saying now, the Quebec we are talking about, that's how they
No,
perceive the
Quebec
thing.
does not feel a passive oppression now.
They feel
The
fine.
fa-
No, they feel.
No,
That's why
the
they want to they
French-speaking
want to
part of
proclaim
Canada,
sovereignty. No, Patoski,
that's
wait
not the
now.
reason per se. You see, the French-speaking part of
Patoski.
Canada, the French-speaking part of Canada, they've been the one producing the prime minister now. Ontario.
No, I understand I understand exactly what you are saying exactly, but there was a reason they wanted to go. It is truly the thing was very close to call, because when they did one in 1980 and they did one in 1995, that 1995 almost went through, because the people that said yes were just around 49%, while the people that said no was around 51%. Very close to call.
They didn't market it enough. Look at Britain. Look at UK pulling out of EU now. It went through.
But later, you see, Patoski, even
if
let's
there's
assume
a
that
sense of perceived, if there's a sense of perceived oppression,
Patoski,
it will unite
even
them, and
let's
they
assume
will
that
go
the
through.
Igbo people, let's assume that the Igbo people even say they want to go. Why must you hold them? That's the problem we have. We see in Africa.
That's what I also tell my people. Why are you
Why must you
holding
hold them down?
If they want to go,
is it
please
by
let
force?
them go.
Even me, I want Yoruba to pull out of Nigeria. Is it by
You
force?
can always do business with them. You don't have to.
We just making mouth. Is it by force? Different ethnicity that marry each other. What are we talking about? Is it just?
Don't bring that one. Are you not?
Is it just? Is it? We just making mouth. It's not easy the way we are.
We have people who marry whites.
What happened when Nigeria?
What make Nigerian be the giant of Africa? Is it not because of our population?
Because somebody marries someone, the person cannot go again. What kind of even marriage no dey break? Even marriage.
Nigeria go dey marry Ethiopia. We dey marry Cameroon. We dey marry.
Even marriage self no dey break.
I will never support Nigerian to separate. That's my point.
You have your own voice.
You can't force people to stay in the country they don't want to be now.
They want to be. How many Igbo can go back to Onisha, say they want to go start from all the one where they born for Lagos? How many of them feel good back to that place?
Don't you have people in Ghana?
You won't speak for them now. Let them.
Don't you have people in Ghana?
Votes.
Don't you have people in Ghana? Are they not surviving? So if Nigeria break, the boy in Lagos,
But Patrick Canola, they can leave, but there's no land for them.
How did you arrive at that? How can you say that?
Let me expatiate.
Did they not pay you?
Let me expatiate now. They can leave, but they will go and find their own land somewhere.
What do you mean by they will go and find
Let me finish it now. Please now. Let me finish. Because landmass of Nigeria, the 5 eastern states, is in the middle of Nigeria. It's only if some south people wants to go with them. There is nowhere they can carve the 5 eastern states out of Nigerian soil. It's not possible.
Lesotho.
It is not possible.
Do you know Lesotho? Ola?
I know Lesotho. I've been there before. I've been in Lesotho, yes.
Where is Lesotho?
I've been it's the border to South Africa. I know Lesotho.
It's in the middle.
It's in the middle. Yeah, I know.
It's in the middle of South Africa. So what are you talking
about?
It's
towards the end. It's not inside middle. It's not inside middle. I've been there. I've been in Lesotho. See, let me tell you. I'm telling you, Nigeria will never separate. Go and write it down. All these people that are doing the agitation up and down.
Why are you so categorical that Nigeria will never separate? When Nigeria is the same before they were marched.
Let me tell you what reason why.
No. There are some grandstanding we make. We can only.
Can I give you some reason why they will never separate?
Let's hear from you.
Yeah, let me give you 3 points. No? Our pastor will never allow that thing to happen. First of all, the elite, yes.
What a reason!
I'm telling you, you may think it's not really genuine, but go and check deep down. They are making money. They are making money out of one Nigerian. All the elites are making money out of it. They will not allow. Even the Britain will join us together will not allow.
Let me give you an example.
Yes.
Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
The pastors make more money from foreign mission than they are making in Nigeria. A redeemed church in Canada probably has like maybe 100 members. An average member paid $9,000 of tithes times 100. That's close to $1 million from one branch. When that $1 million goes to Nigeria, that's 500 million. Half a
Okay,
billion.
you want to tell me
Which
people
branch
don't?
in
They
Nigeria
don't pay
gives them half a billion?
They do. Do you forget that
If
there
not
was
in
a day?
Lagos,
There was a day.
Oga Patrick, even this example that Kumi is even talking is even funny to me, because how does clergy owe the country not to disagree? I thought we are not talking of the military, eh? We are not even talking of the politician. How will the clergy hold you together?
Okay, how did the clergy tell people to vote for Obi? And a lot of people
Thank you. That's where I'm going.
No.
That's where I'm going.
AY, you are now saying another thing entirely.
It's not about another thing.
Wait now, because this thing is all about This thing now is about persuasion.
They have influence in the society. They have influence. It's either we like it or not.
Let me tell you,
hold
there
on.
are some clergy in Nigeria that will even want Nigeria to break up.
Good morning, Daddy. Praise the Lord. How are you, sir? Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
That is it, Kumi. That is it right there.
Okay. Kumi,
No, I'm
you don't
telling
even
you.
know how many clergy are backing Yoruba nations. So
I'm speaking to you today. This man that you
can't
just played
speak
his
on
video.
behalf of the people.
Let me tell you, this man you just played his video.
Wait now.
This man you just played
Let
his
people
audio
come
might
out
even
and come and
support the
speak for
breakup.
themselves. You don't talk on behalf of the people. How will the clergy tell people how will they hold them
Under
back?
the audio, the guy don't support. The pastor don't support the breakup.
This audio, this pastor, this bishop that you're talking about.
Do we forget
I have a feeling that he might
we
support
get
the
to
breakup.
this? He don't. He can't.
Why?
I'm telling you.
Why do you think
Okay, Kumi,
let
me tell you.
Let me give you a reason why. All the pastors they hate.
One, please, guys. One voice now, please help me now. One voice, please.
Okay.
So can I speak now, Kumi? Let me tell you. Let me tell you is this. See, I've cultivated one habit as much as possible not to speak on behalf of anybody, but based on the experience of what I've seen during the Yoruba nation, this thing, a lot of clergy will tell you that they are supporting Yoruba. In fact, not only that, they even declare fasting and prayer for Yoruba nation. So it's individual based on individual.
Ola, those that are Arabic pastors.
Which kind of Arabic? They are not asking money for program. Which kind of Arabic? How do you? No.
I'm telling you, category for what I noticed from our pastor is making money for our youth population. That's all I can say. They are making fucking money, a lot of money.
All these
my mother, my brother, that argument is faulty. So if
I don't
Nigeria
even know where you
breaks,
got
they
all
won't
this
make
thing.
money again from the same population.
No, wait, Oga Pat, wait. See, there's some kind of stereotyping sometimes that we just have to start that in the common thing that making money from the population. I don't even want all those things. They are just a weak argument for me to.
But we can't run away from it. We can't run away from it.
No, do they have to be Nigerians for them to make the money?
Patrick, let me even tell these people something they don't know today. There are many pastors in some
Why are
of
they
the
building? Why are they building big houses in big churches in Nigeria?
Go me wait.
So what is the
Sometimes
argument now? That argument does not support.
I don't
what you are
understand.
talking about.
This argument has gone wide. This argument has gone wide.
It's gone wide because I'm
This
trying
argument is
to
not
prove that
supporting your case now.
it's supporting. I'm just trying to prove
I'm
my.
trying to tell you,
I don't
Ola,
really
your
see
please,
any
Ola, hold
benefit
on.
in this
I'm
argument.
trying to tell you that they don't have to be in Nigeria for them to make money from their members.
Agreed.
They are making. I know members in Nigeria who are supporting Benny Hinn ministry in the US. I know American pastors. I know white people in Canada who are supporting Redeemed Church in Nigeria. You don't have to be part of a country to get money for your ministry. That's what we are saying.
Okay.
Oga Patrick, see something the way some people even stereotypes of some of our clergy sometimes is so funny. And people forget that the like Oshibajo was a pastor in the church. I don't even know whether you pastor a church in Canada here. And when someone has
Which
now
money
said
are
that you
we
are
making?
spending the congregation money, how does it stand? You understand? Because some of these pastors we are even talking about, we don't even
They are
know
the
the
ones
pastor we are
spending money
talking
on
about.
congregation. Some of them.
That's what I'm saying. Some of these pastors, they are well to do. They are making their money just like they're businessmen like you, without even depending on the money from the church. But it is now once you see the church now, automatically that pastor is making money from the church. I don't know where we get all this kind of stereotyping. Yeah, there are some bad elements within the clergy. We agree. Wait now, but there are some pastors too. They are general manager in telecom. They are general manager in Globacom. There are some there are some pastors that working in a bank that make like almost 60 million in a year. And people will say, oh, because you have a church now, automatically you have to depend on. See, there's some kind of misplaced priority in the way we look at the clergy sector, and all of a sudden the clergy now becomes the problem of that country. I keep telling you, it's a research that people have done that without churches and some religious houses, the government of a country will not be able to hire enough police to curtail crime in the country because why crime is very easy to control in America, for example, is this: the churches, they've made some people to willingly be law abiding without being forced, and the remaining people that are not ready to be
in America, sir.
In
America. Is it in America you are talking about?
I just use America as a sample case.
Don't use it in that way, because I can categorically tell you that out of Nigerian American population, only 10% is going to church.
You are not getting it. You are not getting it, Samuel. This one you are saying, so you are not getting what I'm saying. Get what I'm saying. Get what I'm saying, Kumi. The churches, because they've been able to capture your soul, they've been able to preach to you to do the right thing, and many people are doing the right thing willingly. Millions of people, they are doing the right thing willingly. Without those churches and without the ability to capture the mind of those people to willingly do the right thing, if those churches were not there to put them in that state of mind to do the right thing, you will have more criminals that you can employ enough police to control. That's exactly what I'm doing. Okay, some of us say now, for example, we will not go and commit crime just because either we are religious or maybe we want to be law abiding. There are some people that naturally they are potential criminals just because they fear God. They just decide to do the right thing on their own. That is one of the purposes that churches serve. So when people stereotype church, walk to Canada today. If you don't have a place to stay, just go to a church. Tell them they can even find accommodation for you. They can even give you food. Oh, I don't have a job to do. Okay, they can start getting their connection to get you a job. Now, in this Nigeria we are talking now, churches, do you know how many dialysis center and diagnosis center that Redeemed Christian Church of God set up for the so-called government institution? Nobody is talking about that. Do you know about the trade center or the way they are supporting some of the trade among people? But people only see tithe and offering, but you are not seeing the social responsibility. Don't let just be sarcastic about this thing. Owabu, you are saying Owabu. The question is, your government that is supposed to be providing hospital facility for you, what are they doing that churches are
Ola,
providing?
the question is, if the wait, I want to ask you a question. I feel like asking you a question. Now, these responsibilities that you have mentioned in the first place, if the government was providing everything we needed from start, from childhood, nobody will really need church. Let's be honest with ourselves. Right.
You got the point now.
So the question is, so that means you can agree that there are some societies like Japan now. I can tell you that it's not really from religion, their culture emanated. It's something that grew up with them by the system that was in place. Do you understand? Ordinarily, you won't expect a Japanese to commit a crime. Ordinarily, they won't.
AY, even before Christianity
Their
and
religion is
Islamic
part of
came
their
to our
culture.
society, before Islamic and Christianity came to our society, we used our traditional religion to curtail crime. Oh, they will say, okay, if you see, if the sun shall go to you, or if they say, everybody, because they fear of your go, you just control yourself immediately. Oh, if you do this kind of boom with strike because of because of all those things, you checkmate yourself. When you look at Christianity too, if you sin, if you commit sin, if you do this kind of thing, you are going to hellfire. All of a sudden, people will not be committing fornication, they will not be committing adultery. Everybody, they will be law abiding. Do you know that if there's no Christianity to tell people not to commit adultery and all those kind of things, even with the level of the criminality we have today, just unleash those people that religion cut short, not to do the evil. And you now tell me, how many police are you going to send after all those people? I can drop a research here for you to see a research. A renowned professor in Harvard University, although the research has something to do with Harvard because it's a personal opinion of that professor, but a well-known professor. You will see people, they've done research that what will the society will be without religion. But when we talk here that, oh, religion is this, okay, look at us in Nigeria. We, as Nigeria, as today, you know, I'm sorry to use this word, but lightly, I'm using it lightly. Naturally, we are wicked. We are wicked. You will see someone that calls himself a Christian. You want to double cross the government. You want to collect a good year. You want to do everything. You see, call yourself a Christian. You see, go to church on Sunday and pray and bind devil and do everything. Now, you are still afraid. You still have the fear of God, and you see, man, you are still collecting a good year. You are still shortchanging the institution. Just imagine if there's no Christianity that covers about those things. You will go full-fledged. If there's no Christianity that say, okay, don't snatch your neighbor's wife, you will go full-fledged and do it, and even use power against those people. See, you will find some kind of, so see religion sometimes as one of the supporting structure for even our law enforcement, because religion is just to, people will say, oh, you are being brainwashed. Okay, if you are being brainwashed not to run yourself into trouble, not to commit crime, is it not good for you? You understand? Right from the beginning, as you are growing up, even when you are not up to 18, Bible will be telling you, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt honor your parents. It will tell you everything to guide you, so that already he has already developed your mind to be a good citizen of the country. Look at religion from those things. But now people will now find it comfortable. They'll now be looking at few fake prophets, pastors, and they've used that now. Just this same religion we are talking about brought education to Nigeria. Not only Nigeria, some people will go on missionary and go and enlighten some people, take civilization to people. And here we just think, so okay, religion should just be brushed with the same, because pastor. The thing is that there's one thing about we Nigerians are money. When we see where money is going, we concentrate on that money rather than what they are doing there. Oh, pastors are flying private jets.
Because of the atrocity of our pastor, that's why.
What about the atrocity of your government? Okay, Tinubu, we are talking about today now. We all know. Okay,
go and check the majority of the pastors. See how they're disgracing the
politicians that you and I
pastor will come out on the outside saying that if you don't pay money, so something will happen to you. Oh, where did I imagine all those kind of things now?
Okay, come Samuel.
Yes, sir.
Said if you don't pay your tithe, you will go to hellfire.
The Bible said that.
Okay. The question I'm still asking, I'm still pushing to you today is this. Okay, let's assume some pastor.
How many pastor? How many pastor can say that
now.
in America? Yeah, in America.
Wait
yeah.
now.
I'm sorry, sir. Another one. When
let me even respond to the one you said before you said another one.
American election, last American election, some pastor predicted that Donald Trump will win. After he lost, they come back on the altar. They ask for forgiveness from God, and they ask for forgiveness from the members that the vision doesn't come true. Blah blah blah. You understand me? How many pastors in Nigeria have ever come out after this last election that God should forgive us? So this is all we see. This is totally wrong. No one of them. No one of them. All this thing is me. I'm a Christian. You understand me? It's not maybe I'm coming here to criticize our past. No, it's the way they are preaching religion to our people back there. That's why when I come here, I realize that Christianity is not by war. You understand me? It's not by war. It's not by forcing people to come to church every Monday morning. When people supposed to go to work, when people supposed to, some churches will open from Monday to Sunday in Nigeria. All this thing, we need to question it.
Okay. Now, whose fault? Whose fault when people start going to church from Monday to evening? Okay, let me ask you now. If you wake up in the morning, let's assume you work in the bank and you're in 7 o'clock and you close, let's say, like we normally close in Nigeria now, we wait for traffic and we are coming home by 9 p.m. in the night. If we do that 5 days in a week, and even Saturday, they expect us to even do some kind of overtime.
That's right.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, the question I ask you now is this. If a pastor is preaching to you to come and do one in Soji in the morning, will you have time to go there? Will you listen? No. That's the question. Now, for people to be going to those churches, whose fault? Who is not making the economy okay?
The government is not doing enough. I know. But the way
why don't we face the problem instead of shifting the problem? Because that's the problem I have with the way we tackle our problem. We look away from the real problem, and we are now dealing with something else. That's the challenge I have. These churches we are talking about. I want to encourage you to do something.
On Monday morning, you will see churches everywhere with food.
My brother.
Yeah.
Take sample of some big churches in Nigeria. Look at their contribution to the economy of that country. Look at many people that are employed within the churches.
No, some people are struggling. They suffer.
Wait now. You just take 1-2 example. I tell you that churches you see in Nigeria now employ millions of people. Now, take churches away from Nigeria.
I disagree with you. Most of them are volunteering. Most of them are volunteering.
Volunteering, yeah. They will ask a member to buy food.
What are you guys talking about? Maybe because you will not even listen for someone to learn. That's why you are saying most of them are volunteering. Are you telling me that professors working for Covenant University is volunteering? Professor working for Babcock is volunteering? Professor working for
how many? If you equate it to percentage of the unemployed in Nigeria, how many percentage is that?
Remember, forget about story. Are churches supposed to solve the unemployment problem in Nigeria?
So are the government also supposed to support the problem? Are the government also supposed to support the problem?
They can support. Churches can support.
Wait, is that not what I'm talking about? Okay, you see Living Faith now. Okay, let me say you see Oyedepo now, for example, Baba Oyedepo now, giving job to about 30,000 people. Now, people are now saying, okay, you now say how much is 30,000 among the entire Nigeria? Seriously? Is it number one? Is this supposed to be the primary function of Baba Oyedepo with his church to even be providing job for your government?
Hold on. What are you saying? Oyedepo is doing business.
He's doing business.
It doesn't matter whether it's doing business.
Yes. Hold on, please. If you are doing business, you will have to employ people for your business, and and they are gaining profit. What is the difference from? Hold on, please. What is the difference from Coca-Cola that employ people, paying them salary and no Oyedepo? I will employ professors, paying them salary.
You guys were just dancing around. Because the
Okay,
question is
they are doing business.
No, Thomas, don't let this argument
But
go wide.
Pastor Oyedepo cannot control that big church now. Only him cannot do all the technical job in the church now.
No, Kumi, you are just dancing around. The question is this. When we talk about those people that churches employ, Remy Coca said how many of them, right? Also, you now say some of them, I say some of them, they are volunteer. All of a sudden, I made an example. Now, all of a sudden, Thomas is saying no. Pastor Oyedepo is doing business. What are we
It's
talking about?
business. They are collecting 1 million tuition fee or 2 million tuition fee.
Remy, where do you belong to in this argument exactly? Where exactly do you belong? You'll be floating around. Where exactly do
I
you
will
belong
tell you
to?
where I belong. I will tell you where I belong, please.
You said some of them are volunteer. All of a sudden now, they are doing
Let
this.
me tell you where I belong. From your narration, it's like government should provide.
Thomas, there's a new voice. Maybe we give him chance. Matt, let him give us a new voice. So I give the space to him.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. This is my second time of coming online. I'm a bit free. Free this morning, and the topic you bring right now, it provoked me again to come back again. And I've heard from everybody. My own. I want to talk about my own because the Bible came to us, and we understand it and we believe it. The essence of God giving us this this understanding is for we to be able to use it to make our society better. Not that using it to make everything better. No, everything is already better. The knowledge given to us as a Christian is to make our society better. I've been in Germany for a while, for a long time. When I started as an refugee. I discovered that the money that we are using to take care of us was from churches.
Kumi, can you please mute yourself because we are hearing the echo from you? Okay, thank you. Continue, Matt.
All right. The money they'll be using to take care of us when I was in Azil is from Caritas. And a bunch of the money from Caritas are from the Christians. The tithe and the rest they pay. Now, we have a very big thing in our hand. When God, I'm just going to bring it from the preaching aspect. When God gave us this Christianity, he said, when you are too rich, support the next person to come up. All right. We have a congregation. Let me say a church in Nigeria have a congregation of 100,000 members. Do you know that 100,000 members, somebody was saying they gave employment? Okay, I'm not going to dispute that because I don't know how many they give. But these 100,000 members, there is tendency that every week they will bring money to the church, which is very good. But now, what is the examples our daddy in the Lord are showing for people to understand that this is the contribution they are making to the society? One, if you ask now, people will always say, "That shall not kill." Is killing not in Nigeria? That shall not steal. Is stealing not in Nigeria? Now, do you know that if you send a baby to school and he attend a class every week, we need to see some improvement from that baby in time to come? People have been in church for more than 40 years now that since church has become limelight in the southern part of Nigeria, for example. Today, I am not still seeing any difference. Who is changing? Every members we have in the political realms from the south part of Nigeria, most of them are all Christians. But still, we are complaining that things are not working. So why 70 or 60% of the healthcare here, the hospital here in Germany, was built by the remit from the churches. Now the government is leaving our churches for one man and one woman to collect for more than 25 years, offering of 100, maybe 100,000 followers. And we are just looking at it as like joke. Do you know that the Nigeria debt we are saying, let us beg of this pastor, any money that we are going to make, call them together. All the offering that we are going to make for 10 years, let us pay our debt if we pay it. Very simple. The money we pay it, but this money are in individuals' hands, and we are backing them up based on their men of God. Jesus said, if you want to follow me, he said, give it all up. Feed the poor, feed this. Are they doing it? Even the tithe, they are going to tell you if you don't pay tithe, yes, it's a taboo or whatsoever. But when you follow the sequence of the Bible, it says use this money to take care of the widows. Like, for example, we are having one of the most displaced people right now in Nigeria. How much are they bringing out? Not use it personally. Don't, all those things are fake. Bring it out. Call the government. This is the money the church is bringing out. Maybe 1 billion naira to take care of the most displaced people. That is an example that everybody will follow. Don't come and preach to me. Just show me love. If the Christians in the southern part of Nigeria decide that we want to end this most displaced people in the north, you don't need to be you don't need to criticize because it's a Muslim. I'm not going to help. He said no. The Bible did not tell you so. He said if you are doing good, make sure the other person don't know, and you are not expected to get thank you from it. So if all the churches in the south, if we want to settle our debt, we can settle it through these churches. Every Sunday money that we are donating, none of this money is going to heaven.
Matt, can I intervene there? So when you say if churches
You
want
can say
to
something.
settle the debt, right? I think where we are missing this thing is this. If you look at churches as a non-governmental organization, just like every other non-governmental organization, are you saying okay now if you have another non-governmental organization that okay, their own is just to be in a supportive role, will you be expecting them to come and be paying the debt that country incur to do something and some people stole that debt? So if the country will go and borrow money now to finance the Dino of this world and other member of the Nigerian Senate and House of Rep. So when they will cure this debt on their consumption now, tomorrow, we should not gather churches together and give them that money and go and repay that debt. Just for the same crook tomorrow to go and borrow another money again and embezzle for church to come and repay them. This is where I'm saying that we are misinterpreting the role of non-governmental organization and even we
Ola, can you
citizens.
take this question
Let me
along
let
with
me let me let me answer you.
Ola, please let me ask this, Ola.
No. Let him respond to
Just
my
take this
question now.
along with your analysis. You just
Okay.
mentioned about what the churches are doing. Are the churches also allowed to be buying private jet, having mansion in America, in UK, taking all their congregation money and continue to get material things of life? Please take it along with your analysis too.
Me
All
or
right.
Ola for Ola, because you are the one analyzing.
See. Let me tell you something, my brother. I keep telling you, it's just like, oh, someone call me and say Nigerians are internet fraudster. You know that word how it stands. Nigerians are internet fraudsters or are cyber criminals. How does it sound to you? You've paid everyone with the same brush. Even out of 12 disciples, you will find one Judas. Now find how many Judas can you find in 200 million population. That's the problem I have with the way we analyze everything here. Among these churches we are talking about, we have both what do we call, we have Pentecostal and we have Orthodox churches and we have all those things. So when we want to pay, we don't paint everyone with the same brush. The
Can I
issue of private jets.
speak to it, sir? Can I speak to it?
Okay, please continue.
All right. Now there's a question you ask that we are misquoting who we are. If we call ourselves a Christian nation, if we go to market, things are costly. Believe me, both the pastors, both the Christians will also suffer it. Do you know that if the churches in Nigeria, not the northern, the southern part, do you know that they can solve the issue of earth in Nigeria? In Nigeria, they can solve the issue of earth. If you want to build a nation, everybody have to come together. We should forget the who is stealing. The one you have, what can we give to the nation? And if all of us come together, I believe Nigeria will go further. I am here now. I'm not going home maybe today or tomorrow yet. But I decided how can I contribute?
Matt, before you go ahead, when churches are the one now doing the government job totally, why should we have a government? Then we should just happy that okay, no government in churches will do their thing.
Listen, I am coming. You call it no governmental issue. And Because of that, the Bible make it clear that money that you will collect, share it. The Bible, I'm not going to come from the government. The Bible make it clear. The money that you are collecting, don't use it to buy treasure for year on earth. That was the Bible. That was from the Bible. So when God was creating doing these things, He knows that the commonwealth of the Christian kingdom supposed to be used amicably, not for individuals. Don't go and store wealth for your children. No, because the same thing the politicians are doing when they make any money, they will take the money to Europe or to America to buy houses. The same
Tax
thing most of
you are
our
still not
pastors
getting
are
it.
doing also.
Are all pastors doing this thing? I agree some of them may be doing something wrong. The question is,
Listen,
okay,
if
okay,
if for
wait, now
what
I made
listen,
an
listen to me.
analogy. I made an analogy. Okay, they say Nigerians are cyber criminals. Are you a cyber criminal? Is Remi Koka a cyber criminal? Is Patosik a cyber criminal? So because you
Can I
pass
answer
through
you?
Nigerians now, and you paint everybody with the same
Hey,
brush, this is
Joe,
the same
can
thing we are
poor
telling
people
you.
go
Can I
to
answer you?
Winners University? Can poor people,
Can I answer you?
can
Please.
poor person go to Covenant University? Can poor
Honestly,
person?
Can I
that's not the
answer you?
valid question I want to answer because
Listen. The question you
it's not a
ask.
question I want to answer.
The question you hello, the question you have ask. All the pastors are not the same. There's a pastor from the east. The money, anytime he gets money, he use it to build schools and he make it free. I always watch that man online. This is not what somebody is telling me. The man is from the east. I can't just remember his name. Whenever I see the man, I'm always happy. He takes the money and he's telling you clear, pay your tithe. This is what I'm using your tithe for. He has built more than 7 schools now, and that school is free. Now, any money, listen, let me finish. Any money that goes into the church is our commonwealth because they are not paying tax for it. It's a commonwealth. Then how do we manage this commonwealth? That is why I want to speak on this issue of this Christianity. God did not tell you collect it alone and sit at home. He said use it for those that don't have. If churches
Mark,
in the south they decide to use the money they are having every Sunday to establish farm, believe me, in the next 7 or 6 years, the south will not lack anything concerning rice. They will not lack anything, and there will be abundance in the land. It is a commonwealth.
Okay,
If you people are using this commonwealth and we are happy about it,
let
come.
AY interject you too. Please let AY
Ola,
interject.
so the question I wanted to ask about this Christianity everything is, if you look at the original bringers of these exporters of this religion, when they came to Africa, what did they demand from us? In terms of education, bring your children. They never demanded for money. In terms of health, bring your children. They never demanded for money. Although the church people over there back in the were the ones, funding this all these escapades. That's why I think that the argument Mark is making makes a sense in such a way that even beyond Nigeria, right? What's the sole aim of them having branches outside the country? It's just to fulfill all these kind of missions. The truth is, there are still poor people in our midst. There are people who cannot fend for themselves, and there is a non-governmental organizations. This is one of the reasons why they are not taxed. Is because of things like this, social responsibilities like this. And the question we should be asking ourselves is, compared to the number of churches, the income they generate, what is the level of their impact?
In the society.
What is the level of their impact in the society? I agree. Now,
Do
most
you
of
want me
us
to
we say,
respond
okay,
to
we went
that?
to church, of course.
Do you want me
No,
to
no, no.
respond to that?
When we were growing up, we went to yeah, no, no. I will respond holistically. And my question then is, most of us when we went to church, even the small money we started making from childhood, our parents taught us to give it away to church, right? We were giving church, and we're giving it to God, right? We're giving it to God and all of that. Yes, but coming to look back at it, of course, we learned morals, we learned all those things. What is the impact of church beyond people going and sitting down? What is the impact of church on family life? Because they can't tell me, look at the rate of divorce, look at the rate at which men are finding it very difficult to get married because of cultural pressures and religious demands. Let's be young people in Nigeria, if you look at the statistics, are not getting married early because of this kind of things. So, what problem is the church solving?
And if you talk about crime rates, cyber crimes is on the rise in Nigeria. Really. So what have they solved? What problem have they solved? That's the question I would like you
That's
to
a
answer.
that's a good
What,
question. That's a
what,
good question.
what problem has Nigerian church solved to date
So,
in Nigeria?
in our society.
In addition, Ola asked me a question the other time, where do I stand on this? After, before this particular day, I made mention about somehow churches should be taxed, but people said no because it's a non-governmental organization. And I know that religion is killing Africa. Where we all stand here, religion to them is just by your choice. Most of them don't go to church or mosque, and they still prosper. When you look at, when Ola continue to say, how many of them are those ones that we are complaining about? But the one that we are complaining about are those ones that are buying private jets, having 60 or 40,000 capacity theater for people to come and donate every Sunday. There was a time we talk about this, that if you donate 10 naira or 50 naira every Sunday, and you have a congregation of about 100,000 people, I forgot the number, we arrive at about 16 billion naira in 1 year. That's a lot of money from poor Nigerians. I grew up and I grew up to go to a Catholic primary school. This school belonged to a Catholic school. We never pay any money, and they always give us something. And we have like master English teacher from UK. They are the one teaching us. The country was good that time, but now what are the churches doing? The Pentecostal, even the Catholic, and the rest of them. So let's say the truth. We all know that it's not easy to talk about religion in Africa because people have been hoodwinked. People are, I don't know what is really, anyhow, people just defend them. But what we are saying now is this. If this same man with the contribution from the churches, from the member, was able to build a university, but most of the members cannot go to this university because the tuition is extremely high. So what is it doing to help the congregation? A lot of people have been going to churches for more than 10 years. The church did not provide them job, did not
Okay,
provide them training, did not provide them
You brought
anything. So that is where I stand.
you brought an example now. I will respond to you. Good. You just made something now. I graduated from a Cali school, secondary school, and I think like 2017 we started doing something, like we started renovating our school because the government of Ekiti State returned the school to the missionary, to the original owners. So they are doing the thing in phase. So now in my old school now, people from SS3 and above, SS1 and above now, they are being taken care by the Ekiti State government. But people from GS1 to GS3, they pay 100,000 tuition fee. That we're even thinking that, okay, how would they even be able to afford that tuition fee? You know what we did? We renovated with the alumni. You understand? We renovated. We started from the gates. We did that. We renovated the hostels. We renovated the dining hall. We renovated the school chapel. Everything. Now, before we could gather that money, people like me, people like some of us, before we could even gather that money, we tax ourselves every year to contribute. And let me tell you, I can tell you categorically that it's not easy to raise funds from people, individual, now tug of war. Even look at that, maybe you are in a situation whereby you have 100 people or like 150 people in your classmates. That maybe those people that will contribute at the end of the day, maybe they will just be about 20 or 30 people, just to make sure that we meet our annual donation. Those are the kind of challenges you have when you are expecting donation to run school. Because we are just trying to get this school started, but the tuition fee they are now collecting now will be what will sustain that school. You understand? So when the state government is going out now, okay, when the session finishes now, that means that we have only SS2 and SS3 that the state government will take care of. Then the following year is two. So we are facing those things now. And school that nobody was paying tuition fee before now, they are now paying 100,000 now. 100,000.
You mean
that's my Cali school. Yeah, the Cali school I attended those days. Why you think all those people were not collecting money because Abafema Awolowo introduced free education? People should fair of ask your question, why did Obafemi Awolowo introduce free education if education was truly free that time? Why did Obafemi Awolowo introduce free education? That's the question you should first of all ask yourself.
So, in a nutshell, are you basing your argument that?
No, I'm just telling you. Wait,
No,
now.
I just want to clarify.
Coca, let me land.
Can I
You won't get
clarify
it.
your
Wait, Coca. You won't get the way I'm going with this topic if you don't let me land. Now, look at that. My old school now. We are nominal. We are contributing to pull the school structure in place, and for the school now to collect tuition fee to sustain the school. And someone was asking her now that particular school that some churches do, that how many congregation members can attend that school. Now, do you want me to continue to be using my money and others to be sponsoring the infrastructure development in that school till forever? We only just helping the school to start. So the tuition fee they will be collecting now. Just imagine someone that is paying 300,000 in Ekiti a year now, going forward, 300,000 in Ekiti. I'm not talking of Lagos now. To pay school fees now.
This argument doesn't comply with what we are talking
about. What argument doesn't comply? Because it doesn't.
See. Let us don't lie to ourselves. Our pastors are not doing well. They are not doing well.
Another topic.
Ola, you did not answer my question. You did not answer my question.
Well. Our pastors are not doing well.
Okay, let me. Sorry, repeat your question. Let me see whether if I can answer your question before.
I said, what is the impact of the Nigerian church on the Nigerian society as of today? Which area has they succeeded that? Oh, this was the level, and you know the same way we measure Buhari. Buhari, when we're analyzing Buhari, when the economy was this, it was good. Now, when it didn't do well, it's bad. So we rate him like that. Now, pick any area of Nigerian society that Nigerian church has improved. Tell us where they met it and where it is now.
AY, the question you are asking is where I started today. I told you that normally there are potential criminals that just because they are preaching that they should love God, they should listen to God, they should obey the will of God, that's the reason they are not criminals today.
Okay, the thing is, what was the crime rate then? What was the crime rate now?
Wait now. This thing is just an hypothesis, right? It's done by a professor, not me. I will post it here when I'm done with this argument. I will post it and I will listen to, because when you listen to people in the academics, then maybe you'll be able to appreciate them better than people like me. I'm not talking just based on hearsay. I'm talking based on research that I've found out myself. You see, this one based it on America, that's one of those things that sustain democracy in America today is that religion. Just because you are preaching against religion too, the same way Americans are preaching against religion, the same way Canadians are preaching against religion. That's okay that you see society now, you underrate the impact of the religion's body. Because it's very easy to underrate, because people never know how those countries used to be before religion captured the mind of people within the society. This man now said, okay, because people constantly they hear how to do the right thing so that they can have peace of mind and all those stuff, and some people willingly, the idea is that some people, because there are some people that you preach to them from night to tomorrow, they will never change. So some people willingly decide to do the right thing, to obey the law without anybody monitoring them, because they believe that God, they are only accountable to God. So they want to satisfy God. And based on that, crimes reduce in the society. It's now saying, okay, take those people that are trying to obey the law willingly just because of the fear of God, take them out of the equation and let's find a situation where nobody preaches them, and they decide to behave anyhow today. He said, you will never be able to employ enough police to maintain peace in that country. It is so easy that, when you get to a particular country, there's no Christianity, there's no this thing. Watch out.
Can I say something?
Let me land. Because when we don't land now, you introduce another one, and everything will go wide.
I'm not introducing another one. I'm just want to interject what you say.
Wait. Let me just complete the AY's answer. That's one for you. Then you say what have they been able to succeed in doing? I just gave you an example of how we are supporting my old schools now to transition from government back to a divisionary. Now I've just given you an example. Now, part of the example where they've succeeded today is that these churches, they are contributing to human development. That is why the university they fund now, some of them are still one of the best in the world.
How many poor people can go to the university?
Forget those are the kind of sentiment that is very pedestrian.
With sentiment, yes.
Let me
They
say
build
something.
the university from the poor
I'm
man.
not going to contribute to all these kind. How many people can go to Harvard? Do you know that Harvard started as missionary school? What are you talking about, my friend? How many people can go to Harvard University? Harvard started as missionary school.
Ola, please, can I say something, please? Ola, please, can I say something? I understand what you're saying. We know where we're coming from. If we should take the colonization and everything, we should take it out. I will tell you, when they came to Benin, what they saw, they say they were already educated. If we should take it out. Now, those statistics, to control a land, it is between the judiciary and the law enforcers. If we can get those two parts right, we will be like China. They don't need Christianity to make their country okay. Germany don't need Christianity to make their country okay. What they need here, whatsoever you do, because you have an identity, they know where you live. They will give you what they call traffic, which is fine. If you can't pay it, you go to a mini prison and come back. And because you don't want to pay money constantly, you start adjusting yourself. Let's leave that one. He asked a question: what has been the impact of Christianity in the society? Because since they have been there for more than 40 years, crime rate is still going up. Education that we are saying, even before they all came in, I will tell you, education was like very calm and easy. What we want to know is what are their impacts? Because these people collect this commonwealth every day. What are they using it for? I'm a Christian.
How many kidney
I have a question for you. If everybody start getting job in
AY, hold on. Ola, I'm going to step out for like 30 minutes. Are you comfortable continuing with session?
No step out, like 15 minutes.
No, I'm here. Just 30 minutes.
I'll be waiting for you since so because 15 minutes now we go. Now me that the bad question and I have 6 minutes to respond to this. So
now you be the pastor. Now you be the pastor among us. Now you be the answer question.
Thomas, this one is not even deny my faith. I'm not a pastor, but then I want to be not to say other people are not reasonable, but this is my perspective, right? I want to be reasonable in the way I present my own things. Our problem, we are directing our problem away from the right channel. Government is our problem, but we are now looking at this as this religion is our problem, and that's the way.
They are among our problem now. You can't.
They're not our problem. That is
they're part of our problem.
They are part of our problem.
Okay. Can I say Thomas, AY, Simba, Kunle, Patosi, and Remy are part of our problem? Can I say that?
Of course, we are part of our problem.
As long they are
I'm part of the solution. I'm not part. I was not the one that created.
No. Exactly. If you can say churches are part of our problem, then AY, Simba, Patosi, Kunle, Remy,
no. I can send you my impact in such a way. Tell you my impact.
I'm beginning to tell you the impact that churches are making, but when I said
no, you're not being factual with me in such a way that what I mean is, honestly, churches have cost. If you look at it overall, they've cost more harm than good in the last 40 years.
Your opinion, bro.
No.
You have right to your opinion. It's not.
Yeah. So okay, let me express myself. What I mean is, one, our diversity has not been well managed, especially from this last election.
Number two is it's a shame, really. Now, for instance, look at this election. Most of the things they preach about that the country is being run. Jonathan was a Christian, for crying out loud. The way they support them, Obasanjo was a Christian, right? Christians have ruled this country more than the Muslim has ruled this country. And under those Christian presidents, we know the level of corruption. And one thing we fail to realize is most of these churches picked up momentum during this period because they were able to get a lot of funds. So they were able to quickly expand their territory, branches, and all of that, whether we like it or not. We can say it. Trace it's all the Pentecostals, but I don't want to go down there. So, but now, my my question to you moving forward, when we start having a lot of jobs, the economy is picking up. Do you think the church and people are paying taxes? You have personal income tax, you have bills, you have mortgages, you have access to good things, but you can't pay them for them accurately, and you have bills to pay and all of that. Do you think the church will have so much inflow the way they are doing now, capture and leveraging on?
AY. This is exactly
I'm
what
asking
I'm
you.
saying. No. I will respond to you now. This is exactly what I do. This is exactly what I'm telling you. In some cases, sometimes you think the poor people are the one funding churches. I've seen someone that said, contribute $5, 500, maybe $50. You know how much. See, it's very easy to calculate. Look at it this way. You see a general manager in a bank, working in a bank, earning like 40 million in a year, paying tithes on 40 million. That's 4 million, right? Now, let's assume you have like 10 of them in a church. You know the capacity of those people. Can you compare to poor people that maybe what they can just give is 20 naira or 100 naira? Because sometimes people think
Ola, don't forget the theory of economics of scale. The bigger your customer base, the bigger your potential to leverage not only that cost to use that customer base as a point for negotiation. Not only, for instance, if I'm the NGO of winners, all my money does not necessarily need all the income for the church does not necessarily come from all the poor people. Say there are a lot, but the perception of my population, which is my customer base, gives me I use it as leverage for other high stake transactions. In terms of, for instance,
AY.
it's not all
Don't go
about
too
money.
AY. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. See, all those things we are going wide when it starts economic or sale. So if you go to economic or sale, I can even let us go to Pareto's theory. I can tell you a lot. Okay, let us use that rules that even the minority will be the one that have most influence. I can tell you 20% of the contribution in the church come the most percentage of contribution from the church come from 20% of the people. I can say all those things. Don't let even just go also that
Yes,
theory.
I agree. But you know that the
No,
church
I don't just want us to go that way. That is exactly what I'm
no,
saying because
no,
we
I understand.
have
But
theory and
let me
counter
just say this.
theory.
Let me just say this.
Let's
The
forget
value,
about economy of scale.
the value
Let's
of the value of each member is beyond the physical monetary contribution they make. Do you understand? The efforts they make, the things like one things that church will pay for, but they will request for volunteers, will request for their skills, free of charge.
No,
Do you understand?
AY, we are moving away from the impact that you asked. I just want us to stay focused. I'm telling you now, how many diagnostic center has Redeemed Christian Church of God contributed to the supposed government hospital in Nigeria? Have you tried to find that out? How many? Just to help people that normally they will have renal failure, they will have kidney problem, but they don't have facility. How many of
Please,
them?
in how many hospitals in Nigeria? In how many hospitals?
Stop telling me how many hospital, bros. Use your Google and find out. Because if I start telling you that
The local government that came from Nigeria, I can the Redeemed Church in my local government is more than 4,000.
forget story, bros. You
Forget
cannot
story.
satisfy everybody. You cannot
Okay.
satisfy everybody, but you don't.
And they can't build.
whatever-
They can't build. They don't have capacity to build one hospital per one local government by themselves.
This kind of wide argument is not the best way to learn, my brother. When
Okay.
the argument is so wide, then we lose the learning purpose of that argument.
The only pastor that try in Nigeria is Kumuyi. Kumuyi built many roads in Lagos.
Oh
No,
my
no, no,
goodness.
no, no, don't do that. Don't go like that, Kumi. Don't go
Don't
like
go
that.
wide.
So Ola, I
I
acknowledge
can hear
that.
you. Yeah.
Ola, I acknowledge that some churches do some things. Like I've seen Redeem does some things. I've seen Deeper Life does some things. I think I've seen some Pentecostals like that. But cumulatively, when there are one or two or three bright lights amidst others, we still cannot call that a success. Do you understand? Hello?
No. AY. I got your point. It's just like if you revert it to the government now, the few one that manage us badly are the reason the Nigeria is backward. How many are those people in the government now, for example? Sometimes the small group of people they have better impact than the larger group. Those people in our government, maybe they are even less than 0.01%, and they are the one that have brought us to the end as we speak today. So sometimes it is cool to look at those small groups that we are talking about, what they are doing, and to use the same brush to paint everyone. That's exactly what I'm saying. I prefer to focus on those few groups than to keep talking about some people that are into clergy just for personal business. I want to focus on the few that are giving impact. You understand? Whether the private universities or missionary universities are expensive
But the
today.
problem is the people that don't have impact are the loudest, and they are the ones. For instance, in Christian Association of Nigeria, you will notice that that's one the I don't sorry to say, Khan is the most, I don't know, less influential of the two. Look at okay, let me just say something. Look at the other side of religion. Religion is playing a critical role. Like in the last administration, this Suburban, they have Islamic Bank of Nigeria. They are funding projects in Nigeria as I speak. 100 billion today, 90 billion bond tomorrow. They are giving out bonds, helping the government. Look at the side of the other side, Christian Association of Nigeria. They are not doing anything. And when it's time for elections, they'll be crying and shouting. Like now, government is saying, okay, there is Islamic Bank of Nigeria with zero interest. Jais Bank, all of them are zero interest banks, helping people of that faith to actually pick up and do pick up businesses and do a lot of things. And the thing is, we may not. One thing I may tell, we may say north is poor, north is poor. The north is picking up at a very fast rate with what they are doing now. Now the question is, the people that are louder are the people that are not doing anything. So
Let me ask you a question, because at this thing now, I don't want to do
no.
Christian versus
No. I'm
no
not
no
doing.
no wait.
I'm
I
just
don't want
telling
to do Christian
Remy
versus.
Coca. Remy Coca. There is a balance to it. The balance is that for people that are doing that we say that for the southern. I mean, the problem is more on the south. I mean, the face of religion, all this extremism. I mean, racketeering, religion, racketeering is more in the south than
See,
anywhere
see,
by
see,
else in
see
Nigeria.
AY, I don't want to go about
It's very
Islamic versus Christian.
I know fit.
Now, Remy Coca, can you please mute yourself? We are hearing feedback. Thank you. See, the way I see this thing is this. I don't want to do all those Muslim versus a Christian. I'm not going to fall for that. I rather want to go on what the impact of the
So
entire
that,
religious. Wait
Ola,
now.
I get your point. Like, I'm not even doing that too, but I'm just saying that if you look at the people that are doing better, they are small compared to people that are just doing this racketeering, and there's a need for regulation amidst all of
No,
them.
no, 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 no. No regulation. I've mentioned regulation here before. That even you can start giving licenses to pastors so that you can know. But when you want to do that, make sure that you use the religion body to do that. Don't go and put one crook government there that tomorrow they will just be using their own influence to impact. You
But you know,
understand? You
these
can
people will sway. They will sway the population that this is what wants to happen. If they say that there wants to be a regulation of, let's say, religious leaders in the country, which I actually prefer, because if
no,
doctors can be regulated,
why?
lawyers can be regulated.
When you want government to see, that's why I say you will use CAN or Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria to do that. You won't say, okay, you just go and nominate one minister somewhere and say regulate. You can find a way to work with the stakeholder within the religious body. See, you let them say, look, you are Christian, but some people they are creating problem within your within your organization. So we want to work with you so that we regulate, so that we want to eliminate those people that are sending themselves to, so that everybody that will be preaching, that will be leading a church, you give them licenses, and so that those people that will go wrong will be able to pick them. So apply to everyone. So that is why you see those fundamentalists, those people that will just be how do we call it, a fanatics, you can easily pick them out. I agree with that, but use their religious body to do that. That's what I'm saying. So let's even forget about that, those one now. I'm not saying they should not regulate religion, but not the way the like of Elijah Muhammad and co we like to. No, not that kind of regulation I'm talking about. The regulation that we make sure that we are able to fish out those people that are taking advantage of the people. That's exactly that's what I'm saying. Because churches there now, you will see that pastors they have license to practice. So now I'm still telling you that's why I prefer to talk about the contribution of the religious sectors entirely, not Christian Muslim. Now look at this. I said something the other time. Oh, we are building 100,000 capacity church. The question is this: if you are building a project, let's say that 1,000 capacity, the 100,000 capacity church will cost like 15 billion. Do you know how many people, how many workers we work there? How many bricklayers, how many carpenter, how many tilers, how many all those things? So that's the way I look at the economic activities around those religious bodies. That's the way I see it. Not only the collection alone. Now, when you look at that, how many people do you think, in terms of macroeconomic terms, that you think all these religious bodies are impacting? Even the environment where you have your religious area set up, even when they are doing their program, sometimes even some hawker, some traders, they will still make something there. So that's the way I quantify. Okay, you that maybe you are a diesel supplier, you supply diesel for the generator. Maybe okay, you do roofing, you do window, aluminum window, you see your things there. That's where I measure the economic around this thing. Okay, churches build schools. Who are those professors there? Who are those people that build the structure of those schools? Who are those people that ties there? Who are those people that is it those people that will plant tree and all those stuff there? That's where I see this thing. Who are those people that are potter? Are those people that will sweep and maintain the school? Okay, if the schools are not there, what will those people be doing? That's where I look at it. So if people cannot look at it as the religious body, they employ a lot of people, they help solve unemployment problem, then we start asking questions. How much of economics or economic activities do we really understand around a particular industry, assuming we want to take religion as an industry? That's just the way I see it. Okay, let's assume that one religious university now will cost them like 100 billion to build. 100 billion to build. The question is this: who are those people selling the cement there? Who are those people selling the iron? Who are the iron benders? Who are the bricklayers? Who are the carpenters? I want to know those people. What's the impact to those people? So that's the thing I want to discuss. Instead of saying, they are the problem. How come they are the problem that you are now saying, okay, they are not part of the solution? That's where I have my own concern, and I disagree with. So I think you will understand where I'm coming from now. But not just say, okay, because they are collecting tax, that's the only problem now. One thing about we Nigeria is this: if I want people to turn people against Ayo today now, I can say, Tinubu just gave Ayo maybe 100 million for on behalf of from got 1 million, 100 million from Tinubu for one man went to more members. Some people will never give you chance to even explain yourself. That 100 million will be the basis of what they'll be talking about. You start wondering whether they are talking about the money or they are talking about the real problem. People focus on the money going to the church rather than looking at what is it they are doing. They focus more on the private jet and then what are other things. Yes, it may not be right for some people to be using private jet, for example, but is that the only thing you can see there? Just like some people will say, oh, people from Nigeria, they're Yahoo Yahoo. Oh, you can only see Yahoo Yahoo from Nigeria, but you cannot see the best robotic engineer from Nigeria. You cannot see some professors from Nigeria. You cannot see brilliant people from Nigeria. You can only see some cook from Nigeria. What are we talking about? That's exactly what I'm talking about. You see, there's nothing in this life that will have the good aspect that will not have the bad aspect. That's exactly what I'm fighting for.
I get your point. I get your point. But the thing is, I feel we should still do more because I think that a lot of churches flaunt more than they actually are. Nowadays, when I read this financial accounts, don't be shocked that churches take loans for them to have programs. Are you with me? So the money they now raise from those programs will be used to offset the loans and also establish and expand their project. Do you understand what I mean? Hello?
I know that's what I'm saying, that because if people don't really know what, because for those people that work in the bank, we know that churches take loans, right? We know that
Exactly. So,
that is why
it's already turned into a business mindset in a way.
no. See, nothing stops churches from doing business. So if you really look around churches, the churches are like I said something now. Many people don't even know that Harvard University, the Harvard we are talking about today, was funded by the missionary. The same Harvard University you see today. There are many universities
Ola,
in America.
did Jesus do any business?
Which one are you?
No, now. My brother.
Okay.
We said we are following
Did
Jesus.
Abraham do any
Wait
business?
now. Ola, wait. We said we are following
Jesus
Jesus.
was a carpenter. If you don't know, Jesus was a carpenter.
His daddy was a carpenter. It's not that Jesus was a carpenter directly.
Jesus was a carpenter.
His dad was a carpenter. You say his dad.
Okay,
Joseph is a carpenter.
What was Jesus doing? What was Jesus doing?
I think he will be helping his dad before he began the ministry.
So when I said Jesus was a carpenter, you are now saying his daddy was listening. What was Abraham? What was Abraham? What was Abraham? So Abraham
is a cattle rearer.
So all those people you see in the Bible, they have their job. Even Peter.
But they didn't say are they selling the cattle back then?
You said what?
Are they selling the cattle back then?
No matter what they were using.
What are they using it for recreation? What kind of question, Thomas, are you asking?
What question is that?
I don't understand the question.
They are selling it now.
That's what I'm saying.
Devil advocate now. Devil's advocate now.
Even devil does not advocate like that.
These are arguments. Sometimes can be so funny. You see, to me, yes, in any sector, people will misuse the opportunity. They will do all those things. But let us focus, because I know that the bad aspect looms larger than the good aspect. The bad aspect looms larger than the good aspect. But you see, I learned something from the church today. You see, sometimes human being, okay, about negativity, thought of human being at times is about 80% negativity. That is why some people generally they are not creative, because they think of about 90%. Because I attend the Alliance Church. That's where I attend it. I don't attend the normal Nigerian, the regular Nigerian church. So because we were the preaching that we are backing up with science, human being negative. When you check your thought every day, you will see that about 80% of what you think every day is negative. For you to get free from that place, to get to creative level, you have to limit your thoughts. You start reducing it from 80% negativity to to a particular level that can free your mind, because you think about 80% of something that can never happen in your lifetime. All those kind of fear that can never happen in your lifetime. That is, okay, I learned something from that, from the church, for example, and that is a pure science. It's a pure science. So now someone will now be telling me that church has no impact on me. I said, like, seriously? Do you know that indirectly church is preaching that, to look, the depression you are suffering, the mental health you are suffering, is just because you focus 80% of your thought on negative things that will never even happen to you. If you start reducing all those things, your mentality starts changing.
But Ola, do you think that is only in the church that?
No. Your thing is, it's not only in the church. I'm just giving an example that if you notice me in December, apart from whenever I begin to criticize Buhari, I focus positive of the, okay, I'll tell you that, okay, people will tell you Buhari is corrupt, Tinubu is corrupt. I say, laying not on. After that, so what? How come is the corruption you are looking at? Human beings generally are corrupt. You can't tell me that Tinubu is corrupt, and so Obi is the saint. You don't tell me that. I don't buy that one from you. If you tell me that, Obi will fight corruption, I will ask you why. You can't tell me that. I will focus on your strength. That's why that when they say, oh, and they shake, they shake. Ask anybody here. I was one of those people that say people should stop that rubbish. Let's talk about what Tinubu did in Lagos instead of telling me that leg they shake or his age. All those things rubbish. That as so that Tinubu may claim today now, you understand? Tinubu, one thing about nature, one thing about God is this. The same Tinubu you will see now, that man may not die 50 years today, from now to today. As so that
most of the people that are castigating, they will die before him.
That's just the problem. That's it.
How many people have died when they said Buhari was dead? Majority of them are dead now.
Some of these old people we are talking about, they live better life. They live healthier life than we that we think we are healthier. I say because that you are young does not mean that you are healthier than the older people. Yes, it is normal that the older you are, it looks like you are. It looks like, okay, you are no longer healthier, but it's not always true. Some older people are healthier than people in the 30s and in their 40s. So that's why I say, okay, we should be talking of the processes. This one that you want to kill Tinubu before his time. That's your wishes. If you like, try to kill him. Your mind, you just damage your mind. You'll be thinking of negative things. And that man will just focus on what you want to achieve. So I focus on the positive aspect of Tinubu. Ask anybody here. I was the one that went and bring the case study that Princeton University did on Tinubu to bring it there. And one funny thing, I was against this Tinubu as at this time of last year, just because I wanted Yoruba Nation. But when Yoruba Nation could not achieve, I moved immediately because I'm a dynamic person. I flow with the trend. I see where things go. Mine is that to me, I may have permanent interest, but I don't have permanent enemy. I know that my Yoruba Nation is not obtainable. I look at what is obtainable.
Ola. See, this guy was think that it will not give time to yes.
You are breaking. You are breaking. Maybe you can just readjust your system.
Simba, you are breaking. Yeah, Ola, I want to ask you one question.
Okay.
Your pastor, Daddy Yedepo, he sacked some pastors. He said they are blatant failure because their parish couldn't produce the amount of money they are expecting from
No, that's not
that
the reason.
branch.
You have misrepresented it now.
No, it's because of money.
It's not
Forget.
because of the amount of money. You have gotten it wrong now.
No, Patrick, that is Patrick. If I told you some things that I know about all these pastors,
I'm a member of Winners.
Patrick is a member of a living faith. Now, what are you talking about?
I was a member of Winners in Nigeria now.
Patrick, I have a sister. Is a member of Winners. He's been there for 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
2 years ago, he pulled out of this your church called Winners.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick, my brother, if I tell you what is going on with pastors of Winners,
I was a member
My
of
brother.
pastorate. I was a member of pastorate in Winner, so I don't know
Yes.
what you can tell me now that I've not probably heard.
Patrick, if you know what is going on in Winners, for my auntie to rose to the post of the deaconess, choir member in the whole parish, a whole church. You know Quarry now in
I
Abeokuta.
was in Quarry now.
So you will know my sister. I don't know. Maybe you will know
Very
my sister.
possible.
I don't want to
mention
mention
her
her name.
name. Just mention it.
Yes.
Just do private chat.
If we talk after this, you will know my sister. She's
I
a
was in
singer.
Quarry.
Yes. If you know what is going on in Winners,
No,
my brother.
at least I've been in Winner for I was in Winners for close to 30 years.
Pastors are sending money to church member to go and buy lekedi. This is not.
See, that's the point. How do you
This is
respond to that now?
fornication that is going on in that space. My brother.
It's not in Winners.
Thomas, the problem. No, Patosik. Let's assume it's even happening in churches. The problem I have here is this: we focus so much on the negative. Okay, let me tell you something I know about pastor. I know about Winners Chapel. The members of Winners Chapels, the members of Christ Embassy that I've interacted with, they are always high flyers. They are goal getters because we work together in the bank. You understand? Okay, I can tell you that the graduate of a backward university that I have, for example, when people are saying, "Oh, those universities," they don't say it's one of the best that I've ever worked with in my career. So now,
hold on, Ola. Are they excelling because they are from Winners? People that are not from Winner, they are excelling now.
Anyway,
what are you
as far as
telling
I'm
me?
concerned, I'm telling you that they are the product that I work with. That's all I know. Whether they are excelling,
They
but
are
I'm
just
telling you that they are
using
one
you
of the best.
guys. This man is just using you for your money.
No, if you attend, let me tell you, if you attend
Oyedepo is a businessman to the core. Businessman. Forget about church. Forget about church. It's business. It's not Patrick. You can't tell me what I know.
Thomas,
What
hold on.
I was a Winners when I was in Nigeria. My sister introduced me to Winners.
Thomas, if you already know something, so wait and let me share what I know too. Maybe we can marry them together. You see, what Ola is trying to say is, if I understand, you see, the structure and the system and the pattern of message that you hear when you go to Winners, even if you are not a Christian, you'll be someone that is self-driven. That's the truth.
Yes, you are right. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
You'll be a go-getter.
I witnessed that, so I can't lie about that.
You'll be hardworking. So that's what he's trying to say. Let me tell you, if you know the members of Winners, they believe that there's nothing that they cannot do, that they cannot achieve.
Yeah.
They take very dangerous risk, and when you take risks, you'll be successful now.
No,
but it's not about Christianity
Patoski,
Those that are not Christian, they take risks now.
That's what
Anybody
I'm saying.
take
If you are
risks in
not a
life.
Christian, so
Thomas,
now,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes. Simba.
That's what I'm saying. That one has nothing to do with religion.
Exactly.
It has nothing to do with Christianity.
Elon Musk
took risks.
Any motivational speaker can do that.
Exactly.
Yes,
so if you are now in a system where every Sunday, every Tuesday, and every Friday or Thursday, what you hear is something like that, you will get it now. You will be self-driven. That's different between Winners and some churches. That's different. I'm not a member of Winners Church now. I'm a member of a reform. I'm a reform Christian. I belong to the reform faith here. But
if you have to look at it, if you have to look holistically, can we say that religion in our country is contributing positively to the development of our country?
I won't say it's not. I'm going to say, yeah, it has some negative side to it, but it's adding something. It's not. It's
Is
not.
it something that is tangible? Tangible, I mean
Yeah.
tangible that you
Yes.
can
Yes.
mention.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
okay, can you expatiate on that?
I'll give you a good example. You see, in the area of education in Nigeria, religion um has contributed in the past so tangibly to our education, and is still currently doing that. You understand? Very good schools in those days were schools owned by religious bodies. The big schools, the good schools, were schools owned by religious bodies. School like Christ Quadrikiti, school like Fatima College, school like St. Gregory's and Fimbas, they are owned by religious
But you
bodies.
know, it's because education came through religion.
Eh? No,
Education came through
what I'm
religion.
saying is, no, you say education
Formal
came through religion.
education in Nigeria. Yes, formal
Yes,
education. It was religion that
we
brought
are
formal
saying the
education
same
to
thing.
Nigeria.
It means that the religion has brought education to us. That's a contribution to Nigeria now. You say, can I say, religion has brought education to us?
But
And now,
do you think if we didn't get, because there are so many other countries that didn't get their
let me
education.
continue now. You say,
No, because I just
in
want to add to that. There are so many other countries that didn't get their education through religion, and they are still educated. So
yeah,
you
they
think
are.
that
We have to cut off
if
our own
education didn't
mercenary.
control religion, it couldn't have come on its own to us.
Yes,
No,
maybe.
Slimba, we have
But
to talk
you are
about what
talking of
happened
our
to us.
own
We don't
now.
just have to
It's
talk
our
what
own
happened to someone else.
situation.
Okay.
That's what our situation
Okay.
is. Religion has added to our, and initially our healthcare system, religious bodies have hospitals. I know hospitals like Oluyoro, Ibadan. I know of Sacred Hearts in Abeokuta. I know of so many other
I
religious
know, me too.
hospitals.
I know so many religious hospitals, especially
Yeah.
Catholic.
So in a way, they have added to it. Then the social systems that religion has organized, the Boy Scout, the discipline, the Boys Brigade, the Methodists, they've added a lot of value to our social system, moderating us. The Scripture Union, those days, I know of as a
SU.
ASU. When I was younger, there's a lawyer that used to come to Enugu then when I was in secondary school in Enugu. This was a copper that came to serve in Enugu. Do you know this lady stayed back in Enugu because she was teaching us Bible studies? The member of Scripture Union. She finished herself. She was supposed to go back. She stayed back with us to just nurture us before she eventually went back. All her mates had left. Auntie Wumi, I will never forget her. So you see, religion has helped us. Now in current time,
But in current time, just a
now
compare
in
because these
current
are the
time,
old time, current time. Yes.
yeah, in current, that's the value it has added. In current time now, those Catholic schools are still there. Some other mission schools have even come, but there are some other side that's now negative, which we don't used to have in the past. But those small negative will not rubbish all the positives. That's the point. Even in the current time, the schools are still adding value. The St. Benedict in Abeokuta is still adding value. The Fatima College is still adding value. The Gregory's Fimbas, so they are still there. The students are still there. Then the social awareness that we are talking about, we still have religious leaders like Father Kuka, still adding value. We still have people like Cardinal Naye still adding value. We still have people like even Adeboye still adding value in a way. We still have people like Kumuyi still adding value. But that you have people like Suleiman does not mean that you rubbish everybody because of Suleiman. How many Suleiman is in Nigeria? In short, what is Suleiman compared to all these people that I've talked about? Like Kumuyi, like Adeboye, like Pa Elton, like Billy Akoni, like so many. The ones that are just making noise in the TV. In the religious class, people like Suleiman, they don't have a rank among them. It's just that because they are the ones that go on TV, that's the reason. Where people like Billy Akoni, Francis Wale, okay, um, there was this bishop, what's this pastor in Oshogbo. By the time where those ones are sitting, Suleiman will not even be there. He will keep quiet. So Don't use that Suleiman to now rubbish all those people. You understand what I'm saying? That's just the point. And look at what Ansarudin is doing in Nigeria. Look at what Nasfat is doing. Look at Alikma University.
You know what I want to say, Patoski. If you look at the religion in the olden days, the competition was a heavy contribution for development. But if you look at it these days, it's more of negativity, more of fight, more of this. But
Because
that time,
remember, if
that time, as we are doing this thing, exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
it
talking
was
about.
very healthy and very good. But now,
Yes.
it's not.
No.
When people like Suleiman are
What I can say is that it's making the way that we have some pastors now that are actually religion is actually making our people to be more lazier, and they are not actually more productive now. Believe me, instead of people to go to work, they be waiting for miracles, and because the way some people are brainwashing them and believing that it's only through miracle they can. So that is one of the negativity that thing has brought.
Simba,
And you see some people, there are some that are now using it for their own selfish gain. They bank on the gullibility of their followers, and they mislead them totally. Look at, let even take Islam for example. Look at how those Boko Haram, the way they brainwash people and lead them astray, and people will just be getting kidneys and all those things.
Exactly. It won't really happen that much in the past.
Wasn't anything like that before.
That is what I'm saying. Now, Boko Haram does not represent Islamic. That's exactly what we're saying. We should look beyond all those errant people among them and focus on the good one. Now, people are talking of person. Okay, RCCG, I'll make an example now. RCCG now is like I can almost call them a specialist in building dialysis center now. You know, as if they are building across all the hospitals in Nigeria. Just imagine RCCG donating for LASU. That's supposed to be teaching hospital.
Allah, what I'm checking, maybe they should, because now we're talking about education, they are building schools. I think what we should be talking about is to make them to go into more productive venture. Let them establish farm industries so that even the people that are going to their school will be gainfully employed. But if you are training people, and you are just turning them out without any good job, because if you want to get tight, you want to get all those things, people have to work to earn money.
You know the Catholics are building farms
to even
now.
pay tight.
I have some reverend sister in Abeokuta. They call them a holy child, whatever. They used to be my customer in Abeokuta. They have farms, very big farm, poultry farms, different kind of things. So they are doing that, and it's gradual. You understand what I'm saying? But I mean, they are contributing more to government, to Nigeria than some states are doing. Look at the way those religious bodies are managing their schools now. If they manage, the state ministry of education manage Nigerian schools like that, the standard will not be where it is. You agree with me?
We are listening to you. We are listening to
because look at the way Babcock University is managed. If Osu is managed that way, that school will be producing big people. The way Covenant is managed, if they manage maybe a University of Ado Ekiti like that, it will be producing big people. So the religious body they have even shown they are even more productive than what government is doing. Forget about people like Suleiman. You understand? Forget about people like Suleiman. That's the one we are seeing, and we are just assuming that.
Even those old missionary school, I just made an example here that my old school. Now they started since they returned those school to us, we the alumni are the one putting infrastructure in place. But those students now they started paying 100,000 to school. So it simply means that school will not be that cheap for them again. I'm sure that Christ School, I don't too must have started paying the tuition fee now.
Look at that Christ School in those days. That was one of the best schools in Nigeria. People were coming from the east to attend Christ School.
There are many of them now.
People were coming from the east
Christ School,
to attend Fatima
Ekiti,
in Ikire.
Association in Ekiti. Then we have Aquinas Akure.
Aquinas in Akure. People were coming from the east to attend Fatima College in Ikire.
Exactly.
That's to tell you the quality of schools that we have. All these Loyola College.
Look at Ile Abiye. Look at Ile Abiye. You know, they are the type of hospital built by the churches. You know.
So it's
Then,
the church are contributing, but people just say, "Oh,
no, people don't know. You know, that's why I'm saying that. You know, a person like me as a business, but everything to me is I use business mind to analyze something, or within the macroeconomic economic space of the country. You know, when people say churches are not contributing, I don't know what they mean. Even let's assume that all these positive things they will mention, I say some people survey the land where the church is. Okay, let's say we take Redemption Camp for example now. Do you know how many buildings are there? It's not the bricklayer they work for that place. They don't have carpenter. They don't have electrician. Do you know? So look at the job that place is producing alone. Look at the shares there.
But Ola, what nobody is disputing all this. What we are saying is that we need to get our country on the right tracks. All these things that we are looking at, they are just servicing this thing.
So what's the next one?
That's what I said earlier, Patruski, that they have to go into production.
Let the government do that one. Let the government do that one. You see, we are saying religion.
You know. Sometimes when we talk, okay, let me tell you. When the other time we are talking about increasing, maybe they will start taxing so that they will increase revenue. You know, the way people are more committed to religion, they are not committed that same way to their country.
To the government.
If they ask some people to the government, if they ask somebody to pay even 500 naira, they will not pay. But if their pastor ask them for 5,000, they will give in the name of maybe if you are giving to God.
Do you know Nigerians are not? Do you know Nigerians are not paying tax?
Nobody is paying anything apart from the civil servants or people that are working in the formal sector.
Yes, they are paying
no other person. They pay tithe, yes.
Okay, let me explain.
I told you, I have a nurse here. I have a nurse here that's not even working in Nigeria that is paying almost 150k tithe every month.
Now let me explain. No, it's not funny, but let me explain to you. You see, it means that their religious leader have earned their trust.
I think they have brainwashed them.
No, that's what you call it. Hold on. They have earned their trust to the point that they are ready to do anything they tell them. In those days too, a political leader who is trustworthy and people trust. I'll give you a good example. You see that Awolowo? The Awolowo picture in my house is bigger than my father's picture. If you say anything against Awolowo, if you are my father's son, he will disown you. As poor as my father was, they contribute money to support Awolowo's party. That is the trust that Awolowo has earned.
Yeah, but you work for it. Which of your pastors work for what they are getting now?
So you think all those religious leaders didn't work?
They didn't work.
Church. Go and start church now. Do it. Whether you gather 5 members.
Oh, I came from a church background. My mom is a prophetess. She has church presently. I'm talking now.
I
cannot be fooled. She didn't work to grow the church. Your mommy didn't work to grow the
what
church.
Patrick is saying. Do you think it's easy to start a church and gather congregation? There's a pastor we used to call Pastor Agitona again. You know, where in Ekiti. Why do we call him Pastor Agitona again? Was that after trying so much, he could not gather members in this congregation. So it's only him and his
maybe he was not saying what he's supposed to hear. They wanted to hear.
It's not an easy thing.
No, it just let me Pastor Agitona again.
But Thomas,
let me tell you one thing. If you are telling people about,
Thomas, your mommy has a church. Was it easy for your mommy to set up that church? Was it easy?
It's not easy.
So you said the pastors are not doing anything.
Let me tell you something.
They work. Do you know that your mommy will be spending her money to take care of church member?
Patrick, do you know any church there are multitude? They are not serving God.
No, you can't say that now.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Multitude used to follow Jesus now. What do you mean?
No, 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 no.
How did you arrive at that, Pastor Thomas?
Abio.
Apostle Thomas. Apostle Thomas. How did you
Ola,
arrive
you
at
don't,
that?
you guys don't know me. You don't know me. Yeah, it's
Thomas,
just
you are a
nah.
prince of the church. You are a prince of the church. Your mommy is a pastor. So in a way, you are a prince in the
That's why
church.
I say Apostle Thomas. Apostle
Abio.
Thomas. How
So
did you arrive?
why would you conclude that way? Everybody that is starting a church is praying that the church will grow into multitude. You are not saying so. The moment God help them and they grow, that means God will now leave them. When they were 3, God will say, "I will stay with you, but I will help you to grow." Once
Yeah,
you now grow and have crowd, I
Patrick,
will
I
leave you.
think that would be another discussion for another day. But I will tell you, anywhere you see crowd, multitude, go and check them very well. Go and check them very well.
Let us sleep. Oh. You know, Ola is not going to work tomorrow, so myself, I'm not going to work. You guys should sleep. Oh. If you stay with Ola, you will not sleep. The guy can sleep till 10 o'clock.
Sometimes someone will dey by computer and go dey work. Say na election work and na election that they prepare for now. Say from Tuesday now to next Monday, I will so busy from 8 a.m. to 9. So
Okay, you are preparing for election, Abi?
I have a lot of work. In fact, I've been preparing for election since. So eventually it's going to start on Tuesday. I will leave home before 7 o'clock, and I won't come back until like after 9 o'clock
I'm
every
going
day
to vote.
for 5. You say?
So have you voted?
I've not even voted though. That's one funny thing. But I like to the work for government for every little opportunity. But the only thing is that if government won't give me permanent job for this, I don't want government. I don't think I want government job like that. Except if that government job will give me chance to be doing like 2-3 jobs together. Other than that, then go. But
I think I need
it's
to go
okay.
and I need to
If they
vote,
want
sha.
to do anything within government, I like to always join them. The way I look at it, that I feel enter politics very soon, self. You say? I got Patrick waiting you talk. It be like everybody don't go. Maybe Thomas, maybe you want to shut down.
Myself, I won't run.
Okay.
I think we
Yeah,
should
all
sleep.
right.
It's
So
almost 2.
it's almost 2. It's almost 2. Maybe by the next 30 minutes, I should be able to find sleep.
Thomas is afternoon here. I'm told Thomas is in the afternoon.
That place is another place entirely now. So one thing I like about our system this day now, you go there work, you go see the system. So it grows more. It good now.
Okay, Ola, tomorrow.
All right,
God bless.
Ogami. All right, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thomas, please come and do something though.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, this is another day. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, thank you for listening. We'll see you at the next one. Thank you to our listeners, super chatters, everyone. May God bless you all. See you on the other side. Yeah. We'll sing our song, then we'll depart from there. Yeah. Thank you so much. God bless. Yeah.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Hey,